Gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. Thank you so much for being with us. A lot happening today, and we'll get right to it. Your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. They'll be on screen, but you're always welcome to join in. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us in 1 hour from now. But let's get off and running here. Here we go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good? What's happening?
Boys.
What's happening?
Man, just happy to be here.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good thing, gentlemen.
Yeah. I did one of those things where I woke up at 12:30 thinking it was 4. No, it's a good thing.
That's a good
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, you roll over and you're like, golly, what time is it?
Yeah.
And you feel pretty good, and you grab your phone and it's like, wow,
You're like, oh, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
baby, you got a few more hours. Let's go.
Something happened to me this morning that Rick mentioned happened to him maybe a morning or two ago, and that is you wake up and have to use the bathroom about 20 minutes before your alarm goes off. Why do I sit there
Yeah, I lay there.
and squirm around
miserable.
miserable
Knowing you're not gonna
like
go
it's
back
some
to sleep.
contest to not get up
Yeah.
when I should probably just get up, run, use the bathroom, and come right back down
Yeah,
and
what,
lay back
2
down.
minutes,
Yeah.
maybe.
What's
Depending on how
wrong
bad
with
you
me?
gotta pee.
I actually said, not out loud, but thinking, what's wrong with you, buddy? Just go use the bathroom.
Did you physically say that?
Yeah.
What if you
kinda.
did out loud?
So that was
I've
my
done
morning.
that. I'm going, well, hey, you still got
Good night.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Just go run
That's
and
more
use the
than a
bathroom.
snooze.
That right.
And I'll hit snooze now.
Uh-huh.
Me and snooze are friends.
You snooze is your friend?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Bam. I'll hit that and go, whew.
Yeah.
I love to wake up on Saturday and panic and then realize, wait, it's Saturday. I don't have to get up.
Yeah, that is nice.
I took in all 4. I think it's 4, maybe been 3, which was an interesting move on my part last night because it was a little later than I wanted it to be. But I took on the new Murdoch Murder Mystery Netflix Season 2.
Does it bother you they don't say the name the way it's spelled?
It does, Greg.
Yeah,
That's
it
why
does.
I
They say
continue to
Murdoch,
say it.
but it looks to me like Murdoch.
Yeah.
No, it looks exactly like Murdoch, but it's clearly Murdoch.
That's the way Harry Murdoch spells it.
Yeah. And then
That's a name I had heard in a
And then
while.
in the season 1,
I like it
even
good.
in the documentary, they said it different ways a couple of times.
Yeah, Murdoch, a few different people. But it seems to be Murdoch.
It takes you
does.
through the
That's what I'm
trial, and it's good.
Well,
It's
haven't we
good.
already seen that?
It's horrifying, but it's good.
Haven't we already seen that?
No, this is a second piece to
Hey,
this.
Bubba's got a silver bullet.
No, sorry, Bubba. Well, good morning, bud. He's just coming in with a soft drink. He's something else.
Well, is it silver or not?
No, well,
It is.
The can is silver.
It is.
I'll give you that. So this one
early
here,
for a Diet Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, he's getting going. So this one here picks up, and it's all about the trial, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Courtroom and all.
The
I
first
thought
one
we
was
had the verdict in the last one.
no. The first one was you might have had the verdict in the last one, but they didn't go through the details of everything. This was
all right, Greg. You ain't got to
remember
get
the
mad
first
about it.
remember
kinda-
the first one where
first
they
one
took you through the boat accident
concentrated
with
on
the
the boat a lot.
sun and all that. Okay, and then leading
got
up,
the boat
leading
thing.
up to the murders itself, and then this takes you through the rest of it, and
Okay.
it's
He
I
still
don't
got
know.
his head shaved.
who
Old Murdoch.
I
Remember he
don't.
shaved his head there.
This is all older footage. There's
they ain't
nothing
showing anything updated.
recent. No.
So you're not going. So don't watch it.
Yeah,
okay?
if you're gonna have
Well,
this
I'm
kind of
gonna watch
attitude
it.
about
I
it,
just-
I'd rather
I
you not
mean,
watch it.
You know the
I
one.
get it. I know he's going to get convicted.
One of the weirdest ones out of all this was
It is.
with the one that the murder or whatever that happened on the road where.
Oh, yeah. That they're trying to
and
link
I-
his
so
oldest boy, too.
Yeah.
Because they said he was covering up because they were gay friends or something.
Yeah.
None of that is.
Yeah, but that was a weird little.
That was
twist
weird.
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's your twin. Now, that guy, the guy they're claiming is responsible, he's out. I mean, he's not been charged with anything.
There's no
Right,
doubt.
buddy. That's why you remember that.
There's no doubt that
Redhead.
that he, after watching this, he's guilty. But there's also some signs that make you believe he wasn't alone out there. Somebody else.
I
now he's
saw a
trying to.
headline that he admitted that $9 million he had embezzled or
Yeah.
something.
Well,
I saw that headline today.
And there's some other things going on too, where they had there may have been some drug money and some drug. It almost reminded me of because there's some private planes that coming in and out of some fields and doing some things, and there's this stuff that was. And there's this other guy. I want to say his name's Eddie.
You talking about Fast Eddie?
No, it is Eddie because it was their cousin, and they called him Cousin Eddie. I'm not making that
hilarious.
up. And he was almost like the Gary for Rick. He's the Gary for the Murdals or Murdochs, and they tried to pin it all on him. And there's a lot of y'all like him, by the way. He's an interesting character, and so they tried to pin it on him. I don't think he had anything to do with it, but I think with some of the checks that were being written and them kind of cycling money through some different ways. And then you hear the drugs being mentioned and things of that nature. You almost think, did somebody else come in and threaten the family? I don't know. I've probably, we've all seen Ozark and how all that worked out. Yeah. It almost, some of that kind of filters into your brain thinking is some of this what was going on here?
And it wasn't his defense. A lot of it was that it was people who were mad about his son and the boat wreck that killed him. Yeah. He said that. It says here that he's expected today to admit to stealing millions of dollars from clients in court.
And there was a lady that worked with him, the CEO of the company. I think she acted as the CFO and the CEO or COO or whatever. She two big roles within their company. She realized it and on the balance sheet and went in and was like, what's going on? Well, then he gets a phone call that his dad's terminally ill, and the conversation quickly changes to, how's your dad? How's the family? Yeah. And then merely hours or days later is when all this took place, and they didn't get to address all of it at that point.
Didn't a housekeeper get killed too?
Yeah, on the steps, front steps. Yeah. They actually, I guess, today, as far
Cousin Eddie, by the way,
as part of this promotion for this whole Netflix Part 2 season deal, they released a little bit of a statement from him. Actually, here it is.
I was barred out on drugs, and I was driving, and I hit a pole, and I flew out the front window and landed on my head. That's why it's no good drinking and driving, or drugness and driving. No good, kids.
I forgot about
How can we?
Halfhead.
We're the only ones that could take such a serious subject and do this to it. Well, Greg, if you'll give it a chance, you'll like it.
He's not. Look at me. He's not going to watch it.
Pretty good. Y'all love this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I watched season 1.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
You don't have to frown at me.
No, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, Cousin Eddie's the one he tried to get to shoot him.
Yes, yes, he is.
Yeah, oh, he's a good one, too. And we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Sitting around here with the Good Time Gang as we do the kickoff hour every day, and we thank you for letting us be a part of yours. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour, so we're sitting here talking about some things that we've been watching or streaming, and Helmsy got into season 2. Is it called? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Season 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it just says
The
new
Murdoch
season on the. You know how it'll give you, hey, this is new season.
Yeah.
Kind of got excited about it.
Trending now.
Needed something to watch.
Newly released.
Amanda got into it too, so we was. I don't know. It's just the whole thing. The video changed everything, and I'm convinced that if they don't have the video of the son from the son's cell phone when he's out there taking a picture of his buddy's dog, or video of his buddy's dog, showing him that the dog's okay and all that.
Yeah.
And you hear Alex's voice in the background because he's not supposed to be there. Yeah. He's told everybody he wasn't there. He was checking on another family member, and when it was supposedly going down, and so this obviously blows that out of the water. And I don't know. It's I think he gets away with it if that video doesn't surface because I don't think there's enough evidence to convict him.
Yeah.
But
slam the door.
Yeah, it was it would have been very OJ like. You know, you would have probably walked around the rest of your life thinking he did it, but they wouldn't have had enough evidence. But the video did it. Now, I'm still not convinced he acted alone. I think somebody else maybe played a factor in the whole thing. But again, I don't think we'll ever know.
Yeah.
So that's out there for you to stream. A quick update from Helmsy.
So Helmsy says he's innocent.
Yeah.
Did not say that at all.
Yeah. He loves him.
That's where his stance is.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it, and then I'll give you mine.
It's one of those stories, too, where you look at this family and you see, and you'll really see it through this, they have it all.
Yeah, and they think the rules don't apply to them.
Everything that you could ever want in life, they have.
And it's the typical.
And this is how it ends.
Like they go after the boat wreck, and they're trying to convince the guy he was driving.
Yeah.
You know, it's just it's like they're untouchable, and they were for a long time.
Yeah, they were.
And as bad as that was, they had an opportunity. Things had settled down. They had an opportunity to kind of get things back in order with the family, and
just can't get out of their own way. Man.
They couldn't. They could not.
Yeah, it's just. And it will crumble.
Tough deal.
If you care anything about this tonight, you got a couple of things to look at. NFL, Amazon Prime. I know Greg can't watch it, but New York Giants are at the San Francisco 49ers. That's a 7:15 p.m. Central Time kick on Amazon Prime. And then college football tonight on ESPN. It's Georgia State at Coastal Carolina.
No.
So I know that discussed you, Greg, both of those matchups.
No.
No and no.
See, tonight would be a good night for y'all to dig into the second season.
You know,
Powerball didn't have a winner last night.
I know. I saw
$725 million.
You holding a ticket over there?
I'm waiting till it hits $1 billion.
Yeah, we don't mess with anything.
I don't fool around with it.
You know, and look, one of you in the audience sent us an email, and we asked the question. I think it was yesterday. You said that if you won, talking to the audience member right now, that you would kind of divvy up some money to each staff member, even called in the interns at the time, because I think she was answering the phones. We had the question: does this apply to all future drawings and Powerballs and Mega Balls and all this, or was it just? Or was it
Mega
just
Million, not
Mega
Mega
Million,
Balls.
whatever?
That's a different thing.
Well, they do have balls on they roll out, right?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Mega Balls.
Well,
it's Mega Millions.
Right, Mega Millions. We want to know: are we going to get a cut of everyone from here on out?
Yeah, he had it broke
wins?
down. I don't know. We haven't heard from him.
If
you
went
went
those
bought one
numbers?
today, would you go quick pick, or would you have like some special numbers you wanted to play?
You know, I got to be honest with you. I've never played. I don't even know what you're. I don't know
Quick
how to
pick
play.
means you let the computer pick the
numbers
Okay.
for you.
All right.
And
Is that the
or
Mega
you
Balls?
can
What
tell
he's
us
asking
one's
is
that?
if
That's the Mega Balls.
Yeah. What he's asking: would you do the quick pick, or would you actually pick
Like some
numbers?
people go like their birthday and their kids' birthdays and all this, or my old high school football.
I think I'd go
jersey.
quick pick.
Let me ask you a question. Has anybody ever done a survey of all the past winners of what they did? Does that make it?
I think quick pick wins a good many, but in my mind, and I'm no expert at this, obviously. You would think if those numbers got randomly picked for your quick pick, now they can get randomly picked again. What are the odds of that?
Yeah.
But I think winner-wise, it shows it may be ahead, the quick pick. I'm not sure.
I'd go quick
And
pick.
what's that for?
That's the Mega Ball, Powerball.
Okay, Powerball.
Speedy's got it called the Mega Ball.
Well, I knew it's Mega and Power and something.
Yeah, that's Powerball.
Okay.
See.
What's the
Because
number
you have
at
the
now?
regular
Was it-
numbers,
what-
and then you have to pick the Powerball.
How close are we to $1 billion?
We're close. Aren't we about
725 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Getting there.
We're getting there. And then we're going to
Gaining on it.
Then we're going to start caring.
Yep.
Yeah, but we kind of want to know. Just shoot us an email. Oh no, that's a standing offer if I ever win. You just want to know.
Here's the thing: there's going to be some people pull savings out.
that
they need to keep, and think they're going to win.
Yeah,
that's wow.
They have on one of these channels. It's called Lottery Homes, and I know I've brought this up before. And it's people that have won the lottery. They're picking out a new home, and then some are picking out something that's new, but it doesn't cost a ton or whatever, and their story on, no, I wasn't the main winner, but I still won X amount or something like that. But then there's some that's like, no, I won about $600 million.
So
and they're just walking through trying to figure out what house they won.
But the one before that was so huge, the guy that won it, I mean, he was living it up. Most of the time you never hear from him, especially if it's a state you don't have to identify yourself. But this guy was buying cars, houses. I mean, he was having a ball.
He was just living it up.
Yeah.
But then you hear the horror stories of people that they run out, and then there's some that know what they're doing, But so hopefully that's a standing offer. We mentioned it yesterday, but that's with the Mega Ball.
You win it today, and everything personal is taken aside. You get all the mortgage, car payments, all those things that you tend. Then what is the first real thing you do?
I really don't. I think after I get all that taken care of, you just mentioned, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't have. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Buy a lake house.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
And there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Do you sell? Do you pay off and then sell the one that you're in and move to the lake, or
keep both?
He keeps both now.
Let your family live in it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking up now. You see how he looked up?
He did. Had a little swagger about him.
Well, he thought about it.
All that. That's just fun.
Well, you really have already hit the lottery, Greg.
You really have.
If you think about it.
Sure.
Yeah. Especially coming here with us two every morning.
Yeah,
right.
Boy, I tell you,
Right.
especially that.
I mean, if you just
What
really
am I
look,
thinking?
he gave
What
us.
am I thinking?
Hey, Greg.
Speaking of Mega Ball.
Hey, you've already won.
Hey, us in the morning, Little Lee Hubbard and Gerald Cates in the afternoon.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, does life get any better for
Mr.
you?
Buddy and Millie the dog, running around eating, pulling everything out of the garage.
There it is.
She wants to show you, Greg. Daddy's home.
Boy, she's something.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. I knew it was Mega something.
Yeah, you did.
Just not Mega Ball?
No.
Okay.
No,
All right.
no.
It's
That's
Mega
something
Millions and
completely
Powerball.
different.
Okay.
Powerball.
Got it. I guess got it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link
link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. I forgot to trade out these headphones again, so that means that all the headphone stuff's going to come on my head again. Y'all ain't going to tell me.
Nah, we'll tell you.
Whatever. So yesterday, I make it home, and Terry was able to work from the house yesterday. Sometimes she'll do that a couple of days a week, and that helps just on having to go in to the office. You know, we do a lot of things post-pandemic that we never did, and working from the house has really had the uptick. And so they'll work from the house for a couple of days a week, and so I pull into the driveway. Garage is open, and I see what looks to be like dresser drawers. What's that? Oh, that's you. Okay. What dresser drawers everywhere? And I'm like, what in the world's going on? Pulled out of the dresser. Well, yeah, there's no dresser. There's just drawers. Dresser drawers that are at the entrance of the garage, and it looks like they've been sanded or the attempt.
That screams, I'm gonna sand before I paint.
Right.
Get ready. Dealt with it.
So then there's just dust everywhere too.
Oh yeah.
And so then I open the door.
Talking about dusty drawers.
Yeah. So then I open the door and round the corner, and in the dining room area, there's a nice antique piece of furniture.
Did you recognize it?
That's always been there.
Oh, okay.
But it looks like it threw up because everything that was in the drawers are now on the table.
Wow, you walked in the middle
and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, and we got worship music going. I mean, she is off in it. Okay. And I was like,
I would have closed the door and act like I didn't
just backed out.
Yeah, and left.
Not turned around, just backed out. And I said, should I ask? How did we get here? Well, what's going on? Why
when will it end?
Well, I was looking for something. Okay.
Well, it must have been.
And when I opened the drawers, when I was looking for something, I realized, well, these drawers are a mess. So I was like, okay.
I got a few.
And I said, I'll give you that. That was kind of a junk drawer, and I give you that. Sometimes that's where everything goes.
It's
to die.
unreal. Some of the stuff out
Yeah.
the old kitchen drawer. You ever just open it?
Oh,
and
yeah.
look in it?
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah.
one that has
Yeah.
like paper
Yeah.
clips and everything else in it.
Yeah. And I was just disgusted by it. So now I cleaned it out, and then when I saw that they were emptied, I realized, I've always wanted to sand this down and redo it. And I'm like, okay.
And today's the day.
And I'm like, so right now, today's the day that we're doing this, right now. And she's like, yeah, I think so. And I don't know what I want to do. I'm sanding it down now to get to its original. And, see, look here. Look at right here. Look how nice this is. Yeah. But then I thought about, do I want to just paint it black? And I'm like, what?
Boy,
So
Lisa.
now, and I stopped. I stopped because I realized I don't want to die on this hill. I said, well, honey, whatever you want to do. Well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I didn't know that we got to this point just because you were looking for something in the drawers and you realized that they needed to be cleaned out, and that went to I'm sanding it down and painting it. Yeah. That's how we got here. She goes, yes. It's like, okay. All right, man. And I just walked out of the room and went and put my bag down and changed clothes and came back out, and there she was, just a busy little bee. And I just didn't. So now this morning I get, that's kind of where sometimes I'll place my work bag, and I'll go the night before and I'll lay out some clothes to where I can get dressed out of the room and not wake her up or anything. And so I went in there, and there's stuff. Yes, I'm stepping on stuff, knocking stuff because I'm not used to it being there. There's stuff everywhere. So that's my life. Right now I've got antique drawers just like laying all over the place.
Listen, you're welcome to my world. Listen, Lisa wants, I've talked her out of it for the moment. There's a dining room table. I don't know what we paid for it, but I know it was a lot. Solid cherry wood. You can see the wood grain in it. All this. She wants to paint it black.
See?
I said, why would you paint that black? Well, I think it would look good. I said, if you'll look at this, it's not meant to be painted.
Thank you.
And it has all kinds of little details and and trying to paint that would be ridiculous.
Right.
Good night.
That's what
now I've backed her off, but she'll make another run at it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I asked her, I said, didn't you get this from your grandmother? Well, yeah. So it's a hand-me-down piece of antique furniture. Why? It's like we had the same conversation. I said, why are you painting it black? Why you want to paint it then?
Black. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but I think it'd look nice. But I might not. I don't know. What do you think? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm out of this. But
I got a lot of pictures.
It's just. I just laughed. I said, you're funny. I was like, because I guess we're just different. Because you went from I'm looking for something to I'm cleaning out drawers.
I'm looking for a pen
to now I'm painting.
I'm looking for a pen.
Sanding. I should
say. And now
say.
I've got drawers all over the house.
Yeah.
And then all the junk you took out of the drawer, it's in like a garbage sack.
Oh, and it's just piles of stuff. By the way, she did find a few things we were looking for.
That is always good.
I'm like, where'd you find this? She said it was in the bottom of that drawer.
What if
is interesting?
We've talked about different podcast ideas. What if we did a podcast where we went to people's homes and we went to that drawer?
So you take us to the junk drawer.
Clean out my drawers.
Yes.
Well,
I don't know that we'd call it that.
No, okay.
But, rethink that. Just hold that.
Deep drawers.
Junk drawer USA.
Drawer search.
And we just go in and go, let me see your drawer, and we go through the drawer.
And we call stuff they want.
Yes.
I mean, want to keep and throw away.
Well, it'd be more than one drawer.
And we also
let me see your drawers.
If they don't want it, we can claim it.
Yeah.
Show me your drawers.
If I touch it, it's mine. In the drawers.
Okay. Never mind.
You don't like that?
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can find a lot.
Them, or do we just pick random people?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the main drawer that was
I know
really.
You got a junk drawer.
Yeah, the main one that was real junky in there. It was one of those really deep ones too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's elbow deep.
Listen, we got one
there's
of those.
stuff all in there.
We got one of those, and you know what's full of? Candles. I said, what do you? Lisa's got this thing about candles.
Yeah.
And hey, candles are not cheap.
Right.
No, they're not.
And there's this Spice Apple Toddy that's only available once a year, so she'll buy up as many as she can buy for Spice Apple Toddy. Well, that drawer was 3 deep in Spice Apple Toddies.
Yeah.
I thought, if we got that many, won't we hold off on buying more?
Yeah.
Well, they're only available once a year.
But that drawer is where we put things to get off the counter. Well, like if we had company coming over and stuff, just to get it out of the way. And I call it, that's where we put things to hide from ourselves. because you'll forget
I'll
where
get
you
to
put
it later, and then you never look back in there.
No.
Y'all were talking about furniture. This is kind of a weird place to go, but I got this question.
Okay.
Do y'all say sofa or couch?
Couch.
Okay.
I've never
Yeah.
said sofa in my life.
I say couch and love seat.
That's what I say.
If it's a sectional, do you say sectional or still couch?
Couch.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think she's listening.
So couch. So
You're in trouble.
nobody here says sofa.
I don't know. Is that a northern thing?
I think so.
Kind of like garden hose and hose pipe. You in
Okay,
trouble?
she just texted me and I thought I was in trouble.
Well, you probably are
Did
now.
you find something else in one of them drawers?
Okay, this makes sense. I got to give a shout out to Blake Lewis, Gadsden State baseball coach. Yesterday, the JUCO tournament is in Hoover, Alabama, at the big, huge sports complex and all that.
I wonder if he says sofa or couch.
I don't know.
Where's he from?
I don't know. But I thought Terry, this is why I'm changing it to this. She started texting me, and I thought, oh my gosh, she's listening.
Yeah.
And so anyway, we talk about protein balls a lot. Okay, and we have in the past.
A lot of ball talk out of you today.
Matter of fact,
yeah, it really is. You're over the limit.
Powerball,
in the goodies
protein ball.
In the goodies section of our website, we have documents, and under the documents is actually the protein balls recipe. But anyway, Blake was in town. We're good friends, and he always pokes about loving the protein balls because we brought some one time and he ate some, and so he's like, hey man, Terry needs to make me some protein balls or whatever. He was joking.
Well, why she's
so
at it?
yeah, I know. So I ran up to the complex yesterday, and there's just scouts and teams everywhere. I mean, every team in the state of Alabama is there playing that has a JUCO baseball team, and so that brings all the scouts into one place because there's kids everywhere. So I go over and I brought him some protein balls, and but when I opened my backpack to give him some protein balls,
You went
I
all the way
noticed.
out there just for that.
Yeah, plus
Very
just to see him. It's right there by where I live. It's not far at all.
Nothing wrong with
And
it.
I also have
Just
some former players that are Reese's age that they were also on other teams and were playing, and so I didn't stay long, but I did stay for about 45 minutes and saw him and I give him his protein balls. But when I opened it up, I realized these balls look different. They don't look like protein balls. And I called Terry and I said, Terry, I said, are these the right protein balls? And she goes, yeah. What are you talking about? I got them out of the. I put some in the freezer to keep them really cold because I know you were going to take them to them. And I'm like, okay, they just look. These balls look pale. You know what I mean? They don't look like protein balls. And she's like, no, that's fine. She almost was like disgusted with me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, we'll get back to sanding.
Yeah.
I was just asking.
There's one drawer you missed.
So this morning she says,
By the way, I would have probably went too, knowing I was maybe had to pick up a sander or paintbrush.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'd
you.
have got those
Yeah,
propane.
I'd
I
have
probably wouldn't be
delivered
back for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Watch
She
them.
said, oh my gosh. She said, I'm not sure what I sent Blake. See, I knew something was
no.
wrong. She said, but they're
You
not.
tried to call
She said they're not protein balls. I grabbed the wrong balls.
They're not. What are they?
I hope
She
they're
said,
meatballs.
I just found the ones I made him in the freezer. I think I sent him chocolate chip cookies. You know how?
Oh yeah, and you put
Get her
them up.
rolled up.
She's rolled
God,
up, and then
picture
she'll
him
put them in the
eating them. Picture him
freezer.
eating them.
She's already prepared them, so they're a quick
You
bake.
know he tried to bite.
Yeah. Oh, he was excited. He said, "I can't wait to get on the bus, and when we ride back, I'm gonna eat these
Oh
bugs."
no.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
She said this explains why they were white looking and not the color you
So
were
he
right.
got cookie dough.
He ate cookie dough.
I bet he goes, this is a
I've
different-
got to call him and ask him how
That's
those were and see if
funny.
he'll lie to me. Because I noticed
Yeah, he'll say, they're
didn't-
great.
I noticed he didn't text me and goes, man, I'm tearing these up.
Wow.
Because he loves his protein balls. And he didn't send me anything,
He
which
didn't
is
have oven
okay.
to cook the cookies.
Which is okay. Look, he's got a team. He's head coach. They're getting on the bus, headed back. But sometimes sitting on the bus is kind of quiet time, and you're chilling.
You realize how much he was looking forward to it?
And Terry gave him chocolate chip cookies rolled up.
See?
She gave him cookie dough.
That's what happens when you get to pulling drawers out and sanding and all that.
Right.
That's what
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, I know what he was saying.
I didn't either.
You get distracted.
Yeah. So she's not hearing this. She's not listening. So I'm that's good there. But I was right. She said you were all over
That's
it.
rare.
I gave him the wrong.
She got
sandwich
the
bag.
balls mixed up.
She
You
did.
tried
She grabbed the wrong one.
to save the day.
She
Yeah.
grabbed the wrong
Yep,
balls.
Yep. They were sitting there right beside each other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is, but on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another. Rick and Bubba,
You don't care.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you're looking for qualified workers to grow your business, in this time that we're in, every hire is a high-stakes wager because you just don't know. And you're not able to hire a bunch. And so you know that it's important that every hire is a home run. And you want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. And that's why LinkedIn.com/Bubba says, look, at LinkedIn Jobs, they help you find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hire frame to your LinkedIn profile tools like screening questions, make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you're looking for, and you know that when you're interviewing someone, you're not wasting your time. So again, go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Nearly 5 million job seekers visit LinkedInjobs.com/Bubba each week. So find them out now at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors too. That free job posting is that first free is job posting is free. So check them out, LinkedInjobs.com/Bubba or LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
I got to admit something. We got these new mute buttons.
Yeah.
And while you were reading that, I would push it and say something negative about you to see if it worked.
Do you know that I could hear you the entire time? And
but
that's one reason why I started stumbling about halfway through it, because your dumb butts over there talking.
I was doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
All that, and then I'd come back.
Right. But picture trying to read a live spot while somebody's doing that.
I was muted. You couldn't hear me.
I could. You're right there. You're 3 feet.
I can
from
hear
me.
you from
Yeah, you can hear me.
You're not on the other side of the stadium.
Well, then let's take these buttons and throw them away. Then
I do like
the buttons. Are going to turn it off. I'm unplugging this one.
I don't know that
they're no good.
No, you
The
can turn them
accordion,
off.
they're no good.
You can turn them off, but just don't be talking like this. Oh, I see. I can see that.
We can also read lips, and
Yeah.
so can the people watching on television.
I'm unplugging it.
I do like it. I'm utilizing it
Tom,
the
I
proper
apologize
way.
for
A
all the
minute
time
ago,
you
I
wasted.
had to wipe my nose, and I hit off.
Yeah,
but
just
you
like,
still hear it on
like
there.
you're sniffling butt over there.
I ain't sniffling.
All
And
that.
here's another thing. You said, did Mike's hot? Don't ask me a question then if you don't want me to answer it. When we first went out, you said, did Mike's hot? Consider it hot. Well, you just asked me a question.
Off air?
No, as we were coming out. You wanted me to answer it.
Oh, no,
you
were
had my
talking.
mic
You were
up.
talking to him.
No,
you
I was
all over
answering
here.
your question.
No, y'all
about
over there talking,
whether to
being little
call or
buddies.
not.
You're so
So
far
he
away
asked
from
me
him.
a question, I answer, and he gets on to me.
Y'all can't touch each other. Y'all
You hear me?
just wait. Top of the hour, y'all can be back over there. beside
4
each
minutes,
other.
Greg.
Ask me a question.
Elbow
he
to elbow.
Gets on to me for answering it.
Huh? You something else.
You did.
Come here. Let me.
You
slap
said,
Come
should
here.
I call him or
Lean-
not?
Lean in.
And
Come
then
here.
I went to answer it, and you went, hey, Mike's hot.
Is that how I said it?
Yeah. You had that look on your face.
How's your training going for the crap run?
Better. Weather's helped.
He's concerned about it.
The weather,
he
the not
has.
being so humid's helped a
You've been
lot.
doing the magic minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
Well, Jason Benefield and others are like,
Oh,
hey,
I can't,
you're going to be in my
Jason,
dust.
them times he's sending in, I won't beat him.
Yeah, he's beating. He's
I smoked
PRing.
him last year, but he was
And
recovering from.
we have a team, I believe, of Greg. They're called Greg's Minions, and they have signed
we'll
up.
see if they show.
They've signed up for the race.
Yeah.
The crap run, and it's October the 7th.
Yep.
Details are at show notes. Events at rickandbubba.com. And you can sign up and be part of Greg's Minions, I guess, if you want.
Sure.
So when Greg rounds that last turn, just behind you, I want to see a sea of people that cover the entire
They
street.
will all be ahead of me, I'm sure.
No, they're gonna be running. People aren't running this to win.
They are.
They're running
No,
it
you want
to
a good
support
time,
the
though.
foundation.
But you want to make a
Venice's
good
foundation.
time.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just going to be with you, so I can't wait.
No.
So go there and sign up today, and then also you have a remote Friday, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Hendrick Hoover Automall.
11
New
to 1.
building's coming on.
Yep. 11 to
Less
1.
than a month away from the grand opening.
There you go.
You
and
don't
then
care.
and then Adler's got an appearance on Sunday as
Yeah,
well.
for some reason he's riding a van in a motorcycle thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
It's gonna be awesome.
It's a police escorted motorcycle charity ride, revving for research.
I'm worried about the
fun of that, Greg.
motorcycles
Yeah.
around him in that giant van. If he's like, I'm a little scared.
Do you still have? Did you ever sell the other your motorcycle?
No, I still have it.
Oh, why don't you ride it?
I don't have any insurance on it anymore.
Well, just don't tell nobody. Don't wreck.
Oh, that's a good idea, dude. I didn't think about that.
It's not, but it's not a girl's bike.
It's not.
Yeah,
But
you
that's
thought it
part
was
of
a pretty cool looking bike.
well, you made fun of it endlessly. Greg,
No, I
but
didn't.
that's
I don't know
fine.
enough about them. If I knew about them, I probably
Can I ask you a
would.
straight
It's
up question?
okay.
Are motorcycles just motorcycles, or is there a difference between male and female motorcycles?
I mean, you can definitely style
Like
it.
bicycles.
You can style.
Yeah, I didn't
You can
know.
style it.
Remember the sissy bar?
Yeah.
Like you could make a Corvette look like a woman's car, you know, but
Yeah.
but a Corvette is a seriously cool vehicle. Too,
Okay.
you know,
All right.
so that's the kind of the situation I'm in.
I got you.
Hey, Greg, people are going to run with you in the crap run.
Yeah, Greg's Minions.
They're there for a good time, not for a good time.
Having a good time.
yeah.
Hey,
that's why
and see,
they're
and see, you need to
I'm trying
understand
to get
that.
a better time.
Here's what you've got to understand. All right, Venice's Foundation. Okay, they need a good turnout.
Well, yeah.
So if people come to run behind
That's
you,
great, but I'm
then
just
that's
saying
a good thing.
I hate they have to throttle it down to keep my slow.
Well,
self
no, I
in the
don't think
rearview
so.
mirror.
Running it in about 30 minutes is pretty good.
Yeah, we'll
That's what
see.
you're going to do.
Well, I don't know. I ain't broke it. I was like 33 last year, I think.
No, you were 32.
Was
So,
it?
Yeah, something. It was your PR. You did good.
It was that last leg gets.
Yeah, it does. Well, that's why they're going to
I
help
never
you.
get to
And
that.
they're going to help you. They're probably going to be behind you talking.
No,
Come on, buddy. You can do
y'all
it.
know I don't like being encouraged, right? Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And it's a weird phenomenon.
But I don't like that when I'm
Most
working.
people like being encouraged.
I
You
can't
don't.
stand if
I
I'm
know.
working out or running and someone's
Yeah.
going, "You can do it. Come on, you can do it." I hate that.
Tim
So,
Tebow
let's
could
don't
be
do
there,
that.
and you would not like it.
No, I wouldn't. If he's
Come on, Greg.
encouraging me,
It's going to be the great.
come on, you can do it. One more. I'm anti all that.
So you've gotten around 33 minutes, you said,
Yeah, 32, 33.
and it's a 10K.
No.
It's just a 5K.
Oh, sorry. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not very good, Greg.
No, it's not.
I thought it was a 10K this whole time.
Well, it is. I'm just kidding.
I'm just kidding too, buddy.
No, buddy.
That's cool.
Look,
that you
just
do it.
ride your van and your motorcycle thing for some
Okay,
reason.
Frank.
Greg's Minions. Go sign up today.
All the building codes you require, and what I'm going to build is a giant middle finger that is illuminated at night that is pointing right towards City Hall.
And he was up on a little hill, so they say you could see it,
It was
for
really
a long,
small.
long way off.
And the pictures I saw, it was a really good one.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no doubt what you were looking at. You didn't go, "What's that?" Oh,
I wonder if Kid Rock will spend the extra money and go buy Centennial Bird, go with a two-hander.
He could.
You know?
I heard he was trying to change out the Vulcan.
Yeah.
Here.
Hey, that
Yeah.
wouldn't be a bad idea.
I'll tell you one of the things you got to, and I've noticed.
You're pretty much all the way home there with Vulcan. You
Yeah.
just got a minor change.
Yeah.
Sure. It wouldn't take much at all.
Get some engineers down from UAB and
I'm thinking
knock
about
that
just
out.
adjusting
his
the hand
wrist.
of truth
Yeah.
that we got back.
You could adjust the hand of
You
truth.
could.
I'm
in a
surprised
second.
you haven't done that already.
I let
Hams.
the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
didn't I?
Now,
See how long it takes
now
for
the
us to
seed's been
notice?
planted. Well, I always wondered this too. Would this be, and this is going to be a tougher job for the person? Is this just your standard bird, or will there be wings on it?
I think
You know, some people fly the wings, some people don't.
Right,
It looked
right.
like the standard, according to the other
Okay.
guys.
The other guy didn't go with wings.
And I will say this: if you've ever seen, I've never seen him live, but like on YouTube, they have different videos of. He's always portrayed that at a lot of his shows. That's part of the stage prop.
Is it really?
Oh yeah,
Well, I remember being
kind of his
told.
thing.
I remember being a little kid. Hey man, I want the top rope. I remember being a little kid, and I didn't know what that meant, and I shot some older kid a bird, and he came over and says, "Hey, you know what that means?" And I didn't. I had no idea, and sadly he told me.
Do you remember? You're not going to remember.
And I remember it broke my little spirit. And
Now-
I don't think people were supposed to say that.
Now, Ted's finger that he's got up, the Vermont man, it does not appear to me to have the wings.
No
on it.
wings?
Yeah.
It's the old straightforward.
It's just straightforward. Yeah.
Right.
Fold everything
Check
down.
his finger.
Yeah. There it is. So Kid Rock will he's bringing somebody in.
Can you see where Kid Rock's place is? Can you see it? Is it? Is he on a
I'm
little
not sure.
hill, a major highway? How do
Let's
you...
get on Google Earth.
You
see
know,
if
he's
we
got
see
some
it.
property in Alabama. He may put one there, too, I guess. Or he did down south Alabama.
Right there on 65?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Well, I just need you. There you go, Toby Mac. I just need you. How about we had where we live some storms rumble through last night. It gave me big eye. It was too loud. A lot of loud woke me up. Also, my wife had made the wife mistake of coming in the room and thought I had the room too cold and cut the AC off. Didn't cut it down. So then it got up to like 74 in the room. And I was throwing cover
Rick.
off of me. Got
How
ill.
about
So I had a little big eye hit me. And then now I'm in full blown big eye at this point.
Yeah.
I mean now you got hot. Now the storm's on you. You get the room back like the temperature you want, but now the storm's on you. Doggone big eye.
Come on.
So, but anyway, got a lot to cover going forward on the program today. I was looking, one of the things right out of the gate, my goodness, just when you thought it couldn't get bad enough, we got measles have been exposed to an entire cruise ship. And, oh, my goodness, Endgame fans watching a midnight showing of Endgame with the Avengers at a premiere in L.A. have also been exposed to measles.
Y'all, what is up? Can we not look? We had this thing beat down in 2000.
How this
Come on.
happened?
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Quick, somebody get my
man.
yellow shirt.
Yeah. Get it out of the closet. Hurry.
Quick, get it
So,
off the hanger.
Rick, what we could do with that, I know you said you were going to leave it here.
I keep forgetting.
Just whatever
I don't even
you're
know where it
wearing,
is.
you don't even have to button it up.
Yeah.
You just throw it on like Bubba with his
No,
cape.
Absolutely,
You know what I mean?
yeah. No, I got you. The problem is, remember, this yellow shirt is hated by my wife, and she keeps hiding it from me.
Yeah.
So I found it and then wore it, dead confused American, and then took it home, and it's vanished again.
What?
It's like she's seen it again.
No,
You got to
no.
get it up
Gosh,
here.
Rick.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe if you told her it
Just
would
have
leave
it as
the
a
house,
prop.
she would let you have it back.
I've seen a lot worse shirts than that.
I know, she thinks she says you get hooked on shirts, and that one is so loud you must rotate it. You can't rotate it hard.
Well, yeah.
She says it's just too loud.
I get that.
Yeah, it's like yesterday. I mean, I walked in there and we ain't got no band Andy. I mean, I had to ask him. I mean, do you wear that Sanford shirt and them sweatpants
Yeah, I
every
heard
day?
you.
Yeah,
Socks and sandals?
Yeah, socks and sandals. I mean, that was the last day you were here. I was just day before yesterday.
It's true.
So, but anyway, so
He went,
but we agree it adds to it. I mean, if I could just make it like Bubba's cake, where I just have it here as a prop,
Right.
and I don't have to do the full thing. I just pull it over me.
Exactly.
And then
start
your only problem, you'll lose it in your office like I do.
More at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINCESS.
6 minutes now past the hour. How are you? It's a brand new hour and on a brand new day, on a brand new show, and we're thankful that you're here. Let's start with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, brand new hour beginning now from the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Speedy, Helms, and Greg, they've given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. We thank you for being here. Catch all the Rick and Bubba show live or on your own time. Or a combination of the two, whatever it takes to get all of it, or whatever you desire. Find all those ways at Rick and Bubba's. Fill out the word and.com. We'll unpack another day today. We'll get your phone calls in. We got a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, that'll be out this week after a week on hiatus. We'll tell you a little more about that today. Wednesday Bible Study Archive is available to you from yesterday. The Revelation chapter 20, verses 1 through 10. The Millennial Reign, we'll talk about that. A real intriguing futuristic event that we unpacked in great detail yesterday. Catch that archive on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel if you so desire. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Join us, won't you?
Make it. Who can go the distance? We'll find out. Strong one. There it is. There's them Eagles.
How about it?
The long run, and of course that's basically a song that you could also subtitle. We'll see. As our friend Paul Thorne, who for some reason doesn't like us anymore, said, everybody looks good at the starting line.
That's it.
Can you make it in the long run? So we have a lot to talk about today and unpack and we'll do our best to work through it. A lot has happened, as usual, since the last time we were together. So,
Rick, we have more information coming out on this F-35 investigation, which is still very strange. We love our military.
We do.
But we've got to be accountable.
We support them, Bubba, so much.
Right, but we've got to be accountable. We're not doing anybody any favor to turn a blind eye. We got to know what's going on and how our money's being spent, and we spend a lot of money on defense.
We do so much.
I like doing that. Now I don't like buying an F-22 myself.
No.
But,
that if you went and sat down with me and you were the federal government and you were looking at the different areas I needed to help, you could talk me into that one pretty well. I mean, I understand the need for that. I know why we need to finance that, and I want them well taken care of, and I appreciate what they do. Now, what makes it tough to give them what they need is stuff like this when we can't get information. And when we look at all the other money we're wasting everywhere else, it kind of makes a strain when we need to get money to them.
Yeah, it is concerning. We had some confirmations yesterday in the military. After we were told that Senator Tuberville had crippled the military.
Right. Yeah.
We apparently decided to go ahead and vote on a couple of folks individually and got them confirmed. So. That's a move in the right direction, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to find, and I know y'all are getting the same thing, and it's not from some of the same sources, but I got at least 3 to 5 emails of people who are in the military or are connected to the military that are not anymore, and they all keep saying the same thing. This garbage we're being told about this plane, it violates everything that they actually do.
Well, there's some information that has come out today that may begin to shed some light on this, and it may have had to do where they were flying and when they were flying, and the fact that they were in a thunderstorm. And we'll unpack that and see how that works out. Also, I know we have a lot of folks that like to work out, like to do a little bit better.
I do a little better.
Anybody doing the APE workout in here?
Say that again.
The APE workout.
Are you saying APE?
Yes.
Like an animal?
Tarzan. Do the Tarzan workout.
Yeah, I saw that on Fox.
No, I don't.
I got some video
swing from
today, Rick. You're not going to believe.
If I'm doing it, I'm not aware of it.
Right.
That's not
right.
called.
You'll
that.
know. You'll know.
It's not called that.
Because you'll have a Tarzan type appearance if you do it.
Okay. Well then, that's not me.
That's we got a guy that says if you really want to get cut and you want to get cut quick, you need to do the APE workout.
Let me tell you.
You're not ready for him walking on all fours.
Okay, I look forward to all that. But I have noticed this, and you see this, like I saw one the other day, because now the way we get things and streaming and reels and all these things we get, and they always try to monetize them, so there's different commercials in there. And like one guy will come on and say, everything everybody's telling you, garbage, absolute garbage. And then the very next video being, there's a guy telling you this stuff's garbage. Now let me tell you, he's garbage. And so I guess
there's different theories.
I guess APE workout. It's the thing that every time somebody presses me now, and I followed it up with a who knew, and it seems to own everybody. Hey, Burge, what are you doing? I said, eating healthy and exercise. Who knew?
Yeah.
I'll
tell you this: when I was much younger,
who knew?
Much younger, and used to climb trees. Some of them much higher than I was supposed to be climbing them. I was a lot stronger than I am now.
Well, one of the things that has been talked about, I know we've talked about it on here for years, and it's true, and I've noticed it now because of there's been some move forward in the positive direction. And it does make your life a lot easier. The way we grew up, nobody had to strengthen our core.
Right.
The way that we lived our lives strengthened our core. We climbed everything. We did everything we did.
We jumped. We climbed.
So we were a generation of people that went into the world with very strong cores.
Right.
Now nobody gave us a core workout. Right. Life made our core.
Right.
And that's what this guy's doing. He said, if you go back to doing the things you did when kids actually played and didn't sit and look at devices, they wouldn't have problems with core strength. It was developed in the way you played.
Well, we'll take a look at that. We also have an unhinged environmentalist.
Oh boy,
that has disrupted another meeting.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I don't know if the environmentalists think that this means we are going to take them more serious. I think it means that we think they're crazy.
Are they trying to scare us, maybe? I'm just trying to find out why they would act this way. Is it supposed to terrify us?
You're not winning me over to your calls, I'll tell you.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, you're right. So measles. By the way, that's not what you're all excited about going to see the Avengers. Somebody tells you what theater you're in. Somebody's in there with measles and a cruise ship. My goodness,
owned by the Church of Scientology.
The cruise ship.
Yeah,
that
might have been a plague.
I didn't know they have a Scientology cruise.
They have a Navy. They call it. They're like their own little.
Oh, Greg.
It's something weird like that. I was watching it on when what's her name was trashing them.
Oh yeah.
I know they've got their own production studio now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a pretty big deal.
They're a big operation. Big operation.
Let me ask you
Matter of
this.
fact, Bernie Sanders said they should spread the wealth a little bit.
Because every time they start talking about it, my mind starts drifting. I'm not paying attention. Are we good with our measles vaccinations, or we got to get one? I can't remember.
I keep hearing
every time somebody starts talking, all of a sudden I go, and then all of a sudden they're finished, and I go, I didn't listen to the years.
Here's the thing: there's a test that your doctor can give you to make sure it's still active, but the name of the test, I'm afraid to say. Because it would be easy to tangle up and say something you didn't want it. You
so you're not even going to touch it.
No, watch out. Watch out.
You remember the name of it,
No,
right?
I don't. No. Do you, Greg?
Bubba, go for it.
It's like a teeter.
Uh-oh.
They call it something like that.
Teeter test?
Something like that.
There you go, Greg. Watch out.
Something like that. I'm not saying it right, but it's close to that.
No, I got you now.
He's in. Now, it was a tightrope.
I was just every time they get to talking
try
about
it again.
Every time, then I hear there's a group that if you're born before this, don't even worry about it. Then I hear a group that I don't know.
And what makes it more complicated? I think we were right on the border where they went from using the live agent to the dead agent, which The dead agent one is not as effective, but they can do a blood test for the antibodies.
What about polio? I don't know.
I think everybody in here needs a booster.
Yeah,
Really?
I'm going to
Yes,
tell you this.
I do.
I'm just as me just grabbing you how things just pop in your mind. Some reason the year 1957 is in my mind. Somebody said something about 1957.
I think before 57, you're
good.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. If I get measles, I mean, what? I don't even know.
Well,
Well, you get little bumps.
That's my next thing. Is this going to kill me or be
It can
or just
kill
be
you.
a mild inconvenience?
It can kill you.
This is kind of that world
Well, a
where
lot of things can kill me.
kids and older people are going to be affected more. It can kill us too, but we don't need to get it because we can spread it to them. This thing spreads quickly.
It's like the flu or pneumonia. You know?
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, I know you were saying that you were hobbling around a little bit. That we think with your sock, you tore a toenail.
Yeah, kind
off
of.
or something.
Rick, I'll have to put it under the freak accident category.
All right, let's throw that
Never really had that happen
Let's
before.
throw that under freak accident. All right,
but,
freak accident.
Dr. John Robertson, our good friend, the podiatrist, he looked at it yesterday, and he said I broke off an ingrown toenail still in there. So
my gosh.
had to get that. Your toenail,
It's like a blade.
For all that you can see, it's amazing how much is under the skin you can't see. And when I tore the toenail, it basically put it into two parts. There was what was still on top, and then what was hiding under the skin.
That's nice.
And that thing had a sharp point on it, and it was giving me some grief. So he got that thing out of there so quick.
Did he?
It was great.
Did he give it to you to take home like my Go Crown?
Well, I looked at it and took a picture of it, and then I threw it away. I figured that was all I needed. So
I might have put
I had
that
to
in the
have
case.
one cut out a long time ago when I was in college. That was an ingrown toenail, giving me some problems. And it's amazing how much that hurts. Considering the size of it, where it is,
it hurts tremendously. I've had this a couple times, and for some reason, when I was in school, and I know I can't be remembering this right, but I had something going on, and I think it was an ingrown toenail, and because this was in the 70s, so they went in there, and who knows what they did in those days. I remember them like cutting a V in it or something.
Yeah.
And they made me go to school. They asked my mom if I had an old pair of tennis shoes, and they cut the cloth out of the top of it where it would get air, and I still had the bottom, and my toes were exposed in the front of some old tennis shoes.
I made fun of that.
Am I remembering that right?
No, you're right. You're right. That was done, and I can.
And then they put a leech on it.
Yeah.
I've been wearing flip flops most of the time with this, but I put shoes on today. It really feels so much better now, considering what it was, and the next few days it'll even be better.
Can I tell you why it feels better? They dug a blade that was stuck down in your toe.
There was like a razor blade in my toe, and it was severely hampering my ability to go out and practice golf swings.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, you realize that when I did the upcoming events, did shock and all hit you?
Well,
I
realize
it's next. I mean, we're less than a week.
Yeah, Gene will be here Monday to talk about who you're going to play with.
Well, the key when I
21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thank you guys for being with us today. Much to do as we go forward now. Bubba, people usually, when they're out there and they're thinking about fitness, they usually think of the show.
Yep,
So they're like, man, whatever these guys have to say, we need to listen and stop what we're doing, have no distractions in the background. So we do.
everybody pop down out there.
We love watching all the various trends. If we just do this workout, if you'll just take this pill, if you'll just take this shot, if you'll just only eat this,
if you'll only fast this way,
right? If you'll fast in these things, if you'll stand on your head, so you know what? Of all the things we're told, and then of course people come back and change and say, "Now we told you that, but that's not true. Now try this." Whatever is working, for you, as long as it's healthy, have at it. And but I don't know that I'm going to be pulled into the ape workout. But you have that for us today.
Yeah, it's called the Ape Workout. This is a story from Fox. We're going to pick it up more where they're showing you what's happening. But this guy says if we will exercise like apes in the forest, you will be cut and you will be strong and you will have no problems.
Well, I guess he would be right. Now, I will tell you, though, when it gets to like a silverback, he's pretty fat.
And if a dung throwing fight breaks out, he'll be good at it.
I can throw.
So he's really talking about chimpanzees because they seem to be in a little better shape than, like, say, gorillas.
Well,
right?
Watch him and listen to him here.
It is important to not forget that you are an animal.
We are animals. Oh my
we
goodness.
come from the ape family, and I think it is time to recognize the animal side.
Oh my God! I wish, come to find out, that was your workout, Rick.
What if y'all look? That's what I was actually doing.
Well, he's pretty agile in that tree.
Well, sure he is.
That will make you strong.
Adler can do all this.
Oh, that's got Adler written all over.
Adler can do all this.
I've seen Adler do it.
No.
Okay,
no.
Founder of the movement, Victor Manuel Flatus, calls the trees his playground, and he teaches people how to walk on all fours, swing on trees, and live like an ape. Victor Manuel Flatus joins me now. So, Victor, why do human beings need to reconnect to their animal roots?
Well, it is something not to be missed, in my opinion. I mean, it's such an amazing part of ourselves.
Oh, my God.
There is a driven energy from us, something to awake, to keep functional, something that we have been lost in the modern life with all the comforts and all.
Buddy.
So that's, in my opinion, something, it's a way to reconnect with that strength, with that, be able to function, to be functional, but have fun on the same time, to make it together, to make it in nature.
Does it seem like he's more Tarzan with that accent?
The main
I can give him that. He can get into them trees.
Based on those three needs.
He's like a Tarzan.
The feeling, emotionally and spiritual, that you derive from swinging on vines and running around on all fours.
Yeah, well, you see, when I see a monkey on the jungles that I have been, it's pretty much the same. When I'm watching outside, it's pretty much the feeling that I have inside. Is this feeling of not being concerned about what the fear process is. So basically, you are into this rush of presence. So this rush of presence for me is what make me feel that I'm just connecting with something else. I'm just connecting with something else that allow me to interact with this ecosystem, that allow me to integrate my mobility there, and it just works amazing.
You're reconnecting physically and spiritual with the animal.
He's agile now. You got to get him
and spiritually.
Oh yeah. Someone that recently had back surgery.
Oh, no, at all. Of course not.
Okay.
Of course not.
What if you are...
Scorch nut. So this guy...
Y'all don't do that?
But do you realize...
Adler could do it.
Like, let's say that...
How'd you like that ape walk?
Yeah,
that's good.
But yeah, and I mean...
That was the best part.
There are, different workouts that are designed to accomplish the same thing. But the whole deal of getting where he is, though, you know how every workout has to start out with the man or the woman that says, okay, I'm taking step one.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are going to be killed and maimed trying to do the monkey/ape workout?
Let me ask you this.
You got a long way to go to get to where he's flying around in those trees.
You can't just start that.
The tree thing is one thing.
Yeah.
This walking on the ground with all fours is something else. Now, to me, I thought, Rick, and I, I'm gonna play dumb here. I thought that we evolved from apes, so we learned to walk on 2 feet, and that the apes should want to do that too, not go back and walk on 4.
He's really doing a devolve exercise. Go backward.
Now, the spinning in the trees and jumping around is pretty impressive.
Oh, it is. And what he's based, and I see what he's doing.
And walking on the rails pretty
And
good.
these things will build the core strength that playing on the playground and out in the woods what used to accomplish for us anyway.
Right.
Because we all climbed trees and we all did that kind of stuff. But the fact that he's going as far as he is with it to act like we are, and then of course he's acting like we evolved from apes, which shows how dumb he is. But as far as
it's a theory.
But his exercise and his workout, I'm sure is quite good. But now, how you keep from being maimed or killed in the process, till you can get to where you can do it.
Man. You miss a limb, or you get a hold of one that's rotten, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he was on some thin limbs.
Yes, he
was.
He was.
Yes, he was.
I know.
I fell out of so many trees as a kid. My parents eventually were like, Stop climbing trees.
No,
you keep
we
falling
loved it.
out of them.
We loved it.
Oh, we love to climb a good tree.
Yeah, me too.
Going up so much easier.
Oh, you're coming down.
Would your parents cut the limbs off the low one so you couldn't reach them to get up there? That's what
they
we
should
always
have.
Yeah. It was.
I mean, I'd fall onto the roof and then onto the ground. I mean, and then I'd go find my parents crying. They're like, again? Like, yes.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. It was a different time, but I guess that's one thing. I mean, I don't know how much success he's going to have with the ape workout, but and it's a combination of ape and monkey movements.
Yes,
it's
Johnny with Nietzsche.
It feels a little more monkey than ape, but the chimpanzee moves like that, so that's an ape. So yeah, it's.
Remember, we used to have to do them animal moves for the stretching when we were taking
yes.
torque or whatever.
Is that when you did yoga?
It was kind of like that, but I hated it.
Oh yeah, it was just the warm up.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
Yeah, I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. I do need to adjust some lights overhead. Y'all just continue the conversation. I just need to stick some of these lights up here.
Is it, man? I thought there was a strange shadow in here today.
Yeah, okay.
See, I told you you could do it.
Okay.
I told you you could do it.
That was good there, buddy.
He's got it.
He's ready.
I was about to say, looking at that, I could see Adler doing all that.
Oh, yeah.
Did y'all see the bruises on him from jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you bruised up, buddy?
I am torn up from jiu-jitsu right
now.
now.
Really?
I mean, my arms.
Oh, my goodness. I see it now. Yeah.
Making you like it.
Oh, wow.
I just got destroyed yesterday.
Yeah.
Who was she?
By a chick?
By a dude.
Oh.
My dude
They moved up to the dude.
What color belt?
Finally.
He's a white belt, but he's this Venezuelan guy. He must be doing the ape exercise.
Did he just come into the country? I saw a bunch of them coming over the border.
He came in on a train. He's super strong. No, he's actually my neighbor. He's a doctor. Speaks a couple languages.
Oh, that's nice.
So he's just a lot better of a person.
He spoke the language of pain.
He's a lot better of a person.
Are you out of breath?
Tarzan movement.
Rick and Bubba.
For my golf test is not to overdo it and get my back sore and all that.
You have accomplished that, my friend.
Yeah. So I spend a day or two with the driver, and then I'll work on putting and chipping. Keep it easy, keep it light for a day or two.
Right. So that's coming up, and if you want to find out who Bubba will be playing with and who all will be playing, and some of the pairings, then mover and shaker Gene Hallman will be here Monday.
That's right.
To do that. And if you want to see the finalists for Fix Mama's Mouth, go look at the contest button. We're not going to start voting until Monday, but you can go ahead and start looking at the 3 finalists that were vetted and handed down by Dr. Dudney and his staff.
Some incredible stories there, too, to read.
Not Helmsy, but Dr. Dudney and his staff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So if your mama didn't get in the final 3, don't be mad at Helmsy.
I simply pass them on.
And there's a lot of factors that go with that. Some of you have great stories, and Mama's definitely got some problems, but this particular makeover would not be able to fix it.
Right.
Yeah, there's a window. There's a window here of what this procedure can fix.
Right.
And you have to be in that window. If you're out of that, then it doesn't do you any good. And they do a very good job picking those.
Now, I will tell you this. If you send us a one sentence that, hey, I want to enter the contest, this is my mama, and you didn't send us pictures, we didn't do anything with it.
No. I tell you, we did that. We kept our hands warm with it.
Yep.
Burned it.
Yep.
A little heat.
It's not. It's an email. But I mean, but still,
you know what I mean.
If we printed it out.
Yeah.
Or as we used to say, file 13.
Right.
Yeah.
Brian is in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK, weighing in on the infamous ingrown toenail. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I found a better, cheaper solution for a lot of people's problems. I've had ingrown toenails, had to deal with it for quite a while. They keep
occurring.
They keep coming back.
Couldn't find reoccurring there, could you? But we freeze up all the time.
We got you.
We get 2 blocked all the time.
I need all the help I can get. Guys.
Get your titer test too.
If we're helping you, buddy, you really are in bad shape.
No, but seriously, the best thing that I've ever done, because I would go to the doctor's office, you're waiting in the waiting room. It takes at least an hour to be able to get seen, and then the guy's got to shoot your you put an injection in your toe, and that hurts, and then you got this big old ball of gauze that's sitting on your foot for a while, and it's just uncomfortable, the whole thing, and I hate it.
So what do you do?
Actually,
Brian, I got to tell you, they've updated that procedure a little bit. It ain't near that bad now.
Yeah. Bubba's also not wearing shoes with no toes in it.
Yeah,
but
I hope everybody enjoys their biscuit right now.
Yeah, well, the reason why I've got one over here on righty that goes rogue. If I don't stay on top of it, it'll go ingrown again.
Righty.
My right big toe is that right big toe and I, we fight constantly. So tell me what you're doing.
Go get a pedicure.
Pedicure?
It's not manly.
I know.
It's not manly,
Yeah.
and you kind of want to wear a hood when you go in.
I know. I did it. I did that one time because my wife said the same. Yeah.
About $35, and you're in and out of there, and they take care of it. As long as it's not infected, they'll take care of you.
Brian, I don't know about taking something
Not
out.
that one. He's not talking about what you have.
Yeah.
He's not talking about that.
He's just talking about maintenance.
Preventative. This will prevent
He's
some
talking
of
about
that.
to keep it. Yours was torn off. See, mine is just the way the toenail operates.
Yeah.
It keeps trying to grow back inside. And he said if I'll do pedicures, which I've done it one time, and it was so uncomfortable. It did help. And my toe looked the best it's looked in a long time.
But the pain.
But no, just the discomfort.
I feel
not
bad
pain,
for
it's
the
just-
woman doing it.
Just being
Right.
in there. So, Bubba, on the act, now what is this? I know we're saying the Alabama accent.
Well, let me clarify.
How do we set it up?
There's a story out today, and it's from a group called Big 7 Travel.
Mm-hmm.
Their travel group.
Yep.
And it's called the top 50 sexiest accents in the world.
Okay.
Sexiest accents.
That's key.
Sexiest?
Sexy, Greg.
I mean,
People want to hear it.
I'm talking about redneck sexy.
There it is.
Well, I am proud to announce, and Rick, I'm really shocked that it wasn't higher on the list.
I was too, frankly.
But coming in at number 9 on the top 50 sexiest accents in the world is South USA.
Oh.
Now, they describe this as who can resist a slow Texas drawl. You'll find this accent in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, and parts of Kentucky.
Better known as the entire Rick and Bubba audience.
Now, there is a difference, and I don't want to split accent hairs here.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up shortly. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show, been together for a long time. Already had my first pack today. It's 4 botanicals. You can take it every day. It is not a drug. It is not a stimulant. It is all natural, and we've researched these botanicals for years. The folks at Relief Factor decided to put them all together and see how they operate, and the results have been staggering. The majority of the people that order the starter pack, which is 3 weeks worth for $19.95, the majority of those people, me included, saw significant results and went on to order more, and now order it all the time. So if you'd like to find out more about it, this could be the answer you're looking for. If you're having aches and pains that are tied to inflammation, there may be a more healthy, better way to approach it, and could in many cases it even does a better job than the over-the-counter stuff. And certainly we know the issues with the addictive properties of the prescription stuff on pain management. So hopefully this will be the answer for you as well. It has been for many. So go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Or you can go to RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Talking about health, we've got the 8 workout for you today. And I was telling the guys, I kind of thought this was, we talked about this. I guess they're finding out even more. So aspartame, this artificial sweetener. I remember, Greg, years ago, and it was actually your wife, Lisa Burgess, that kept saying, you know, when I drink stuff that has aspartame in, I think it gives me a headache. I keep getting this headache. And then I remember the same thing with Sherry, where she was like, I don't know, I don't think I'm going to drink this. It just gives me a headache.
Yeah.
So now the studies have continued. The non-sugar, low-calorie sweetener aspartame. It's in a lot of sugar-free and diet foods and drinks. They're now linking it to potential problems with memory and learning. This is a new study from Florida State University, their College of Medicine. They publish it now in the journal Scientific Reports, and they said the male mice that consume aspartame, even at levels deemed safe by the FDA, had offspring that demonstrated spatial learning and memory deficits. They said this was over a 16-week period. One group consumed 15% of the FDA's maximum recommended intake of daily aspartame, about 4 to 8 ounce sodas. That's 4 of those. And when they started testing them, they saw memory loss and learning deficits. And what they're worried about is, are we now, with our consumption of these drinks? Now, remember, notice they said 4 8-ounce sodas. I think one of the problems with diet drinks, and we've talked about this before, is that you get this illusion that you can drink as many of them as you want. And, you know, I don't know that any of us should have, you know, tons of anything.
Yeah, too much of water is bad for you.
Yeah, so, but you get this false sense of security. Well, these have no calories, so I can just drink as much as I want. And they're saying the levels of aspartame in the human body, it's looking like it could cause learning deficits and memory loss for future generations. So that's it's a serious thing, but you know, it's something. I think, here I go again on who knew.
Who knew?
You know, the key to any of this stuff is probably moderation.
Yeah.
I mean, if you drink 1 diet soda a day, you're probably okay. But I mean, if you're going to drink 4, 6.
Your body can handle a lot of curveballs. But you can overrun.
You overwhelm
the
it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's happening with the spike protein. They're saying the body's being overwhelmed with spike protein when you take all of these vaccines and then booster on top of booster on top of booster on top of booster. You're overwhelming your body with the spike protein. You know, trying to fight against spike protein.
What is it? The person, I think it was Trump that drunk all the Diet Cokes every day. Do you remember how many he said he drank? I mean, it was like it was an astronomical.
How many
amount.
He drank? I don't know.
Thank you, Rick.
It was
an unbelievable.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, I just said drank instead of how many you drunk. But
yeah,
but
he drank every day.
Right. Yeah, but it was a lot. I don't remember the number though. But you know, once again, he thought he could do. Remember, he didn't need to exercise or do anything.
Right.
He didn't want to waste energy.
Right. Don't waste movement because where your joints out. Which
some people are reporting
do that.
Like a battery.
Some people are reporting that he reportedly drinks 12 cans of Diet Coke each day.
And maybe.
That seems like that would be a little much. Even to somebody that loves diet drinks like myself.
So really,
it seems a little high.
He may be telling the truth with all these accusations against him, saying he doesn't remember. You know?
I don't know. You drink that many, how you'd ever go to sleep?
Well, yeah, I don't know, but you know, this is you know, I've noticed that too. I mean, anytime you got to watch these. Anytime we come to you and you go, oh, so you've created this version of something that used to have a lot of calories or used to be bad for me. Now this version of it's good for me. Oh yeah, what did you do? Oh, we got some chemicals and stuff together. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Y'all remember?
Hey, the good news is it has no calories. The bad news is you won't know where you are. So you really could have just been overweight. You'd have never known the difference.
Yeah. When I was a kid for a little while, and I was thinking about this yesterday for some reason, the fake butter was my mom. Yeah, my mom bought that for a long time, and then it was like, let's go back to the real creamy stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, I heard long ago from you know, there's one of my mother's friends has been a nutritionist for many years, and long ago it was like, just eat in moderation real food. Okay, that's so much better than all this stuff that's made in a lab that's supposed to, you know, take away all the calories or take away, you know, you'd be better to be moderation with real sugar than to overwhelm yourself with fake sweeteners, you know, that kind of stuff. And that, to me, that just seems logically true, right? I mean, just too much of these things are just, I think they do more. And like Greg said, honestly, most of the time when I see someone consuming a lot of diet drinks, they never look healthy to me.
Yeah, that's maybe why they're consuming.
Yeah, either there's some other adjustments that need to be made, or I mean,
or maybe they're
but,
not great.
But one of the things that when I was trying to figure out, how to do better, one of the things that all the people that were helping me with nutrition told me, they said not only can these fake sweeteners be bad for you, they also can do the opposite. It's true that the drink you're drinking isn't giving you any calories, but what it's doing to your body is going to stop burning calories as well as it did before. It actually has a negative effect on your body burning calories. Now, that particular drink won't give you any calories, but your body will actually have an adverse reaction when it comes to burning sugars and fats.
Yeah, I think that's where moderation comes back in.
Yeah,
like I say, your body can handle some abuse, but if you overwhelm it, it can go south.
So we're back to that word moderation again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful word.
Yeah. But be careful. Be careful with those kind of things. I mean, it's
and Bubba, you said it's an acquired taste.
Yes, it is.
Well, so many things.
Because I didn't like it when I first started drinking them.
Yeah, so many things are. Yeah. And then I'll tell you this: if you ever start, then you try to go back and drink a regular one. It's like you're eating a cup of sugar, drinking a cup of sugar.
It hits you kind of strong.
It does.
It does. I have to bounce back and forth from time to time, but it's we work through it.
Yeah. So anyway, there's the latest. The studies on aspartame continue to come back negative. So just be careful. Less is more.
Which things
which I'll
are
also say that
in? Do you know?
I know it's.
Do they give a different product list?
Let's see. Is it deeper in the story? I know
because we got several artificial sweeteners now.
Many diet soda. Yeah, they have changed them. A lot of them. You're right. I know stevia has become very popular until they talk about how bad it is one day. But anyway, so
no matter what you get,
right? No matter what you get. I did see something on stevia the other day that said people are starting to feel dizzy.
NutraSweet, Equal, Sugar Twin. I don't know what those. I know what Equal is, but I don't know what the.
But is that a
Sugar
product?
Twin
Does it have aspartame, or is it
Correct.
a totally
That's-
different deal? Or is that you're saying things that
Yeah, it's
contain
just
aspartame?
aspartame brand names
Yeah,
include NutraSweet, Equal, and Sugar Twin.
Right.
A lot of sugar-free stuff, a lot of diet products.
Yeah.
Anything that's 0 calorie but it's really sweet.
Yeah.
Probably.
They have a picture.
Diet Cokes, Coke Zero, Diet Snapple, Fanta Zero, Sprite Zero, Crystal Light, Weiler's Light. Don't know what that is.
I don't either.
Sugar-free gum, including Trident, Extra, Wrigley's, and Mentos.
Yeah, it seems like all your soft drinks that have the diet versions here.
So there you go. That's usually the one that was used in diet drinks. I don't know if it's still. I guess they still do. I thought they'd gotten away from it, but I guess they still do it. So there you go. So just be aware.
I knew somebody that had an aspartame headache issue one time, and I can't remember because I know they told me there was some they couldn't drink and some they did, and I can't remember what it was.
Right. Yeah. Well, if you just look at the label, you usually can find it on there.
Some of the syrups like Butterworth sugar-free and the Log Cabin sugar-free. That also has it in it.
Yeah.
I've never liked sugar-free syrup.
Well, come on.
I mean, if you're gonna have syrup, go ahead and get it.
Maple.
get it.
Maple all day long, baby.
I don't even know if that's allowed, sugar-free syrup.
No.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. So there you go. You combine an 8 workout with
a little aspartame there.
No, none of that. You should be fine. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, there is a difference in southern and country, and
there's a
there's
difference
foghorn,
in North Alabama and South Alabama.
Right, foghorn, leghorn, and all that.
Yeah.
But we won't go into that. We'll just lump all of them
It's
together.
close enough.
And I'm proud to represent today.
The Southern accent gets number 9.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
Out of 7,000 languages in the world.
We're just ahead of Brazilian, Portuguese, and just behind Spanish. Which I really think we're above Spanish. I can't say French, but I think we're above. I think we're in front of Spanish.
Who was number 1?
Have you called number 1? Kiwi?
Yeah.
What is Kiwi?
What's Kiwi?
That is that New Zealand, Australian kind of accent. Now, they go into a lot of detail saying that there's a big difference in New Zealand and Australian, but most people, put that under Kiwi.
All right, so Kiwi is Australia or New Zealand, that world. South African,
number 2.
John Thomas, number 2.
Third is Irish.
4th, Italian.
5th Australian.
Okay, well, how can Australian and Kiwi be?
Well, they say
it's different. There's 7,000 accents, and some of them vary in between, even what Greg was talking about, even in states.
Right, so I shouldn't put in Australia then Kiwi then. That should just say New Zealand.
Correct.
Okay.
I think so.
If Australia's got its own number.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
really Kiwi's New Zealand.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're really not up on the finer points of
Right.
that. Much
Well,
like they're
yeah,
probably
yeah.
not up on the finer points of South USA.
Yeah.
But I can reason through if Australia has its own number, then it's not part of Kiwi. I mean, right? Logically.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
6 is Scottish, Rick. 7th is French, which we all agree that one that one is just so smooth. You got to love that one.
Oui.
And 8 is Spanish. Again, I may be a little issue there with that. I don't know. 9th, of course, South USA. Some other ones here I thought was interesting. Number 12, Queen's English. Did you notice that one?
Yeah, I don't know what that.
Jamaican, 17th on
Jamaica
the list.
man.
So
you're going up through here. Some of these are kind of funny. They list Mexican at 24th. So,
see, I know.
See, to me, there would be a lot of spillover with Spanish and Mexican.
There's a lot of Spanish speaking countries.
Yeah, there is.
And there's different
Yes.
types. There's certain words in Spanish you would find in the European country of Spain versus finding Mexico or versus Nicaragua and Central America,
Puerto Rico.
Rick, coming in at number 28, Boston.
Well, here's the thing you got to understand, and I think we have Boston.
It says that it is one of America's most imitated accents, but yet it's not in the top 10.
Let me tell you what's kind of cool. If you look at the top 10, the Southern accent is the only American accent that makes the top 10.
Oh, yeah, and nothing close.
You know, I picked up on this one when I was watching Making the Murder.
Greg.
That Wisconsin accent's kind of weird.
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
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 You remember?
A lot of nasals.
I watched a lot of that show, and boy, there was a lot of it.
Rick, number 44, New York.
Yeah. You guys.
Rick, I was sitting here looking at the top 10, and I think you've been to 80% of these places.
Where have I been?
All right, so I don't know, you have been to Spain?
I have not.
You've been to France?
I've never been to Spain. I kind of like the music.
Scotland?
I have been to France. Have not been to Scotland. I have been to Italy. I've been to Ireland. I've been to South Africa. I have not been to New Zealand, and I have not been to Australia.
Okay. So hadn't been to Spain, Australia, or New Zealand.
Yeah.
Rick, making the list just barely at number 50, Croatian.
If you guys had to pick an accent that couldn't be the one you currently hold, which one would it be? It's easy for me. I'm going Australian all day.
I thought that.
I got to tell you, I dig the Irish accent.
Yeah, Scottish.
I wish I could speak more of a French accent.
Or maybe Chinese.
Really? Well, it's a good sound.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I prefer the way they handle their politics or anything.
Right.
But it's just smooth. I mean, nobody's going to line up and go, gosh, I wish I sounded more German, right? I mean, because you sound mad.
Oh, you do.
You know, I mean, you're really mad.
I want to tell you that I love your dress.
You look lovely.
See, it doesn't even work, man, when you're being nice. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm just standing around.
They're talking to a shopkeeper.
And all right, 10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so the F-35. And you know, I've gotten all kinds. I know you have too, Bubba. Some of it we're both on. Some of it you're on, I'm not on. Some of it I'm on, you're not on. But it's all the same things. That's people with experience in our military. They're saying, this is not what we were taught.
Well,
I had a guy email me overnight, and he said, just the wingman alone's behavior is not our protocol. That's not what you're supposed to do if you're the wingman for the plane. You don't go off and leave it.
Yeah, a lot of it was strange, and as I said earlier, we support a military and all of our members of the military, and we support a strong military. We want to have the absolute strongest in the world,
of course,
and I think that's the best way to maintain the peace. But we have to be responsible. We have to be honest. We have to look at these mishaps and correct them so we don't have them again. Well, there's a published story out today from Daily Mail that says the Marines could be under fire for flying the $80 million F-35 over South Carolina during a thunderstorm, when reports show that the jets can't handle storms. The F-35 Lightning II, the Marine flying it, ejected on Sunday only 1,000 feet above the ground.
Wow.
The F-35 kept flying for another 60 miles before crashing in a South Carolina field. Questions are now being asked why the training exercise was carried out at all. The plane is at risk during thunderstorms, and there was bad weather in the area when they took off. The F-35 could crash due to poor weather, according to new audio that has come forth. Questions mount as to why the training exercise left the ground to begin with. The F-35B Lightning II, which the unnamed Marine pilot was flying, is believed to be at risk of malfunctions if it flies in thunderstorms, according to an independent investigation by Forbes magazine in November. Its sister jet, the F-35A, is more severely affected, and they recommend not flying within 25 miles of Lightning in it. So
they didn't change the name of the plane.
Yeah,
Lightning too.
The issue lies with the F-35's onboard inert gas generation system, which pumps nitrogen-enriched air into the fuel tanks to inert them or prevent the aircraft from exploding if struck by lightning. So apparently this is an issue, and this plane flew into bad weather. I don't think the hacking story is going to hold up here. They even have a video of the weather that was going on that day from weather radar, and it's very possible that this plane lost control due to a lightning strike. The pilot ejected, and it kept flying, and if we've heard the reports, it could have done even more damage, because at one point they say that it flew only 100 feet over some houses.
Well, back to let's say this is the thing. You still, as this story, the point you're making, you still have very hard questions when you go, all right, here's a craft that costs what, $80 million?
Mm-hmm.
$80 million. Here's a craft that if it has problems could crash into places and kill civilians. And we know that it doesn't need to fly in thunderstorms, and we are capable of knowing the forecast. And we put it up in conditions that we know are bad for the plane, and the possibilities of it being damaged, the pilot being killed, or the plane crashing and killing other people. So why would we decide to do a training exercise in weather that we know isn't good and has the potential for what happened?
Yeah,
somebody's got to answer for that.
Like I say, more questions. The pilot who ejected, Rick, landed in someone's backyard.
Really?
They were over a neighborhood.
By the way, that's a cool story to tell.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Imagine like cooking out in that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's like
but he wouldn't be cooking out in a thunderstorm, though.
Yes.
I would say, how about a sparrow dog?
Greg, see, things like this do happen.
Mm-hmm.
Greg. But not at Mach 10.
He
not at Mach
Tom
10.
Cruise when we walked through the restaurant after ejecting.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Maverick.
Okay.
Either that, Bubba, or they just said, hey, let's just blame it on weather. Public will buy it.
That's exactly what's going on.
But what is
y'all buying this?
Yeah.
If I know that there's an issue with weather and we have document in certain articles and whatever, that's exactly what I'm going to say if I'm in charge of this. You kidding me? You think I'm going to buy this BS?
And then either you're not thinking about it, but what do you say when someone asks the question I just asked? So if y'all do know all this, then why did y'all do that?
Yeah, right. Well, that makes the point.
Yeah. So do you think you're like, oh wow, well, I'd rather answer that than the other?
Right.
We'll just say I messed up.
Yeah. Well, they do have the forecast in the story. They do have the weather radar track.
Yeah,
there was bad weather in the area.
Right. That's why you blame it.
To Rick's point, why would you do this in the first place?
Guys, I know this is not good conditions for the plane, but let's shoot it up there.
Country.
See what happens.
But what are you covering up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe, honestly, maybe it's just stupid.
Maybe I made a dumb decision because I make dumb decisions all the time.
Maybe somebody wanted to fly. Maybe they were behind in their hours. Or
Maybe they didn't ask permission.
Yeah, maybe they pushed
Buzzed
the
the
envelope
tower.
a little
Maybe
bit.
it's Maverick.
Maverick did that in the beginning. He went up to Mach
Could they have
10.
not made the all-weather upgrade? At the final sale, let's upgrade to flying.
Maybe they don't have Spans
Go
app.
100 million.
Yeah,
They may not have Spans app.
That's true.
I think what I would say
80 million, you should be able to fly.
because this is possible.
I agree with that, Joe. Let's start there.
I
Start
agree.
with a plane that's called Lightning.
I was in a Citation jet, and it wasn't pleasant, but we did get through the weather. Nobody had to eject. But I was, and it's not near as expensive.
No.
But I will say this. Could you just say it sounds better if I would have? I don't think I'd have had all this in there about the radar and all that. I think I would have just said, sometimes weather comes up unexpectedly out of nowhere. We thought we had a good forecast, and we just didn't, and that part we messed up. Don't say you knew it was bad and send it up either way.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. Can they control this from the ground at all?
I would think that they could.
It crashed in an open field, which praise God that happened and no one was hurt. But it just
that whole
could
thing.
Could they have made sure of that?
This whole thing sounds strange. Still, they said, well, the beacon malfunctioned. Well, there's still telemetry, which is a whole different deal. And it is strange to me that the government can now monitor all of your financial transactions on Venmo over $600, but they can't keep up with an $80 million aircraft.
That's funny.
It's still,
That's funny.
There's still, even this information coming out, and this is by an investigative group, who not the military. They didn't give this information. It still doesn't look very flattering on whoever is in charge here.
Well, you're going to take some heat no matter what.
Yep.
So I guess the weather could also explain what the guy was emailing me about, and I know, Bubba, you've had the same email from others, is we're not trained if we're the wingman to leave the aircraft. But they can come back and say, well, you had to leave because of the weather. I guess they realize the weather's got some heat in it, but it also offers explanation to other heat.
Right. And see, the plane that was the other plane to this is even more sensitive to lightning than the plane that was struck.
Right.
So if he saw a plane get struck and go down, it is very logical that he would bail out of that situation and go back and land.
Are they just picking their heat? There's no way to have no heat, and they think this is the preferred heat.
Well, I mean, the
lack of
the heat I would like is the truth.
Yeah, that'd be a nice one.
Yeah.
You can't have
more investigations. More investigations.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's our number. We'll get some phone calls in next hour. We got more to cover on the program today, too, as we'll run through the headlines. It's top of the hour right now. More of the Rick and Bubba Show, Lord willing, coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the American Liver Foundation says that 100 million Americans, that's a bunch. That's a bunch of us, have fatty liver. Not surprising, that many people are searching for help. Help my liver. Somebody help me. We throw everything at our livers, the GMOs, the cholesterol, overindulgence in alcohol, toxins, overdoing Tylenol, statins, cigarettes. And that's the reason there's a lot of sluggish, fatty liver out there. What does that mean? Well, you're going to feel tired all the time. You're going to gain weight. And of course, the liver provides 500 key functions daily. So maybe it's time that we go over to the liver and say, hey, that's our bad. Let's see if we can't. Hey, it's on us. We've mistreated you.
Thank you, liver.
Thank you. Let's help you. Liver Health Formula is an all-natural supplement. It's got 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect the liver. And if you're, part of our Rick and Bubba family, which apparently you are, you can take advantage of the special offer. Get the Liver Health Formula, and we'll throw in a free bottle of the blood sugar formula, and that'll help reduce your sugar cravings. So find out how to get this free gift and help your liver by going to getliverhelp.com/Bubba. Getliverhelp.com/Bubba to get your free bonus gift.
And here comes a bull.
and-
Knocks everybody
and-
down.
and a bull just comes through there like out of nowhere, followed by another bull.
one.
And a bus
Yeah.
coming.
Shoes everywhere.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, and now the scary part too is the woman is holding a baby.
Yeah.
And you'll see her coming through here. The last
She's
one
actually
coming.
the one
She's
that-
holding a baby there, and she's
gets hit the worst.
Yeah, the one that's looking away, and then her, and then the baby goes
my.
flying.
Dang. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Somebody did go pick the baby up.
The baby was knocked out of her arms on top of the other lady.
Right.
But Rick, what about, I go to a lot of shopping centers. I go down to the mall. I've never, ever even think about a bull coming out of nowhere and leveling me,
Guys, I got to ask a question. Look at the lady in the I guess she's not dressed like them, I guess is what I'm going to say here. She's in the red headdress, it looks like. She steps up almost like she sees it coming and doesn't say anything.
Look, I mean,
well, I don't know if she was just stepping up to talk to somebody.
Well, look, she's looking away. And then all of a sudden she goes, "Oh, I'm stepping up."
She's talking to that guy.
And then she's like, and then look, she just goes, "Oh."
But I
look,
will
right
say
there.
this: it was a lucky step for her to get up
The
there
timing.
off the street. Yeah.
By the way, if she doesn't get up there, she's going to be featured in the video as the number one person because she's going to get the bull's head and horns. But if you notice, look in the background, that guy running that goes to the left. Watch a guy look on the left corner up here comes running. He's running from the bull, and he goes left, and unfortunately they never notice that he's running frantically. Watch him right there. See him? So he's running from the bull.
Yeah.
And boy,
thanks for the heads
But
up.
Rick, you got bulls and things running around cars and people shopping on the street. It's not that wide to begin with.
Look, I will tell you, living where
do they not have zoning ordinances there? What's up?
Yeah, living where we live, the
Probably
only
not.
time that I felt like we might be in danger of a bull running through where we were, and of course this was before Jesus, when somebody opened a Slits malt liquor.
Right,
I remember worrying that one might come through the.
It ended up looking like a bull.
Yeah, right. That's
we all saw the commercials.
I used to love those commercials.
They were funny commercials. I give them that. I remember that as a
through a
kid.
wall.
Oh yeah. Somebody open, you hear that rumbling, like, oh no, what have you done?
Let me tell you something. We were at a function. Remember that one time, and somebody had one of those Texas Longhorn horns. Remember mounted?
Oh yeah.
And you were telling me about this, and one of the people that we ran around with walked around the corner with those on his head and said, "Did somebody open a Slits malt liquor?"
Yeah,
let me tell you, it brought the room down.
Sure it did.
And when they had one where they were like in a place where they sell glass, and that bull would just tear
went
the
crazy.
place up.
Just
I mean,
went
when you're a kid, that was awesome.
You had no idea what the commercial was about, but you love for that bull.
Slightly ahead of the high karate commercials.
Right. So yeah, that is not
The guy fighting those girls.
Oh yeah. Well, see, this is what happens when you don't eat cows. You got them running everywhere. I mean,
They're just wow.
Rick, that's just. I mean, how do you have an urban setup where you have shops and bulls running down the street? I mean, do they can't touch them? Are they?
Well, here's what I was going to ask
Are they
you.
sacred or something?
Yeah, you've opened the door. If I'm full blown, I'm talking about an evangelical Hindu. If there is such a thing. I'm a fundamental Hindu.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do I think about cows? Do I think they're because I know the monkeys they think sometimes could be their relatives.
Right. Well, they think you get reincarnated or something.
So-
Right? But I mean, can't you keep your
Could this-
relatives out in the pasture somewhere?
Couldn't
just let 'em in the
couldn't this
street.
woman scream, "There's my mother-in-law"? She's still out to get me.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how that goes, but I mean,
I don't know if that's it.
well,
There's my coach from high
what
school.
do you know about it? You some Hindu expert, Speedy?
No, I just the way.
I mean, we're just trying to figure it out.
Right. I mean,
Is it wrong to ask a question?
yeah, and I'm telling you, the Hindus got a lot of gods. I mean, a bunch.
Oh, I know it's busy.
It's a lot to
G.
do. It's a lot to deal with. Mm-hmm. They got stuff everywhere.
Yeah. Well, they need to have one that protects you from raging bulls. Sounds like.
the bull protector.
Yeah. You know what this is? You know what they probably think? Well, there goes Callie acting up again.
Yeah.
They scared to death of Callie. Of course, if you saw it, you would be too. Not good things there.
No, which one is that?
That's the one. That's one of the mean ones.
Really?
Yeah.
Callie?
Callie.
Wow, look at this elephant just walking down the road.
Look at
too.
that.
Is that
no.
in India too?
See, look, pushing the car
look at
backwards.
that.
Pushing a van.
Look at
It's
that.
pushing the van backwards.
Now that'll end a traffic jam right there.
Yeah, well.
I don't know,
really
elephant in the urban area. Just
6 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world, the Dream Team is here. We start this hour. Environmentalists, earth worshipers, climate change, climate disruption, global warming, whatever the title of the week is, them showing us that we should see the world as they do. Some of their actions, I don't think they're actually making friends and influencing people.
No, I don't either.
So we've got to unhinge environmentalists, and we'll update you on that. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Bubba, a protester, and we're going to see it, poured water on the head of a former Alabama lawmaker at an Environmental Protection Agency public hearing. We won't give her name, but we'll refer to as the seemingly unhinged lady, pouring a cup of water on the state rep.
That's a good way to get slapped.
Yeah. Former state rep, and this was at a hearing discussing Alabama Power's storage of coal ash, which is a byproduct of burning coal.
Yep.
And she poured. You're going to see she's going to get up and make her little speech, and she's going to pour water on his head. And he just kind of sits there, and I think she's somewhat surprised by it as she keeps pouring water on his head.
Okay, so
and I'm going to say he handled it a lot better than I would.
Well, we look to others, Bubba, maybe as examples for what we should adhere to, or at least strive. All right, so.
According to J.D. Power and Associates, July 2023. I'm a former researcher at the UAB School of Public Health. I did my dissertation research on vulnerable populations. So everybody knows that this is a spectacle, right? You created a spectacle. Y'all might say, oh, well, that's crazy. That's a crazy unhinged lady. Yeah, I might be at this point, because we've tried every reasonable, you're just sitting there.
They kind of took her thunder from her, didn't it?
Hey, guys, did that? Huh? I think we've dealt with her before.
Yeah, I think we have too.
Oh, really?
She's been arrested many times.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think we have.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, first of all, nice feet, barefooted.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't think.
We had one hauled off hogtied one time.
Yeah.
Was that her?
Yeah, I wonder if.
It'd been hard to do it, but I think he disarmed her. He acted like he didn't care.
All right, so let's go around the room. Could you have done it?
No.
No.
No, I'd have made her eat that cup.
I would have threw water on her if I had water.
Looks like his hair product made it bounce off a little bit too.
It did roll off.
Yeah.
It did like a duck.
So none of us would be capable of sitting there and taking the water.
I don't think so. I'd give her the spectacle she wanted.
Yeah.
If I had the water out of her.
Now she doesn't think the water's clean. What's the water
Rick,
got to do with
I think so, Rick. She's a researcher.
This is a public hearing. You can sign up and speak,
Sure,
and have your voice heard.
Should we watch it again?
Everybody's working on it, but this is atypical. Just a total jerk.
For drinking water quality, according to J.D. Power and Associates, July 2023. I'm a former researcher at the UAB School of Public Health. I did my dissertation research on vulnerable populations. So everybody knows that this is a spectacle.
Did you hear him say wow?
Right?
Yeah.
You created a spectacle. Y'all might say, oh, well, that's crazy. That's a crazy unhinged lady. Yeah, I might be at this point, because we've tried every reasonable, you're just sitting there.
She hates it. I thought J.D. Power worried about the best pickup truck.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't know they had anything to do
Look,
with it.
now there's no doubt. There's no doubt that the Birmingham Water Works.
That bunch has got it together.
If you're getting water for them, then hang on. But all over Alabama, there's actually places where there's extremely clean drinking water that scores quite well. But you want to be sure you're not on that one. But I mean, it is, or at least
made a spectacle.
Yeah, and and just those decisions about being taken serious. You're like a decision not to wear shoes.
I was going to say, if you're going to come speak, you can't even go to a restaurant with no shoes on.
What she said her dissertation was on? It was on how it affected certain populations or something. It wasn't even. It was like one of these real. French
and not even her. Everything she gave us on her credentials had nothing to do with clean water. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that she's an expert on that,
She defaced the Alabama State House by throwing paint in 2019. She was arrested in 2018 by Hoover law enforcement for throwing Christmas ornaments at vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We know exactly who this is.
We know exactly who she is.
She's also
You do
arrested,
too, by the way.
She's a multi-time offender.
Yeah.
She was arrested for trying to marry a lesbian couple in Otago County in 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Should I keep reading or stop?
No,
Is it against the law?
All right.
Yeah, it was then. It was then.
Yeah.
It was then.
We were witness to one of
In
them.
that particular county.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah, but what was the
she's also
out there around at the Yeah. Oh,
City
yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She also feels strongly about certain things going on in Atlanta.
She sure does.
But
Not a big fan of the show.
Right.
Yeah, no.
So
Probably not going to be the golden ticket seat.
not
so
a
she is.
not a P1.
Lives close to me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
She appears to be a PO'd, but not a P1.
Yeah. Law enforcement knows
very
her by
upset
name.
about things.
Sure
Very
they do.
Vocal about it.
Yeah.
But her again.
But no, I think
Here we go. Crazy's back.
well, if you look at her record, I think you see that she needs to be upset about something and doing these kind of spectacles.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah. So she moves from topic to topic.
Right.
You created a spectacle. No, ma'am, you created a
Not
spectacle.
really helping your cause, I don't think.
Well, no.
Got grocery fees.
I'd like to buy that guy lunch today.
Yeah, he didn't care. I mean,
I think
he
I really
played
would.
it right because you could tell at the end she couldn't believe that he wasn't reacting.
Yeah, I think all of us can look and go, hey, if we're going to try to maybe have our point heard, let's all talk about our presentation, whether we think that's going to win people over to us,
Right.
or is it going to make people not want to be associated with us?
Well, they're not helping the cause.
Right,
It's about me.
Yeah.
You know, to me.
But as you said, I mean, if you had somebody that said the public hearing is coming up, and I would love to get on the list, and you come in with your paperwork, you have your shoes on, and you stand up and say, you know, I have some grave concerns about what we're doing here and how it affects fill in the blank.
Yep.
She's on drinking water for some reason. I'm not sure that's tied to what they were talking there about too much, but let's say it is. Maybe I don't understand that part of it. Maybe it was. But you get up there and you make your point and you give your facts and you give your research and you calmly, and you can even be firmly say, here's where I think we're messing up. But when you do what she did, you just become, like she tried to say him, a spectacle, and no one takes your call serious. You actually did more damage for the cause than you did good.
Right.
But you probably don't have the ability without some help to reason that out.
No.
But it didn't help anything.
Oh, and here they got a statement from him. He actually thought she was celebrating, doing a good job, like you do when you win a ball game.
Right.
Yeah. He said, I don't know what the big deal. I thought she was happy with what I was doing.
Greg, he said, I appreciate it, but I can't document what championship I did. I won something. Right. It's almost like it could be, and the way we have certain like that, we could be saying, look, she loves this guy. She thinks she's done a great job.
Look, she's dousing him.
Right. And, so anyway, that's wow.
She's something.
Yep. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. All 10 lines are available. We talk to America about any topic that you would like to discuss. They're all available to you at 866 We Be Big. Comments, questions, and bringing information to the table. Also, we'll update you on other stories when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Might needed a parking space.
That elephant, that looks like it's just like at the viaduct.
It looks like it's at the airport or something.
Yeah.
Well,
It's like it's trained to clear out a traffic
Please
jam.
look at the guy with the stick, thinking he's doing something.
Yeah.
He saw that video. That guy got stomped the other day.
Yeah, boy.
You can't even get in the car and get away from that thing.
So the elephant is walking just through an area. He was going under the interstate.
Town square.
Now, there's a lot of people videoing it, so is that an oddity there?
It must be a lot of videos out there.
Yeah, maybe it is.
This is a wild elephant in India that got lost in a city.
Okay.
Just recently.
So he's full blown wild.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
Oh,
Thank you,
I can
Adler.
watch stuff like this all day.
Hey, can I tell the idiots with the cameras, if I see a wild elephant come in the city, I mean, all he's got to do is
Please
just
look at everybody.
I know, all he's got to do is just make one move that he's not sure about you, and you're dead.
No, I wish that Greg headstand on you. I wish Greg was on vacation. All of a sudden he jumped on it. Like they rode used- it out. Yeah.
And we are saying goodbye to a Rick and Bubba University student again today. You see the last semester, the winter semester has ended. It is now spring. People are graduating with their degrees in common sense. New students have started coming in this week. More will arrive next week. So right now, Bubba, we say goodbye to Daddy Calls Me Pumpkin.
I'm so sad.
Are you sad today?
Yes, sir.
Well, and God love you. And I know that you are leaving today, and you are from Hayden, Alabama, correct?
I'm from Hayden, Alabama, and all my friends are here.
Yeah, and the Hayden High School Scholars Bowl team was here?
That's right.
Were you ever on the Scholars Bowl team?
I'm not near smart enough to be on the Scholars Bowl team.
Really?
But I worked at some of their like tournaments and stuff, and so I got to cheer for them. Turns out you don't usually cheer at Scholars Bowl events, so it was a little out of
when
of
you
the
say
ordinary.
you worked there, like took up tickets, concession stand,
had
what does
to,
that mean
like,
exactly?
I kept score. Well,
Oh.
I wasn't really good at that. I mostly just did this, gave them thumbs up when they did good.
Moral support. Your whole part.
Your whole
you couldn't
point
even
was
keep
to give
score.
thumbs up.
So
No,
you just
I-
said, I just gave thumbs up
Yeah,
to the
kept
scholars
time.
team.
I kept time. I did not do it that much. I'm not gonna act like I did it all because I did it. It was like
You were just hanging out.
I just yeah.
Hey.
You know.
And so you knew about the show.
I knew about the.
and was it the way you thought it would be?
I thought y'all were putting on an act more.
okay.
When y'all were on air, I thought when y'all were oh, we like to eat. I thought that was just your little gimmick,
Oh,
but then actually every break, y'all the break is you hear the Rick and Bubba, and you run to the kitchen. And it's they actually do eat constantly.
we like to eat. We like to eat. I thought y'all was making that up.
Well, I thought y'all had started.
When they
this-
hear Rick and Bubba, will they run to the kitchen and begin to eat?
Sadly, that's true.
No, I thought it was just y'all were getting it. People liked that because people related because we're in Alabama and, And then I thought y'all were just playing off of that because it was working. But you're not playing at all.
No, it's real.
It's.
Now, I will tell you something, Greg Helms, Bubba. I have to give Speedy props because this son of a gun, I've never seen anything
You
like
talking
him.
about the master? I like to call him.
What I do now? What I do now?
I've never seen anything like him. I really haven't. And
The master.
I just watched it happen here at the studio. Speedy has found some way to get a stack of free pizzas. I mean, it was just like that. That was absolutely brilliant. How you did that?
A lot of them too.
And
They're not all mine, guys.
Can I tell you what Speedy's favorite word is? Free. And it's I couldn't believe it. I mean, I looked up and guys going by with a stack of pizzas. I said, "What's that about?" And then Speedy,
8 to 10 deep, Rick. 8 to 10 large.
That was
pizzas.
more than that, I think.
and
how many?
how
in
much
there?
pizza do y'all
Seriously?
eat?
There's
8
9
to 10.
There's 9, which is between 8 and 10.
So Speedy.
It actually is.
Matter of fact, it's right there.
Yeah.
But anyway, he said. I said, Speedy, what is this? Because I thought,
they were
a
cooked.
sponsor sending something here that maybe we forgot about or whatever. And that does happen sometimes. People show up, and we do a good job acting like we remembered you were coming, but a lot of times we don't. And so because
We love you to show up.
but let me tell you, I know for everybody, 24 hours seems like a short period of time. For us, it's like we don't even remember what happened.
No,
you're right.
Guys, it's bad. Somebody, it'll be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Somebody will be telling me yesterday, a guy was out there, and I went back and listened to it so I could be. And somebody in the audience has already mentioned. I had somebody make a top rope comment to me, and I know what they were talking about.
Oh yeah.
They were like, "Hey, top rope." I said,
just
you
now
know,
remember.
you know,
"What
you know
you saying
how
top rope for?"
you know how a lot of times
Speedy, no top rope. I'm like, "Oh,
you know how a lot of times they'll say something looks like or simulates something else.
We're back 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We'll record that today, so look for it wherever you get podcasts. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive available for you now. It is on, if you're following that series, it's on our YouTube channel. The audio podcast archives every day has it as well, whichever you prefer. To the phones we go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start with Rick out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Rick. Rick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Awesome. Good morning. I had a comment for Easter guy.
Hang on a minute. You have to get in a better place.
So I had to let that go. To Georgia, John standing by. John, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
It's our pleasure.
I don't believe I could have sat there and let this lady try to drown me. In self-defense, I believe he should have jumped up, punched her in the mouth, and when everybody started complaining about him hitting a woman, he should have just identified as a woman.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, you know what?
There's no difference in the sexes, so
yep.
I mean, you can punch anybody you want to.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there is no gender, is all that over now?
Should be.
All right, so, but I'm on Steve. I'm gonna keep on living in the truth, but I understand the point.
I'm gonna hang in that standard.
Let's go to Tim. Hey,
Instead
Tim.
of punching her, just make her eat the cup.
You're right. Hey, Tim. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Fired up and ready.
Hey, that F-35. I'm familiar with military aviation.
I know something.
And they brief alternate landing zones or landing areas. And I have not heard anybody say anything about that. If the storm was not there when they took off, then, and they got there and the storm was there, they could have went to an alternate landing site.
Well, yeah, Tim, it's like, we have flown quite a bit, both really large and then on chartered planes. And every single time that I've ever been on any plane that knew weather was in the area, they simply diverted and went another way.
Mm-hmm. Went around it.
Right. They just went around it.
And look, these military jets, I mean, they can fly, supersonic or right
they could have
near
been
it.
away from the storm in no time.
And have a couple of thousand miles range, so surely they could get out of the way of a thunderstorm.
The funniest line I had one night, Sherry and I were doing a marriage conference, and we were flying back from somewhere in Florida. I can't remember where we were. And the pilot said, well, he said, it's going to take us a little longer to get home than normal. He said, now, I can get you home in a shorter period of time, but you won't like it.
Take your time.
Take your time, buddy.
Take your time,
Let's go around it. Yep. We continue. Brian in Gadsden, Z93. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, long-time listener back from when Rick was doing the solo and Bubba came in for a couple days.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
But the young lady who's throwing the water on the gentleman, maybe she had seen a recent video and was just imitating Coach O and thought this guy was Employee of the Month.
Yeah, well, roll back. Alan out of Asheville. Alan, go ahead.
Hands up.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
This is for Speedy. I was just wondering if he was concerned about getting his wife in trouble. She was supposed to have been working at home yesterday, and she was doing a dresser.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry.
I came home and there was a dresser and the drawers to the dresser were all spread out, and she started looking for something she couldn't find and realized that our junk drawer was a mess. And that turned into emptying out all the drawers and starting to sand. And yeah, she was caught up. She was she had all the phones forwarded from the office and was up on getting bids, whatever she does out. The reports, I should say. So yeah, she was just during downtime, slowly working on that. So now I've got drawers everywhere. Sure. And that's to blame for the other situation that we'll talk about.
Protein balls?
Protein ball mishap.
Which is a funny story.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
I know y'all mentioned the kickoff hour, but it's been a while. We may do that for
this hour. Now we've actually talked to the guy that
received that was supposed to receive some protein balls.
That's funny. Brian, out of Sweet Home, Alabama. How are you, Brian?
I'm doing all right, guys. Y'all doing okay?
Yeah,
we're good.
We're
good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good. Okay, on the F-35, I'm just no country redneck from North Alabama, but I didn't know that the climate control people had such control that when they order a plane, they don't have to worry about inclement weather to fly that in if we're in a war. I just don't get behind that thing.
I'm really starting to believe in our theory that the whoever is going to make the final word on this is our official statement.
Right.
Everybody said, look, there's going to be some flaws in this storm thing. They're like, yeah, but I think it's better than the others.
Yeah.
Better than we were joy, right?
And we're getting the last caller before that, and we're getting flooded with emails from military personnel that are like, the fact that they're trying to suggest they didn't know about the weather and they just went up, that's the number one concern.
Of
and
course.
The pre-flight. They have pre-flight meetings where they map everything out. They look at the weather and everything. They don't just get in one and go and take off.
You know what happens every time I show up at the airport? Every single time. You know what the pilot's doing? Say it. Checking the weather.
Yes.
Well, and y'all said it.
Come on.
Hey, listen, if we can't avoid a storm, we got big issues in our military.
So we know that's not true because they can.
Thank you.
Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
Biggins, how's it going? Chris from Florence checking in and giving you guys an update about the Murdaugh series.
Okay.
Watched it last night, by the way.
It was really good. What do you think, Helms?
I loved every minute of it. Sad story, but I enjoyed the series.
I liked how they took and recreated the scene with the computers now. It just really shows you how much technology just helps us solve these crimes now. And then also, I'm not going to pull a Rick and ruin it for everybody. But, but it's a real good series. So, Rick, I would recommend you watch it. It goes real in depth to the trial. Takes you the entire trial.
Yeah, y'all sold me on it. You know, my concern was, you know me, I got an hour nutshell of this case, and I was kind of like, but y'all said no, there's more.
I
here.
do want to ask him a question. Is he still there?
No, I'm so sorry.
Rick.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Trigger happy over there.
Well,
I want to know. Here's what I want to know, and eventually I'll ask y'all once you've seen it. Is do you think he acted alone?
Okay.
No doubt he was there and part of it because
I heard you
there's video
about that.
evidence.
Yeah,
but
I
want to know if you think he acted alone.
When you said that in the kickoff hour, I'm like, I never really even went down that road a lot, and this will allow me to do that.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm looking for all kinds of reasons I need to watch it. Josh, Arkansas. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just doing a little work, what my boss asked me to do, and I'm actually doing it. But I wanted to check in and see if Bub ever got his package delivered.
Package has not been delivered yet.
Still not? You're
Hadn't
kidding
been delivered
me.
yet.
Gotta be kidding me.
What? No.
What'd they say?
We've been told again today, so we'll see.
Oh, they ain't getting you
I'll
this
tell you what
time.
they said. You keep trashing my company, I'm going to wait till Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
And they don't deliver it today. I'm canceling it and sending it back, so they're going to have to pay for it anyway.
There you
So
go.
I'll just get it from somebody else.
I think really, honestly, it's time for do-over.
Probably should have done that.
Really is.
Jason.
And the reasons I'm getting are very strange.
Yeah.
They say that their
still talking
software,
about
they got a problem with the software.
I'll tell you what's going on with this company. Somebody sent an email yesterday. They have acquired another big company. I think it's Roadway. And they're having all kinds of issues with that transition.
Trying to merge them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just, I don't know about all your software. How about throwing that thing on the truck and bringing it to the house?
There you go. Jason in Alabama. Jason, go.
Green Acres, guys.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was just kind of curious about the this high school band director that they had to tase off the field, and then I also wondered if the next song he's going to teach his band is the Electric Slide.
He had a commitment to the Battle of the Bands. He did. It seems reasonable in our minds that everybody working the game's ready to go home. Can we please turn the stadium lights on and leave? The ball game's over. Y'all have had the Battle of the Bands. It seems they were giving a reasonable request, and I hate it went the way it went.
Yeah, there's been more audio, video of it released. I think one of the officers tried to kind of get in front of him, and he told him to get out of his face, and just kept directing the band, and then some pushing started, and then the taser came out.
Yeah,
and that was already, they cut the lights off.
Yeah.
It was in the dark.
Yeah, tasing can be avoided. It just seems not that hard to avoid.
Yeah, I'm going to do what the officer asked. I really am.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Getting up the time we get up every day simulates a stroke. I've decided. There's no other way around it.
I think you're on.
It's not a stroke, but it simulates one. The way it affects you.
I think you're right. Like it's a synonym almost.
Right.
So anyway, Speedy then starts, expounding on his brilliance, and he said, "Well, my wife's, eating gluten-free and gluten-free pizzas, and Papa Murphy's, they contacted me about, trying to get some pizzas for my wife Terry, because he's always got to have some kind of something that get some distance where you got. There's only so
it's
much.
Him doing a good.
Yeah, I heard him ask Moultrie if he had a gluten-free feed.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're in on it now, huh? Yeah, you got him. Maybe a gluten-free treat stand.
and so it's not about Speedy. Now I don't know why Terry needs 9 pizzas.
She's hungry.
Right.
Whenever y'all are done, maybe I'll talk.
Rick, they're frozen. They'll keep.
Last time I saw Terry, she's a little bitty thing. I don't know if she get through one. But somehow
I'm just gonna wait.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of his boys is having a party.
This is Indian party.
You can't jump in. You've already taken one to your office.
I've eaten it for lunch.
Yeah. Greg,
I got the barbecue chicken.
Greg, I know for a fact that Helena's season
in a panic,
just ended.
you took that one.
Helena's season just ended.
Let me call Coach.
Speedy urges all of us to take one, and then he panics when Hams gets ones and leaves with it because he's like, hey, I'm one short now.
Nobody's panicking.
Bubba, the only panic's that we've moved there because
it could
he's
happen
still got
today,
8.
by the way. It could happen today.
Did you hear me,
when I
Greg?
snap.
You're the only way he would have panicked if you and I moved toward it, because I got promise you, what Helms just did still left him with 8. Yeah. He still got 8 pizzas.
Adler's all about it. He got excited in there.
Yeah, and so
anything free. He's
so
on his
Kevin
own.
with Papa Murphy's, he called us because gluten free came up on the show, and I can't remember what were we doing. It came up on the show. There was something. It was a gluten. It was a story we did.
Yeah, we talked about.
And in the story we were referencing that, and then I did reference that Terry was on it, and it's for health reasons, not just because she wants to lose weight or anything.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
And it's working out great for her. So he contacted me and he said they were out at Talladega all last week, and he said once that clears, I'm going to bring some by for you guys, and he did, and I will take 1 or 2 and take home to Terry, but the rest is for the show or anybody in the golden ticket seats
or the Helena Huskies.
No.
Or hey, you're brilliant. You really are. I've never seen anything like it.
There's a paper trail of emails here. I can show you.
I've never seen anything like it.
It was funny when they came around because I got excited. You know, when I see a stack of pizzas coming, I get excited.
You go Chubbalicious thought to himself like
and
a buck.
And you went in there, and the guy says, "Well, these are for Speedy."
Right.
And I was like, "Oh,
yeah."
You know, they had some kind
Bubba saw that and he thought to himself, "I'm only at 2,500 calories." Yeah. I still got some room. Rick, I'm just getting started.
I got some headroom today.
But I know what it looked like, and I'll give you that. Well, I know what it looked like.
But
it really was pretty innocent.
No, you were. Look, I don't. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
JC, what time the guys getting here?
But I do thank Kevin. He's always good to us.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin. Good to talk to you.
Kevin.
Hey, this is Speedy. What do you think about top rope? This is Speedy. No, you're right. Yeah, my wife she's having to do gluten free. You know, for health reasons, and you know, and it is good that now you can get, because with my kids one of my kids who had to do that. I remember it was great if it was a pizza place that actually had that, and. Yeah, so
she was talking about how she loved it.
Yeah, so she talked about now she loves Papa Murphy's, but you know, with all the gluten stuff. Well, hey, Speedy, we got a gluten-free pizza. Oh, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll send one down there for Terry. Could you send 9?
Rick, I didn't.
Rick, and then in the kitchen when they deliver them, he gives that fake. Now, how much do I owe you?
Oh, do you do that one? It's the top rope. Hey, it's the top rope voice.
Yeah, because you really don't want to hear him say, "Oh, you." How much?
Hey, how much?
It rolls off.
Greg, how much do I owe you?
How much?
How much do I pay for this?
How much do I owe you?
This improv skit y'all got going.
I'll tell you one thing. If you're gonna pay for it, they're gonna have to go buy you a truck. Because that's where
my wallet is.
Yeah,
everybody.
I heard
knows
him tell that guy with the pizzas, "My wallet's in the truck."
Let me go right now and get it. No, don't do that.
You know why?
I can go.
You know why you leave your wallet in the truck? Because you know there's never a scenario you're gonna have to use it up here.
What I do now?
I gotta say, guys, I was there when Kevin from Papa Murphy's was dropping off the pizzas.
That wasn't Kevin.
Oh, that wasn't Kevin?
No, sorry, buddy. Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah.
Well, that gentleman, whoever he was,
Kevin.
Speedy hugged him. Like double arm hugged him.
No, you want to know why?
I'm sorry, but that did happen, Speedy. You double arm hugged me.
Yeah,
I was
but
like, that's a little bit much.
What do you think about top rope?
Do you want to know? Do you want to know why?
That's a little much.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
It was Jacory, I believe, is his name. Yeah. And when I opened the door right here, I didn't know he was carrying pizzas, and I hit him hard into the side, into the elbow, and everything. I mean, I think who was the witness? Was it you or?
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big, and all right. So we'll move off of the F-35 thing for the day. Except Clay was standing by in Texas, and Clay said he worked on the F-35. So I think he might have something he can tell us. So Clay, you're hearing the latest. Here's the deal. We had storms, and you know the plane got in trouble. They don't do well in storms. Of course, they never really answered the glaring question to me: why would you even fly in storms if you knew they were there? A jet like this could get away from the storm easily and simply fly around it. But anyway, so what are you hearing, knowing the plane so well? Does any of this make sense to you?
Well, Rick, honestly, the way the storms pop up in the southeast, as you know, living there in Birmingham, you can have sunny weather one minute and storms the next. So that's an unknown right now. I actually work on the mishap response team for the government on the F-35, so this is right in my wheelhouse. We've got 3 people from our team on the ground right now in South Carolina looking for the critical technologies of the aircraft. That's our main concern because this plane probably fascinates you more than anything because it is a geek's dream. It's full of whiz-bang stuff. But I kind of wanted to talk about how yesterday people were speculating that the government's trying to stop this plane. This plane is not only the backbone for the U.S. Air Force, it's going to be the backbone for the U.S. Marine Corps, the U.S. Navy, as well as 8 partner countries, and it's upwards of 15 FMS countries. So this aircraft is not only important to the U.S., it's important to the international community. This plane is not going away until the next generation aircraft comes online, and that has not even reached anything other than the drawing board right now. So you're still 20, 30 years away from that aircraft ever seeing combat. So the F-35 is not going away. As far as answering the question about the alternate airfield, they did, the wingman did land at an alternate airfield. Those planes were not out of Joint Base Charleston. They were out of Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort. So they did land at an alternate airfield. It's still unknown what happened to the stricken F-35. That's the investigation has really just started. I have had a hand in no fewer than 8 mishaps. I've been on the ground on 4 of those 8 mishaps. These things take time. We are as open as we possibly can be with such a sensitive aircraft. As I said, I work for the government. That doesn't mean I always trust government, so I have my doubts as well about things that go on with the government.
Right.
But we are as open and honest as we can be. Typically, these reports come out about 6 months after the crashes because they have to go through the lawyers and everything to make sure that we're not saying things that we really can't say because of the sensitive nature of this aircraft. So we're not trying to hide anything as far as I know. As I said, I have a healthy dose of distrust of the government at times as well.
Right. Well, we all do.
Yeah,
yeah. The government's proven they can't be trusted all the time. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Well,
exactly.
let me ask you a question. We don't want to know anything classified, but they said that the beacon was not working on the plane when the pilot ejected. So I'm assuming he didn't. That he ejected either thinking the plane was going to crash or accidentally. But is there no way to follow this aircraft or no telemetry that would be involved with it?
Well, a lot of times people get stealth confused with invisible. This aircraft can be tracked by common everyday radar. It's just that its signature is greatly reduced.
Right.
And there's ways that they do that are, can't be uttered outside of vaults. But it's got special coatings. It's got angles that deflect radar, absorb radar. So it's not entirely invisible, so it can be tracked by radar. So some of the people saying that, well, it's stealth, that's why they can't track it. That's a little bit of a misnomer. It can be tracked. There is a beacon, but to my knowledge, that beacon only activates once it hits water. So it's something that can be found using sonar. To my knowledge, and there again, that's not in my. I'm a mission systems guy. I'm not a subsystems guy, and that's a subsystems type deal. But to my knowledge, there is no beacon that can be activated and heard on the ground. I know I heard that wonderful interview with that gentleman there in South Carolina yesterday. By the way, I would love to have him on the F-35 program on our mishap response team because he knows what to listen for.
That's right. Hilarious.
He heard that engine whining, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, Clay, let me ask you.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Let me ask you this one thing again, and this is just how my mind works. Like you were appealing to Bubba and how his mind works, and here's what my mind struggles when things seem illogical, and I can't, and until I can find some way to make that logical, I struggle. So you said rightfully so, and I said this a minute ago, that in the South, when the weather patterns come in, afternoon thunderstorms can pop up. But that's not what their statement said. That's what I would have said. I would have said, hey, look, we know that it struggles in storms. All planes struggle if you get a strong storm. Bubba was talking about that in the break, and he's right.
So this came out of nowhere, but they didn't. They presented like they knew the forecast. They were very aware of the forecast, but then that now doesn't make any sense in my mind. Don't say you were aware of the forecast, then send up a plane or any plane. I mean, like I said, anytime I've ever flown, they go, we got to get around these thunderstorms, or if we can't find a way around them, then we don't fly, or we delay flying. You know, this is very common. Right. This is very common with any aircraft. And of course, I guess the things I can't wrap my mind around, you're saying you knew the forecast but still flew. Shouldn't you say the forecast showed it was fine and we got surprised, because that can happen? Or you know, you come back and say the plane took off when it wasn't supposed to. The pilot shouldn't have been up. They made a mistake. Something. It's like they're trying to have a narrative that keeps colliding into itself, and I almost want to come in there and say, guys, we got to get a narrative that doesn't collide on itself. It seems to be they're at war with themselves on trying to play this weather card.
Right, and you know, being here in Fort Worth, Texas, I'm not always aware of the weather at all of our bases, because they are all over the country, all over the world. You're right. If in fact they did know that there was bad weather, they probably should not have had an aircraft in the air. I suspect that's why the wingman landed at Charleston, because he could not get back to Beaufort,
right,
because of the weather.
Right.
And all of that's going to go into the investigation. Yeah. We have 3 components on this aircraft that we try and get when there is a mishap that it can recreate the entire flight. To my knowledge, we've recovered several of those pieces. They will go to the labs so that they can be analyzed, scrutinized, and the entire flight can be recreated on the computer. And you know, we can find out the state of the aircraft when it did go down.
And that also
up until the point that the pilot punched out.
And that also explains why the wingman would leave the aircraft, because he too might be in danger because of the weather. That would explain.
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was going to ask you. Would that be standard protocol once he sees a parachute open to return to base, or to follow the plane in zombie mode that's heading up the coast?
Right, and I would imagine that if it was weather related, that's probably why he diverted it instantly. Because he would be, you know, could potentially suffer the same.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, I'm unaware of the protocol that the pilots use in a mishap situation. If they are to return to base, if they are to kind of loiter on station until they can kind of, you know, let others know where the aircraft is. I do know that there's things on this aircraft that the aircraft communicate with each other. So they can kind of glean from the wingman's aircraft where that aircraft was when communication was lost. As far as the aircraft continuing to fly after the pilot punched out, that's a new one for me. Most of the time when the pilot punches out, these things become lawn darts, and they're going down within a mile or 2 of where the pilot punched out. So this one is definitely a head-scratcher. It's not something that we've encountered in any of the other mishaps that we've had. So I'm going to be very interested to see what the investigation brings out in this. And like I said, 6 months down the road, the Marine Corps will be 6 months to a year. Who knows exactly how long? The Marine Corps will release that report, and the general public will be able to read that and find out exactly what happened.
Thanks, Clay. A lot of great information, man.
Thank you, Clay,
appreciate
for calling.
You taking time. We appreciate that a lot. All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. That's somebody that works on the aircraft. And
Either that or he stayed at the Holiday Inn Express last night.
Well, one of the others. One of the two. Thank you, Clay. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Between a screech and a whistle. I said, what in the world is this?
Or Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
But Is that Kevin? Okay. Anyway, and I almost I knocked him sideways, so it was a little bit more like, man, I'm sorry about it.
He almost dropped one of the pieces. You'd only had 9.
The only thing, Kevin from Papa Murphy's.
Oh, that's good.
That's real good.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Well, if I'd have got some free pizzas, I said it right. All right, so
the pizzas are for you too.
Papa, hey, let me tell you, Kevin. Sherry, my wife, really, really is on a protein diet, and we need like real pizzas full of meat. And I'm talking about every kind of meat topping you can think of.
All the gluten you can get in it.
And
Kevin, I'm sorry,
we
buddy.
have a hard time finding like a really meaty pizza. So if y'all got one of those, I mean, and now Sherry, it's really for her, but if you'd bring me 9, that'd be great.
Y'all.
I'll bring them. and I got a phone call this morning when Jacory brought the pizzas by. He goes, "Hey, Speedy said he forgot his wallet."
Okay, Kevin. Kevin, don't feed the beast, Kevin. Don't feed him.
How much owe you? I forgot my wallet.
By the way, I about knocked his elbow off.
You could really walk all the way down those steps and all the way back up if we want to.
I mean, but wow.
I mean, my car's a long way from here,
Kevin,
but I'll go get it.
But
I
show's
appreciate
over at
you.
9.
I appreciate you helping everybody
Thanks,
out, Kevin. We really do appreciate it.
Bubba won't touch him.
So, well, I'll take care of Bubba too. You guys know that. I will always take care of you guys.
That's right.
So,
Well, we appreciate it.
Well, once we convince Bubba that you can't tell they're gluten free, he's all in.
Yeah. They're good and good for you. That's good.
Sure.
Absolutely. So anything we can do for you guys, just let us know.
Well, look, thank you, and I
We
appreciate Speedy.
you taking care of Speedy so well.
I appreciate you taking care of Speedy and his entire baseball team.
That's not true.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, buddy. Appreciate it.
Go Huskies.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, though. That is good.
Sure, I mean, you can't blame us.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we're waiting on that. That's like a gift.
That's good.
That's like a gift
It's
right
like
there.
it fell in.
I got a shirt from the Scholar Bowl in that. 2 gifts today.
Rick, I saw Rob from Coca-Cola loading his truck up downstairs.
I know.
You really in on it.
Greg, I went up and I said, man, Speedy's truck's really down on his tires. They got a load back there. Look back there, just Coca-Cola products everywhere. From Papa Murphy's. As we come back, a couple of things going on that we haven't talked about yet. So this the bar deal, tell me what's going on here, because they're saying now, and I know the Democrats wanted to drill Barr about the Mueller report, and he's saying now that he's not coming back.
Well, keep in mind now, he's already been up there 2 days, and then he agreed to come back again.
Right.
And he testified yesterday because there had been Mueller had put out a letter that had leaked and basically said, hey, I don't feel like you really captured the essence of the report in your summary.
Right.
And Barr even made the comment, he said, he called him and said, why didn't you just call me on the phone? Why you got to send it in a letter?
No, you're right, exactly.
So anyway, they're still picking through the leftovers of all this. Well, today they wanted him to testify again, but they wanted congressional attorneys to question him, which obviously, if you have a question, most of these Congress people are attorneys already. But they're bringing in the pros who are trying to frame him and catch him in something. That's the bottom line. And he said, look, this is not customary for the attorneys to question a witness. I'm coming of my own free will. You ask me the questions you want, and I will give you the answer. I'm not going to get into some legal trap. And they said, well, we want these attorneys to question. He said, well, I'm not coming then.
Yeah, so he's going to be a no-show, and they're saying, the Democrats, of course, that he could face contempt charges and be subpoenaed.
Well, they could, and they could ignore that too. So this is one of those gray areas. We have, the separation of powers of the government, and this is one of those areas where it gets a little bit gray about how much control one can dictate to the other. Now, he's come up there and he's answered the questions. But again, I think we've moved from the legal aspect of this into the political aspect of this. And Barr has even said, look, the Department of Justice needs to be out of politics, and y'all keep trying to drag us into this. There's other things we need to be working on. Mueller did his report. I gave you the summary. There's no prosecutable crimes in here. It's in the political arena now. Y'all have all the fun you want with it. But far as us legally, we're done with it.
And he also went on to let them know that there are multiple investigations going on criminal leaks, that people may have criminally leaked information and all this, and they are investigating those as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these reports are supposed to be private and classified, and they end up in the newspaper before the people who's supposed to read them get them.
Right.
So
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Meal planning never made easier than HelloFresh.com. I'm telling you, great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. You can have it all. You know, I know somebody saying, Rick, you almost don't like I can have something. Well, I'm just telling you, when it comes to meal planning, with HelloFresh.com/Bubba, you can. They know there's a lot on your plate. They got pre-portioned ingredients, foolproof recipes right at the door. You trying to do a little better? Hardest part's trying to get your meals together. Well, fit and wholesome. Go there. They got all the meals you need. Family favorites, got it. Need some snacks, got it. Need some breakfast on the run, got it. You can add all that to your order. 10-minute lunches, not a problem. So just add it to your weekly order. How about this? 25% less expensive than takeout. And also, it's cheaper than grocery store shopping. And you don't waste food. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It comes right to the door. Not just meal planning, the actual meals. And then all you have to do is prepare it. It's America's #1 meal kit. Get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Also, you can find our link at RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Some things coming up. We got Man Church Weekend in Ottawa, Tennessee at Ottawa Baptist Church. Andy Blanks, Lance Ingram there this weekend. So make a note of that. Sunday night, Hopetown Church, Huntsville, Alabama. Rich Wingo there. And then Monday night, Lord willing, I'll be in Tuscaloosa for the Save a Life annual banquet. This is their big fundraiser. Last I checked, it was maybe a couple of tables were still available. I don't know if they still are. You can find out. And those of you that are coming, I'll see you, Lord willing, on Monday night. And then we were talking to Greg in the break. You know, the crap run is still coming. And Greg will be running for Venetia's Foundation. And, Bubba, a lot of people they're planning October 7th to go to this run to be in Piedmont, if for no other reason to encourage Greg.
Well, I know he loves to have people on the side cheering him on, because I do that here at the office all the time.
Greg loves encouragement.
Bubba's known for it.
He loves encouragement.
I'm the encourager.
He loves to be encouraged.
Greg's Minions is a real group, and they're coming to run.
I love this group.
Look, and that's great.
They're going to be there and watch.
Y'all know when you're running.
Come on, Greg, you can do it.
You hate people who encourage.
Greg, finish.
Just a mile and a half more.
A little bit more. Greg, you're doing great.
We know you can do it.
Greg, do it.
You got to breathe.
I'm calling the whole thing off.
No. Greg, they're saying this is the biggest response they've ever had.
Yes, Greg.
Don't listen to Speedy.
Hey, buddy.
That's Speedy making
Don't you want people to sign up?
Yes, and
that's the goal, right?
Is WPID, are they out there covering it?
I hope so.
I'm going to give him shout out.
Their goal is to not get around you, just run right behind you.
See, Speed's making all this.
You know what in Piedmont, you know what they've renamed Saturday? They've renamed it. It's called Let's Go Greg.
See?
Yep.
Huh?
Okay, no, it is. I'm glad. That's going to be
So
good.
you don't want people to come run?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just can't talk when I run.
That's fine. They don't want you to
get out of
talk.
breath.
They're just going to talk to you. Like, come on, man.
Go, Greg.
I don't need to be encouraged.
Everybody needs encouragement.
That'd just be right behind.
We used to do CrossFit.
You consider
people start all that hollering.
You consider encouragement kind of be applied.
It is.
Well, you're miserable, and the last thing you want.
Go, Greg.
You know, you're miserable. The last thing you want some happy, joyful person all fired up.
Well, who's not running?
I wish. I wish Greg.
That makes a lot of sense.
Great point.
Hey, you're over there. I'm running.
Hey, shut up. The person's hollering at you while enjoying the banana pudding milkshake from Chick-fil-A.
Right. Yeah.
They're breathing fine.
Right. Yeah. Well,
if you run up beside, if you're running and run up beside me and give me a little encouragement, I'm all about that.
Like that old
Don't
lady
say anything from sidelines.
Yeah.
Hey, that old lady used to. I ran that one, and I would run off and leave her, and then I'd get tired, and I was walking. She'd catch back up and go, "Let's go now, let's go."
Oh yeah.
And I had to run.
And that
She was actually
motivated
running.
you. That's the thing. That motivates
Right.
you.
Well, and I thought it was really intimidating that she was ahead of you a little bit and smoking.
Yeah. Actually, that was my first.
Speedy, are you
that was year one.
She stomped a cigarette out as we dropped the horn for her.
You just don't want to be last. No. That's the thing. I mean, surely there's somebody with a limp behind you. You know
There's
what I mean?
I've looked at that.
So, Speedy, can you get Greg to some of these protein balls?
I could. That might help you.
Yes.
So what happened?
Rick, what about shirts that say "Go, Greg"? We know you can do it.
Hey, Bubba,
Yeah. I think there is going to be some. There is going to be like some Greg Minions
Go,
t-shirts.
Greg.
No, there's not.
Yeah, and they said they got watches, so they know exactly how far y'all have gone, so they're going to read that out to you.
You can
Greg,
do it.
you know
can
what?
do it. You can. You can.
You know what you could do, Greg?
You can. You can.
We're going to have a good time. It's
You
gonna be
could
great
haul-
calls, and we're going to have fun.
You could haul, Greg, think about this. Let's just tie it all together. You could load up your truck with some of that furniture that you're storing in your house, like that piano next to your bed.
Yeah.
And take it out there and sell it at the end of the run.
That is perfect.
Huh?
Well, I could.
Huh? Or put it in the back of Old Blue and,
Hey,
and
this
just play
piano's
it.
hard to move around.
Yeah,
Have you hit that piano in the middle of the night and all the make that noise?
I played the intro to Dark Side by John Caffrey and the Beaver Bram.
Greg, today go home, see if you can't pick up The Entertainer. So,
but
or
yeah,
the Charlie
look,
Brown thing.
we've got folks
What about
just
clocks?
hitting us up on email, and the
Hey, you
foundation
done
has said
Oh,
they're
I'm getting some too
overwhelmed.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's good. That's a good thing, right, buddy?
So now you're making stuff up, and they actually need people to sign up. and
I know
you're
that's what,
making
and that's
stuff up.
happening. That's happening.
Yeah.
I've heard from the
Everybody's gonna think, well, it's
minions.
covered
Because
because
they
I heard
always
Speedy.
they always put a few more people out on the street. Right?
Oh, there
Absolutely.
is no turn away.
Where does
no,
it start
there's
and
no
end
limit.
in downtown Piedmont?
Yes,
Do
it
you know?
does. It starts and ends there.
Wouldn't you love to see those
That
streets,
last leg, you come kicking down Main Street.
those streets just full of people wanting to encourage Greg as he comes to the
No,
line?
I don't need to be encouraged, but I appreciate him being there.
No, we want you to be encouraged.
You know, when you hit Main Street, Greg, I'm just in my mind. If I was a movie producer or something, I would have you coming around that, and then
Yes.
when you turn,
Me?
all of a sudden that
There
you
it
see
is.
you for about the first what do you think? About 2 or 3 seconds, and then all of a sudden the wave of
Yeah.
people are behind you.
I don't know how
and they're just
far.
screaming, Greg, Greg.
How far
Greg."
from the finish line is the stadium?
Oh, it's nowhere near it.
Okay.
Oh, we see how you
He's
look.
downtown.
Wouldn't you love everybody with Greg coming
No, I
in?
know.
Yes.
But it
So-
also involves the Ladaga Trail at some portion.
Yeah.
It
That's
does.
your last leg.
And it's flat.
It is flat, and that helps.
Could you zoom in on that?
The
finish?
front side's got a little bit of hill in it, but
Yeah,
once you
okay.
hit Ladaga,
You see
How
that
long
turn,
is
Rick?
it,
You
the
see
whole
that?
thing?
You see the
3
turn
point-
right?
Oh,
Something
yeah,
like
that'd be great.
You see this turn right here? This is what I want, Greg, right here.
Yeah, I know that turn. Listen, that's where I'm wanting to be.
Hit the Rocky music, Rick.
When I get
Hit
right there,
Rocky.
I'm happy.
I want you right here, and then here comes. I mean, everybody right there.
Yeah, join.
Yeah.
Oh,
How long is the whole run?
What is a 5K? 3.2.
3.2 miles.
Greg, come on.
But Greg's doing the kids' fun run, is that right?
Yes, that's early in the day. I usually win it.
Yeah.
Good.
Right. I mean, I can see it right when he
Here
hits
it
that
comes.
corner and
Here
turns.
it comes.
And he turns and he's by himself, and then the whole mob turns behind him.
I need to get better here in the next couple weeks.
And then all of a sudden he says, "They're my friends," and here they come.
Okay.
You know how people ran through the street with Rocky?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And Rocky didn't like him encouraging him.
He said, "I don't think I got the tools to pull this off, but they're my friends."
When I get to that spot you marked, I'm sucking air. Buddy.
Yeah, I bet.
Are you are you drinking raw eggs too?
Yes, you get up every morning at daylight, drink raw eggs.
But it's going to be.
I need to go make one run through the course.
Hey,
before-
Greg, can we put your name on the marquee?
Y'all have fun.
You can do it, Greg.
When you were punching.
That's me coming to the
You
line.
got to do the punch and the slip.
There's going to be so many people behind you. You're going to feel like you're floating.
Okay, buddy.
That's me coming in the line in Piedmont.
Look, you need to run it this year. You in good shape, ready to roll?
I'd like to, but I've got a can of nails to eat.
Run with Greg.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Needs to be an investigation into that, and they're also looking about how this whole thing started with a FISA warrant. Who actually brought the information? Who gave it? Who made the speech to get the judge to do it? Why did the judge do it? And that also, I think, needs to be looked at for the sake of every president going forward, not just Republicans, not just Donald Trump, Democrats, everybody else, because we know in American politics, whatever some weapon somebody makes up and weaponizes the Department of Justice, it will be done again to the other party when the other bunch is in control. It always is. So, it's really how much do we want to tear down the institution at this point?
Everybody's favorite Muslim, Representative Omar, says the U.S. Bullied Venezuela and kind of helped lead to the devastation that's going on there because of our particular style of bullying and trying to fund a coup to overthrow the sitting, and I'll use this word loosely, President Maduro.
Yeah, I think we pretty much have a policy. We do try to overthrow communist dictators wherever we can.
She said this, a lot of this is our fault.
Yeah, well, she's probably right.
Right, of course.
And I think we should probably be proud of it.
Right. A lot of you have asked about this as well out of the state of Alabama. And again, I think if you look at this as appalling as it is, you got to look at and then when I say silver lining, I just mean at least the truth has been told, which gets us in, these bills that are going through in different states. And, of course, there's concern by the pro-choice movement that somehow the one that is rolling through the proper channels in Alabama is going to lead to Roe v. Wade being, going before the Supreme Court. And we told you all that yesterday in the Dred Scott angle. And that's all very intriguing. Well, we have a Democrat in Alabama, one of the few people even in Alabama who opposed the bill, John Rogers. And if you listen, at least John is admitting what's going on. I mean, that's one way to look at it. And he says some kids are unwanted, so you kill them now or you kill them later. And he's saying, and now he makes a ridiculous comment that somehow if you were unwanted by your birth mom and your birth dad, that automatically means you're going to end up sitting on the electric chair one day, which is an outlandish statement. I know very well people who were put up for adoption by young parents or people who didn't think they could handle the child or didn't want the child, and they certainly have been productive citizens and did not end up in the electric chair, John. That's a ridiculous statement. Yep. It's grotesque. It's ignorant. But here's the good news about it. He said, you kill them now. I'd underline that. Mm-hmm. And I would say, okay, so you've admitted that abortion is the killing of someone.
You've acknowledged that.
You've acknowledged it.
Yep.
So now we as a society have to decide whether we think it's right to kill people that are innocent. Right? I mean, we could even use John Rogers' comment. Yeah, John Rogers agrees that life begins at conception because John Rogers just said when you abort a child, you do kill it. And he just says to him, he said, kill him now or kill him later.
That's what he said. You're right. And thought he had a good point.
Yep. Don't miss that.
Right. Well, don't forget, first of all, he's admitting that it's people being killed, even though, like Bubba said, and he's right, he's trying to be sharp.
Yeah.
But he's also making an outlandish statement that if you were put up for adoption or your mother goes ahead and has you, that instantly means you'll never be a productive citizen and you're going right to the electric chair.
Yeah.
Do you realize how few people we put in the electric chair?
Well, none now.
Yeah. So everybody who was unwanted at birth ends up in jail or in the electric chair.
Yeah, they've parked Yellow Mama right now.
So John Rogers is able to look into the womb of a woman who finds herself in a situation that she does not want to be responsible for the baby. John Rogers has looked into the womb, and he has determined that everybody that's in that situation that is going to be aborted, we would have killed him anyway. That's wow. That's quite a gift on John's part to be able to see that. So he's just saying, look, let's just go ahead and kill him now. Might as well. What a grotesque, ignorant statement, and an appalling statement. I don't care what party or whatever. And what do you see? We become so numb to human life that John Rogers can say this statement and not even understand the level of depravity of what he's saying.
Yeah,
because it's just become a political issue. To your point, Bubba, where he doesn't even realize what he's saying.
Rick,
he's so ingrained in the politics of this that he'll utter a statement like this without even thinking about it.
This isn't something that somebody recorded him behind the scenes saying. This was actually his prepared statement.
Oh, like Bubba said, he thinks it's provocative. He wants to throw it out there today and talk. Look how edgy he is. Well, I'd like to thank him for admitting that we're killing people.
Yeah,
that's helpful. Because one of the debates was we didn't know if we were doing that or not. So. By the way, that they are to take your statement when it goes before the Supreme Court and say, well, look, even John Rogers says it's a lie. Just like we were wrong about Dred Scott, we're wrong about this.
Yep.
I'd use John Rogers' line as part of the case. Even the people who want this to be available admit this is what's happening. Do we have the right to do that? And then for those you have office brackets on Fix Mama's Mouth, you'll see if your three mamas are still in it.
That's right.
But the
no wagering, please.
How's your bracket look?
And we were discussing that. And look, in all fairness, I mean, we love Dr. Dudney, but his office is not around the corner.
It's
And
not. Matter of fact, you probably pass 100 dental offices on the way to Douglas.
But no, yeah.
But not that he's any better than anybody else. But put it this way, we sure do drive a little fleet.
We do.
And I always think it's closer. I always do. And that's what's sad.
Yeah.
I think I got to have a new attitude about it. That I think it's. I'm going to start saying that I think it's actually in Clanton. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So I heard earlier in the kickoff hour, and I want to get some details on this. So, you know, Greg's he's training for his big run, and we made that clear.
Speed's going to encourage me.
We're here to encourage you, Greg.
And you know, a lot
Go,
of things,
Greg, go.
A lot of things
You can do it.
this show has done that people don't even know about, like helping the Chicago Bulls get their star player back on the court with Bubba educating them on Topaz. Speedy his wife producing protein balls that Tom Brady liked.
Yes.
And so these protein balls have been the topic quite often on the program. And I understand that at the Wilburn house there was some protein ball confusion.
Yes.
So what happened?
Well, Terry, she'll make a batch of protein balls and normally just keep them in the fridge. And they're great grab and goes because rather than running over to the pantry and eating something you shouldn't, you can grab one or two of those and it'll get you through whatever hunger you're in.
Mm-hmm.
You got your oatmeals in it, some honey, peanut butter, flaxseed meal, some vanilla, some mini chocolate chips. You roll it into balls and then you chill it for at least an hour. Then you store it in an airtight container in the fridge, and they're delicious.
You brought them in before; they're fantastic.
You can.
I wish you had some this morning.
Yeah, some add-ins. You could
good.
do coconut or white chocolate chips or whatever. And a good friend of mine, Blake Lewis, his baseball team was in town. The Alabama JUCO fall championships are going on, and all the JUCO teams in the state were in Hoover yesterday.
Now, who does he coach or play with?
He's Gadsden State. They revamped their program, and he's the AD there too. And so we were talking, and I knew he was coming into town, and he always jokes because he's had them before. He goes, "Well, I tell you better bring me some of them protein balls." Well, he was on speaker when I was walking through, and Terry heard that, and she said, I'll make him some, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, I think you might have you a surprise. And he's like, oh, no, you don't have to. Well, anyway, I show up yesterday, didn't stay long, but went by, saw him as his game was wrapping up. And when I was leaving, I had a little backpack cooler with me, and I said, hey, because I got to stay chilled. I said, hey, Terry made you some protein balls if you want to take them with. He's, oh, yeah, man, I can't wait. I get on the bus and eat them on the way home. So I looked down, and he got distracted by someone else, and he was talking to him. So while he was talking, I looked down, and I went to pick up the bag, and I went, well, that doesn't look right. They are what appears to be protein balls because there's little balls in there in a little sandwich bag. But I called Terry, and I said, hey, hon, these are protein balls, right? She's, yeah. Almost like idiot.
I've heard. We've all heard that talk.
And I'm like, well, I'm out here. It's a bright, sunny day. The texture looked different. They looked white. And I was asking, but hey, okay, thank you again. I'm about to give them. Okay, great, whatever. I give them to him, and he puts them in his bag, and he's got to catch up with his team. He's head coach. He's going back, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't hear anything else about it. And then this morning, we're doing the kickoff hour, and I get a text. And it's oh my goodness, I cannot believe this. And I'm like, what? She said, I gave the wrong thing to you to give to Blake. No. She said it wasn't protein balls. And I'm like, what? And she said it was chocolate chip cookies. And I said, wait a minute.
To which raw.
That haven't been cooked.
That's my idea of a protein ball.
She said, I grabbed the wrong thing in the little freezer. She was keeping them really cold for me.
Raw.
And she said, I gave you the wrong thing. And she said, so she has cookie dough balls is what he has, chocolate chip cookie dough balls.
Dough balls.
And
it's a little different.
And he didn't reach out to me at all, which is fine, but he didn't even say, hey, what is this? So I texted him this morning, and after I stopped laughing, and she's beside herself. She can't believe she's done this.
Right, yeah.
And
the first thought is, wow, I've got some protein balls.
I did think about that because Race was like, well, where's all the protein balls? Yesterday when he got home from work. And so
Where's the cookie
so I was
dough?
like, hey, what's what are we gonna do here? And so I said, well, let me text him and see what's up. So he texted back. He said, I wasn't gonna say anything. I thought she changed the recipe. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh wow.
But you should.
Did he eat
He
them?
said you should have seen my face when I bit into the first ball. He said it, and he sent me one of those little videos that you can put into text messages. Somebody going, what is this?
That's not as
I'm like,
good as
"What
I
is
remember
this?"
it. Right.
But so he didn't have protein balls. Instead, he had chocolate chip cookie dough balls on the way home from. And
Tell
let
them
me
to put
just
them in
tell
the
you
oven and
something.
bake them, and they'll be.
The
There you
hype
go.
behind this delivery, okay, was at an all-time level. He could not believe he had protein balls, and he couldn't wait till he got on the bus.
Well, guess what? Then he couldn't believe he didn't have them.
Yeah.
After
Right.
it worked
Yeah.
into a frenzy.
Was he excited about this as you were the iPhone?
Close to it. Close to it. Either that or he was an overbreeder and faked it a little bit.
I'm sorry to bring that up.
Yeah, right.
But anytime somebody talks about being enthusiastic about a gift, I think.
Look.
Yeah. Right.
And so she said, so you
Almost felt
you
bad.
looking at the texture, because I even squished one of the balls. I was like, I'm going to squish it a little bit, and it didn't even feel the same way.
Right.
It just seemed a little
By the
bit
way,
more.
if you just joined us, Speedy's talking about protein balls that turned out to be cookie dough.
Right. Exactly.
Did he
And
put them in the oven or not when he got home?
I didn't ask. I'm sure he maybe threw them away. I don't know what he did.
Did he
with
ever?
them.
He never told you what he did with them.
No. He just said I thought maybe she had changed the recipe, whatever. So
Yeah.
So now that Helmsley's
I
back
would've
and
just said,
forth,
"Hello, cookie sheet."
Yeah. Now that Helmsley's back and forth to Jack State every day, I said you might make a run and meet him. And
I
get
told
some protein
him.
balls.
No, well, listen, I made a deal, little deal, side deal. If she'll make me a batch too, and bring them
I
up
get
here,
it.
then
I get it.
I will. It's no further, honestly, for me to go through Gadsden.
Yeah.
And Blake and I need to catch up on a few things anyway.
Yeah.
And so it would be a good route for me to go see him, see what's going on there, drop off the protein balls. I get protein balls as well. Win-win.
Or do you get cookie dough?
Everybody downplays the protein ball until you've had one.
Oh, I like them.
And when you've had one, it's a game changer.
Good enough for Tom Brady. Good enough for us.
That's right. That's
Well-
right. And so there, Rick, before y'all start hitting me with emails, go to rickandbubba.com, click on goodies, documents, and Speedy's protein balls. Right there, the recipe's right there.
Yep. Yeah,
I didn't know it was on the.
But I'll make you some, Greg, so you can get ready for the crap run.
I do need.
No,
some
you
of that.
honestly, he does need some.
I'll bring-
And they're
yeah.
fantastic.
I'll
I
make
love
either that or I'm bring.
And
some,
don't get into my
some
batch.
cookies. I don't know which one I'll bring, but
You don't bring them in very much.
I know I keep
Does
I
he?
keep them.
He
I keep
doesn't.
the balls. I keep them to myself.
That's something I can actually
Calm
eat.
down.
Yeah.
Share them.
It's a good, nice, healthy snack.
It
for us.
is,
and
yeah.
you won't do it. But it's tasty. It's not like you feel like you're doing something.
We're
with
hoarding the balls.
Yeah.
Agree.
Hey, look, let me tell you what
you
you
gotta
don't want.
share.
Hey, what you don't want, and I'm quoting Don Day on this. Don't get Greg fired.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something.
Yesterday
well
was
done.
like-
You'll be up baking all night.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done today, Don.
Here's the thing with this group. If I brought in a little container with protein balls and we put them in the refrigerator, because we can't eat on moderation here, they'd be gone in one show.
Well,
instead of just
we'll
grabbing
have a lot of protein.
grabbing one or two at a time, and it gets you through a couple of days.
Is that right?
Yeah, it
That-
does.
That's tough, though.
It is.
Yeah.
It is because normally I 4 is the one. That's kind of what I like.
Is 4 too much?
4 is too many. 4 is too many.
Too many calories?
Cut it in half. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably so.
Yeah.
That's what I like. But I have
So-
to. I stand at the refrigerator and have a conversation with myself.
So you cut the consumption in half, like I've advised you, the same percentage you cut your time with Greg in half?
Yes, exactly.
So
exactly.
Kind of miss it.
really, probably ideal is to eat 2 at the same time. That's probably it.
Okay. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be
You talking
Big.
about a pair?
Speaking of Speedy, he'll take the phones from you right now at 866 We Be Big. We'll find out what's on your mind. Comment on things you've already heard today. Bring up new topics.
Sorry, Blake.
All you coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When I
You'll
arrived
be
there,
surprised.
and I arrived there, I'm like, oh wow, that's not as far as I thought. But and I always think it's right here, and it's still one more up.
Right.
You know,
And the construction makes it even further
Yeah,
away.
it does.
It's on the
Oh.
interstate.
It does.
Feels like
on the
travel.
backside, though, it's closer to my house. So I'm like, okay, it is kind of on that side, but
I
on
never
the front
can.
side, it's tough.
I never can decide where I'm going to exit and get on 31. I always pick too far. I need to go on down one more.
Yeah.
do you?
Go down
Well,
and double back.
The way you wind back in there.
Stay on the right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I got to get Rick go one more, buddy. You know that.
238, Rick.
We're just one more. But anyway, there you are thinking it's closer again.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you went to get a
I did.
cleaning.
Just had a cleaning. You know, I had some root canal issues and had all that fixed. Everything's been great.
Ooh, yuck,
and,
I got teeth.
And remember,
Dudley's-
I was just there a few like a week ago. That's why this is surprising me.
Well, what in the world?
I think Siri responded to something for some reason.
Helmsy's teeth.
Oh wow, it did. Look at this. It's my phone. It's at Dr. Dudney.
How funny is
What's
that?
wrong with Siri?
Anyway,
Just mind her own business.
I was up for a cleaning, and it wasn't supposed to happen
Had to
until
shine them babies
next
up.
week. And Dudney's going to be out of town, so they were like, "Hey, let's get everybody in this week." So I said, "Yeah, I can go." So went on down and polished these puppies up, and they're good, of course, no cavities, everything's good.
Of course. Look,
But
take care of my teeth.
I experienced something yesterday that I have
hygiene.
never experienced before, never even really thought about.
Right. Right.
But it entered my world, and Christy, knowing us, the office manager, knowing us so well, pulled me aside before in the lobby, and she said, "Hey, just a heads up."
Was it a whisper kind of like you're hunting?
She was.
Yeah.
She was just trying to. She just gave me a heads up, and she said, "Hey, I just want to give you a heads up.
What about Top Gun?
Your dental hygienist is a male. I hope that's okay." And I thought, well, I've never really thought about that, but yeah, it's fine. And then, but
I never noticed that.
But
there
the
weren't
fact
any
that she
males.
brought it up, I started studying.
Now you're starting to think about it.
So then I thought, okay, really don't matter when I go get a haircut if it's male or female. Massages, now I draw the line there. Don't get massages that often.
Yeah, right.
But if I do, and if I did, I
What
would
if you were getting
I would
waxed?
not want a dude massaging me.
What if you're getting waxed?
Greg, why? Greg.
we think about the medical industry in general. You know, there was a time where it was female nurses and female nurses only.
Yeah,
but now we're just. I mean, those percentages are way up. It's very common for male nurses.
You
to
know,
be
I still
around.
haven't adjusted that though. That's still I'm okay with them as long as they don't call themselves a nurse.
Well,
I'm okay
What
with
are they
them.
supposed to call them though? I've thought about.
I'm just
this.
telling you, I didn't
know.
say it's okay.
No, I
didn't-
know.
I didn't
I
say
know.
that. Hey, wow, don't y'all understand? I'm just telling you how quirky I am.
I know.
that
I know.
that when they're working on me at the hospital, it doesn't bother me at all. When they're in there, putting the IV in, I'm fine with it as long as they don't reference to themselves. I'm your nurse.
Yes.
That I don't, for some reason, don't care for.
So before
We
everybody,
need another name for male nurses.
I agree with that. I
Right.
agree with that
Yeah.
100%.
Maybe a Merce.
Bubba, I was trying to. That is so weird that we thought the same thing.
You know what? Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Man nurse.
Even though the name
got a
nurse
nurse.
has nothing to do with gender, nothing.
Yeah.
But because to your point, it became so prominent
Yeah.
that nurses were females. Now I always equate the word nurse with the female gender.
Well, and so you look at this particular profession; it's been dominated by females.
Yeah, I never thought
Historically,
about it. I never
mean,
thought about it.
until yesterday, I have never, in my 41 years of living on this earth, come in contact with a male dental hygienist. Not one.
Dominic.
And I even looked
never-
it up this morning. I think it's less than 10%.
I never.
Of
I've
all
never
the,
thought
all
about
the
it.
dental
Can I ask
hygienists
you a
out there.
question?
Probably
that-
less than 5%.
And the
actually.
times that you're living in, and this is nothing against this man at all. And the times you're living in, though, you do have to ask this question: is he male and identifies as male?
And he does.
Okay.
He has a family. I figured
have to ask
I
that.
ask all these
You
questions.
do have to ask
No
that.
doubt. That was actually one of the first questions I asked.
Did he wear men's clothes or women's clothes?
That's a good question.
It's in scrubs.
All right,
See, that's neutral.
that's neutral. So that didn't help you.
I will
What
say
color
this.
were the scrubs?
Can I just say, I think they were, I don't know. I think they were
Navy?
blue maybe.
Navy or light
I don't
blue?
know. I don't know. I don't know. They may not even been blue at all.
If they were something other than in the blue shades,
I will say this. I thought he did a phenomenal job. Were his fingers big?
Rick Burgess.
No. These are
going in your mouth.
these are
Rick,
valid questions,
not
and
a
I'll tell you why.
prostate check.
Because no, it's valid though.
That's
Because
valid.
the
Your
first thing I
mouth's open.
thought.
There's only so much room in there.
Well, but we don't think
Look,
about the dentist.
And look, I
have
know
small
some of
hands.
you women out there, "Ooh, I'm stronger than you." Men are typically stronger than women.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I thought, wow, so he's gonna have those utensils.
Well, I
and
bet he can
those
get that
tools.
tartar. I bet he can get that
And
tartar off.
he's gonna wear my mouth out with that.
I bet the tartar was shooting in there like it come out of a shotgun.
did that just for you.
You know?
I did it just.
Here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. It's a phone troll. And The phone troll was born, by necessity. We started thinking, all right, so we try to do everything in a new way, try new things. Well, when we became a talk radio show, the first thing everybody says is, well, you can only manage 4 lines. I mean, you don't need to have more than 4. But we noticed, sometimes people don't have the ability to call themselves, and they call every day. And I don't know if you've ever listened to a talk show that takes the same callers every day. It starts to grind at some point. So we thought, well, what can we do maybe to make the sample a little larger, harder to manage, but a little larger? So we went to 10 lines so more people can get in. And then how can we take that 10 and maybe get more people with more ideas and more comments on and give everybody a shot? Because then people are saying, well, I can't get in. So this keeps also the line moving. And plus, you, the listener, probably sometimes, less is more. If we need to expand on the call, we can. We also did away with shout-outs and shameless plugs. Baby predictions don't really work in this format. This is designed for a lot of information and a little bit of time. So we'll start with Jason. There's room for you now if you want to call. Speedy's there on the phones, ready to go. Jason in Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Fired up. That's all we know, Jason.
I've got something that's going to fire Greg and Bubba up.
Okay.
Uh-oh. When Greg does his run, he needs to get Bubba needs to get him one of those wheelchairs, motorized wheelchairs, like Patches O'Houlihan from the dodgeball stores.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Throw wrenches at him and encourage him.
Throw wrenches at him. Dodge a wrench and dodge a ball.
I think what I'm going to get him to do, I'm going to wait till a good hot day, get him out here on the pavement, make him run barefooted.
Yeah.
That'll make him pick him feet up.
It's almost too cool right now to really put him into rest.
Yeah.
Patches O'Houlihan.
Greg, I'm a little worried too. Bubba and I have always said the calendar's off. This feels like October weather right now. No rain, dry, not a lot of humidity. Yeah. I hope all of our October weat's not being taken into
September. Back up.
Let's go to Landon in Alabama. Landon, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, I heard y'all talking about the side effects earlier of aspartame, and memory loss being one of them. How much aspartame you reckon Joe Biden consumes a day?
Apparently, if that is a side effect, quite a bit. Let's go to Mike.
Seriously, I'm not kidding.
Mike in Indiana, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. Hey, Rick, I heard you going through this there, but I think you might have missed one, because I heard that you could go to Henry Hoover Auto Mall and have your oil changed by Bubba Bussey, help pay his bill on there. And if he didn't get that done, you could do it at that Venmo at helpmygasshole.com.
I didn't catch all that, but I think I got
that. Sounded good.
He had a dropout right when he was setting it up, but I think I got it. Let's go
to
good
charity.
Let's go to Crystal in Alabama. Crystal, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah. So every morning when I get up, I put in my contacts and I think about Greg. And I was wondering,
well, you're not alone.
If Greg ever mastered contacts.
I did not.
No.
I did not.
No,
I gave up on them too soon, and I probably regret it.
Contacts beat him, Crystal.
Which means next time I go to the eye doctor, I'll be all fired up again, act like I'm going to do it.
Greg,
I saw him chasing his eye around here one day, trying to put him in.
I'm just not good at touching my eyeball.
Who sat across from you and said, you're not a contact person? Right. Did I not say
and
that?
I hate glasses. Hate them.
I think there's certain people that can be contact people. You're not one of them.
I agree.
Nor am I.
I don't like touching my eyeball. I just don't like it.
I know. Well, yeah, Greg. I know. That's what I said. What did I say?
You don't like touching your eyeball.
And what did I say?
That they're not for me.
And then what has happened?
You're right.
Okay.
They weren't
not
for me.
Right.
But I may try it again.
Greg, right again. Let's go to Robert in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead, Robert.
Robert.
All this time, I thought it was the whiskey that gave me a headache, and y'all let me know. I found out it's aspartame.
Now that's a good line. That's a good one.
Mixing it in that
So does
drink.
whiskey have aspartame?
No, but you mix it with a little Coke.
That's Granddaddy's
That's
cough
what's
syrup.
getting him.
866 We Be Big. Lines are available because we're moving them, so now slots are becoming available. You can get in. Bill's in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Bill, go ahead. Oh, we lost Bill. I don't know what happened to Bill there.
Billy!
Billy! 866 We Be Big. Speedy taking phone calls now. He's got some people. There we go. Let's start with Ethan. Ethan's in Opp, Alabama, not far from where Billy was. Ethan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to second what he said about the aspartame. You know, if Joe Biden drinks a bunch a day, it makes sense.
You just going to say that again? Yep. Okay. All right. Well, you know.
Rick, he says he agrees.
Greg, if one thing is good, guess what's better too?
Yeah. How many drinks has he had?
Please let the next caller say it.
Ethan, you're gonna have to back off on the. So anyway, that I think we're really the true test is Trump, because Trump says he drank how many? He drinks 12 a day.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Now we're not sure because he'll exaggerate, but I mean it's something like that. No. Mike in Auburn. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to call in and let you know. I know that things been blown way up out of proportion. Just want to get you guys' intake on it. What I did is I went back and watched the replay on it.
What are you talking about? On what?
I'm out.
On what? A replay on what?
The Travis Hunter hit this past weekend.
Okay. Yeah, that's an important
Probably
piece of the
ought to lead
puzzle.
with that.
Yeah, you left that piece of the puzzle out. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, you are so right. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I know it was a late hit by, shadow of a doubt. It was definitely a late hit. But I went back and videoed that thing off the screen and broke it down in a step-by-step. And it just appeared to me that, okay, it was a late hit, but the guy, he's coming wide open across there. And if you look at it real close to slow motion tonight when you guys get home, that guy threw his hands up by his head. He was trying to really sort of stop, but he never did anything, did something. It looked like he did something else. I just want to get you guys' input on that. I mean, I know he hit the guy, but I don't think he meant to hit the guy intentionally is what I'm trying to say.
Mike, I'd have to strongly disagree.
I think he meant to hit him.
I think watching it was a penalty. I do like the way Travis Hunter and Coach Sanders have handled it, saying, in football it's contact. People, do things like that. It was a penalty. And they don't want the guy to get death threats or anything like that. But
look at that last angle that Adler just played. I haven't seen that one from behind it. That's an interesting view.
I'm not trying to say that he wanted to, hurt him the way he has,
right.
But he clearly thought he had a shot at him, and he took it.
Rattle his cage a little bit.
Yeah, to rattle his cage.
Next time you come across the middle, he'll be thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, we did that all the time in football. And I know it was a different game then, but we were told, if the quarterback carries out a fake, drill him. Even though we knew he didn't have the ball. And then you just tell the referee you thought he had the ball.
Well, that's one of those.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's way late. The ball landed.
He could have made a much worse hit on him.
Yeah. He was just trying to give him a little love.
Well, that's the thing, too.
Love tap.
Let's say this. Let's say Travis Hunter doesn't get hurt. That probably affects him during that game. And that's what the guy was trying to do.
It was intimidation.
That's exactly what he was doing.
We did it all the time.
That's smart.
And I told you yesterday, I think he was a little bit blindsided because he come around his player. He didn't see him, so he couldn't prepare for it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And let me try.
That's why it was a late hit and not targeting.
Well, I mean, don't get upset about it. It's okay.
And the fact that they were kind of engaged with their arms, he didn't have the ability to kind of.
And that's why, Bubba, it was a late hit and not targeting.
I agree.
There you go. Shane in Piedmont, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
I just want to talk with Greg, or ask Greg, this crap run. My son has 3 times now beat Greg in this race.
Oh, it'll be 4.
Probably so, but the catch is he's in a wheelchair.
No, Greg. Well, he does have, is it motorized?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it is not.
Okay.
And Greg can know. Greg can know. He's the only one that runs it in the.
Yeah, that's
well, I can't see him. He's too far ahead of me.
What's the hill situation?
You got one slight hill. It's pretty flat.
But that'll help him on the way down.
Oh, yeah.
I will. It will. Thanks for your phone calls. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back. We'll continue unpacking the stories of the day when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For you, I got the reaction I wanted.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Greg, you showed a bizarre amount of restraint. Just a bizarre amount. I think if Karen, the Kiwi doesn't call today, you do that.
Absolutely. She's took up all that room.
She took took out that percentage.
Because we only have so much.
And I know this next comment is going
Bring it on.
to just bother many in the room, okay?
Bring it on.
he was very gentle.
Gosh.
Okay.
Gosh almighty, you
and,
don't say that.
It was a good experience. Like I was sitting there, hesitated about everything. It was a good experience.
I will tell you that the last time I went to the same dentist office, which look at Speedy,
that's so good.
It's visual. You're so funny. You really are. You're the best mime on the staff.
Oh, by far. By far.
That doesn't hurt, does it?
Yeah, what y'all talk about?
Well, there.
What about
you can't talk to you can't talk to anybody in that world.
Did he come and said, hey,
Probably this close too.
Hey, my name's D. Wayne. I'm gonna be your general hygienist. And how about the Braves, man? I mean, you're not pitching. They young and everything. What did y'all do?
Well, I never try to get in conversations in that world because you can't. Well, you can't talk.
You didn't talk to him when he came in. Hey, how you doing?
This is another reason. This is
all
another
that.
reason to get the gas when you're getting your teeth cleaned.
I did all
you
that.
don't want to talk to anybody.
Well,
How about this one?
we
Rick?
did talk about that, by the way.
You know.
I hate that movie. I never do that. I didn't know. I'm like, can somebody show me?
I'm embarrassed every time I do
Can
it.
somebody tell me how to do that?
How about when you drown, you're like, you're like, for the love of it, you can't wait, and all of a sudden you say it. Oh, here it comes.
What about when you needed it about 40 seconds before they brought it up? Yeah, that's it. I don't know what to do right there on that move. It's like, do I call?
How long do you hope you bite down?
I don't know what to do
because
with
they
that.
hold it just like, come on.
Okay, so I'm not necessarily against a guy hygienist. It's just their hands are too big. They're like sausage fingers in your mouth. It's gross.
I thought about this as this was happening yesterday, and it really wasn't that big a deal.
Well, there's male dentists.
Now,
male
women's
dentists.
mouth may be a little smaller. I don't know, but I don't know. And the dentists are coming in there doing
Ham
it too.
said he can handle it.
My hands are big, but I still think guys' hands are bigger.
In
and-
general,
Oh, well, yeah,
in
of
general,
course.
in general,
Yeah.
there are some men with smallish hands, but I wonder if maybe the people with smaller hands drift toward the dental industry. You know, so have you had a male hygienist that had very large hands?
I have not. No.
Okay, so you never experienced it. So
many people have
No.
it. You know why? There's not many.
There's
around.
not many of them. You're right, but you're just saying, Amy, you don't think you would prefer that.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Well, guys, think about this. There's 5 of us, 6 in there with Adler. None of us knew or have been around a male dental hygienist. Not a one of us. And
No.
there's a lot of age in this room.
Well,
combined.
that's why I asked the question I asked.
Yeah.
It's a fair question.
It is. It is.
If you think about it,
Look, it's not the hands going in your mouth.
No,
That's
a
a great point, too.
It's really
Now,
more
the
the
flossing,
instrument.
though,
It's more
the
the
flossing is
instrument.
hands.
Now that, yeah,
I didn't
flossing
think
would be
nothing
an
of it
issue.
yesterday. I really
You gotta
that
get in there.
I didn't think as far as
Yeah, that would. Be
I
an
didn't
issue.
think it was more uncomfortable from a mouth standpoint yesterday.
Guys, I go back to
how
my
did it
original.
look? How did it look,
Most
Speedy,
dentists are
when they-
male.
They are.
They get in your
Yeah.
mouth.
But have you noticed if they have large hands or
No,
not?
I have not.
You ever had
But
one?
I'm saying they stick their hands in your mouth.
I mean,
I don't know. I ain't never looked.
All right, let's say you're sitting there and you're laying down, dentist or hygienist, either one.
Right.
Okay, and you look up and like Ron Gronkowski walks in.
Yeah, big old meat.
Burgess.
Well, would you not go? Woo.
Wow.
I don't
Does
know.
that look?
That's a. And I know we're not talking about you getting your prostate checked, but still.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's tough. They do have to when they have. To
I'm
get
trying to
back.
think now as far as having to
hurt.
get back
But
there
then
with a
again,
floss.
I
That was
floss
a
my own
little
teeth.
that was a little rough. I
Is
think.
it possible that you mentally tried so hard not to care about it that you overcame some things?
Possibly.
Well,
yeah.
calling it a pleasurable experience was a little much.
That was a little much in the
You're
kickoff
you're
hour. I will
exaggerating.
give you that.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. All right, so let's talk Merrick Garland. We got grilled a little bit yesterday on the Hunter Biden investigation, January 6th. We get a lot of stuff in our clips today. So we'll jump into this. We'll start Representative Johnson asking about the Hunter Biden investigation to Merrick Garland. So we'll get started there. Here we go.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
I don't believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place and that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay. Did you ever?
I have kept that promise.
All right.
Bubba, you just want to weigh in on how does any of us believe what he just said?
Wow. I don't see how, and look, it would be common for the DOJ to talk to the FBI about investigations, okay? Because the FBI is the investigative arm of what is the legal department.
Right.
And if in a sensitive issue like investigating the president or the president's family, I would think that the director would say to the FBI, go where the facts lead you. Do not let this become political, and I really can't get involved in it. Bring me the facts. That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
But we kind of get this song and dance about I don't recollect and all this. I mean, I would say, well, yeah, we deal with them all the time. I talk to them about every major case, and I told them, let the case go where the facts lead.
Yeah.
Don't make it political. Just investigate it like you would anything else.
And just play it almost like, well, of course, the president's son's being investigated. Of course, I've discussed this with the FBI, but here's what I told him.
But this thing of I don't know, and I'm thinking about my answer, and I don't want to be caught perjuring myself later on when evidence uncovers different.
It won't matter. We would
it's
still
kind of
do
a little
anything
song and dance, but you're going to hear that as a common theme in a lot of this.
Now we get Jordan's involved, the chairman. Here comes Jim Jordan, and he's going to talk about that he just said that David Weiss had complete authority. Here we go.
Quote, Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. That was your response, Attorney General, to Senator Grassley's question on March 1st, 2023. You just referenced it when Mr. Bishop was questioning you. Only problem is he'd already been turned down by the U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia, Mr. Graves. So he didn't have full authority, did he?
I had an extended conversation with Senator Grassley at the time. We briefly touched on the Section 515 question and how that process went. I've never been suggested.
My point's real simple, Mr. Garland. You said he had complete authority, but he'd already been turned down. He wanted to bring an action in the District of Columbia, and the U.S. Attorney there said, no, you can't. And then you go tell the United States Senate under oath that he has complete authority.
I'm going to say again that no one had the authority to turn him down. They could refuse to partner with him. They could not.
You can use whatever language. Refuse to partner is turning down.
Well, it's not the same under a well-known Justice Department practice.
Here's what.
Wow.
Dancing around.
But I almost can hear the tapping of the shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much dancing going on.
Jim Jordan, you have to appreciate he does not pull punches.
No, he's so upset. Is he okay? He said.
Well, I mean, you've got a guy here saying that this investigator has full authority to do what he wants to do, but at the same time, he's already been turned down help from the District of Columbia, where they're going to be operating to do a lot of this investigating. So, I kind of feel like we're getting a Fauci answer here. Does he have full authority or does he not? Right. Well, he does, but he doesn't have partners that want to work with him. Well, that ain't full authority.
And the way we say things, you already know we say things certain ways.
Right.
All right, now we have, is her last name Spartz?
Yes.
Representative who says that she grew up in the Soviet Union, and she's going to talk about how it doesn't feel good to come here and now have Americans afraid of their government. So here she is addressing Merrick Garland.
And she has an accent, so Greg,
she does.
just
Here we go.
Just
Hang
listen,
on.
Greg. It's important what she's saying. It doesn't matter if she has an accent.
Attorney General, you had a very moving
statement about your grandparents coming here from Belarus to live in the country without fear of prosecution. I grew up in very similar country, Ukraine now, and when I came here as a young person, I believed in the value as an American not to be afraid of my government. But I wanted to tell you, and I want to share with you and get your thoughts on that. Are you aware that a lot of Americans are now afraid of being prosecuted by your department? Are you aware about that? Are you aware of that? I'm just saying, are you aware or not?
I think that constant attacks on the department and saying
No, it's
that
not attacks. Well, let me give you an example.
I don't know
We talk
what-
about January 6th. People.
I'm sorry?
Here, there some people came on January 6th. There probably were some people that came on January 6th here, you know, that had bad intent. But a lot of good Americans from my district came here because they are sick and tired of this government not serving them. They came with strollers and the kids, and there was chaotic situation because the proper security wasn't provided. That's a question that was answered really why. Why we debated for 45 minutes on the floor and didn't stop the debate after the people broke into the Capitol. But these people came, they were throwing the smoke bombs into the crowd with strollers with kids. People were showed up, you know, FBI agent to people's houses. You had in my district, in my town, FBI phone numbers all over the district. Please call that. People are truly afraid. I just want to make sure if you're not aware that you are. And this is a big problem when people are afraid of their own government. And I'll share some other things. We're talking about justice system. I don't question, you're probably not a bad person. I don't know you. But what I'll tell you, you're in charge of the department. And people right now feel, you know, I look at Durham report and I call on the FISA violations of queries of millions of Americans, right? It's like KGB, but when I read Durham reports, we have this, you have a nice, you know, playbook. First, let's have a special counsel, and then you don't have to answer any questions here. Then, let's extend slow walk investigation on Hillary Clinton, on Hunter. Everything is slow walk. We were very quick on Donald Trump, but you were very slow walk. Then, by the time, you know, that investigation and its statute of limitation expired, and all of your agents need to be tested for amnesia. No one recalls anything. Okay, you probably should have as part of your hiring policy. So no one held accountable, which was egregious what happened, you know, in that report. When I read with them, I can't believe it happened in the United States of America.
I feel like I'm at practice.
How about when you're getting told off by someone that came here from the former Soviet Union?
Yes.
And she's laying it out exactly how so many Americans feel about this.
She sure is, and she says, "You guys,"
in a Russian accent.
You guys remind me of the KGB
and a Ukrainian.
You're the KGB.
Yeah, I mean, when you have someone that's dealt with, you know, so a lot of these younger Americans have grown up and think that they don't understand the drift we've made. But somebody who comes from the former Soviet Union can say, "Oh, I can tell you exactly who y'all look like. Y'all look like the KGB. That's who you look like." And the citizens are afraid of you because they think if they find themselves on the wrong side of you, you'll destroy their lives.
Right. And Rick, it's the same questions we've been asking here. How come when it comes to Donald Trump, we raid them in the middle of the night, we have FBI agents drop in with assault weapons drawn, and we raid them like that, and then when we have people like Hillary Clinton, we tell them when we're coming, we tell them what we're looking for, we don't find any evidence, we slow walk that, and everybody on Donald Trump's side, we run them in, buddy. I mean, they are railed in quickly.
Yeah. So
it just the visual does not look correct here.
Well, Thomas Massey, representative, doubles down on this, talking about what happened to Ray Epps, and here that is.
You're citing the Constitution. I'm going to cite it. It's our constitutional duty to do oversight. Now, in that video, that was your answer to a question to me 2 years ago when I said how many agents or assets of the government were present on January 5th and January 6th and agitating in the crowd to go into the Capitol and how many went into the Capitol. Can you answer that now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, last time, you don't know how many there were or there were none?
I don't know the answer to either of those questions. If there were any, I don't know how many. I don't know whether there are any.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any. You want to say that again, that you don't know that there were any?
I have no personal knowledge of this matter. I think what I said the last time.
You've had 2 years to find out. And the day, by the way, that was in reference to Ray Epps, and yesterday you indicted him. Isn't that a wonderful coincidence? On a misdemeanor. Meanwhile, you're sending grandmas to prison. You're putting people away for 20 years for merely filming. Some people weren't even there yet. You got the guy on video who's saying go into the Capitol. He's directing people to the Capitol before the speech ends. He's at the site of the first breach. You've got all the goods on him, 10 videos, and it's an indictment for a misdemeanor? The American public isn't buying it. I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
May I answer the question?
And that Ray Epps guy is the guy that's... Everybody has seen these videos.
Oh,
Ray
let's
Epps
go.
said,
Go
in.
in.
We're, after the speech, we're going to the Capitol. We're going in. Go to the Capitol.
And they even start chanting "Fed" to him. Like,
Yes.
Fed. Like, hey, you're a Fed.
Yes.
I don't buy that the head of the DOJ does not know how many agents they had on the ground. Right. He's either lying or stupid. One or the other.
Rick and Bubba.
There you go. Yeah, Bubs, we worked so hard to put together that big AAF playoff package, and
use it.
You can get those, can't you? You know,
that thing has. There's just a lot of questions about that, and doubts about if a spring football league could make it had certainly been out there, but everybody was kind of sold on the fact they had a plan. It was a new day. It had been done different, and then we had that crazy thing after the first week where they needed money and they sold controlling interest to a guy, and then now the other partners are kind of shocked he did this, but that he has controlling interest, and that's what controlling interest means. They're in control.
Guys, I told y'all when this was proposed, and I say it for the XFL who says they're coming back next year. You know, when we list all the failed attempts at spring football, we don't even include the semi-pro stuff with Patty LaBelle and all these different things too. I don't know what it is, and remember we kept asking, so what's different about this plan?
Yeah.
And the only thing we were told is, hey man, and you heard Steve Spurrier getting interviewed. He was told that too. We got 3 years worth of money. Well, if you had 3 years worth of money on week 2, you didn't need $250 million from a guy who took over everything and shut it down. So was that just a lie? Was that never true? I know in my mind this can't be right, but it seems like every single time I watch the coverage or see everybody talking about the Kentucky Derby, it's always about to rain or does rain.
It seems like there's been a lot of that the past few years. My whole outlook on that changed because I thought it was a really highbrow thing, the hats and all that. And what was it a couple of years ago when we saw the video of those guys running on top of porta potties?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea it was more like the infield at Talladega.
They've shut that down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they have that. They shut all that down.
This is what it. Remember, if you remember, we did the story.
Just the porta potties.
Right.
The running on the porta potty.
Right.
If you remember, we talked
throwing beer cans at them.
Hilarious.
That was one of the weirdest things I think
I kind of wanted to do
it. Well, if you remember, if you went back through the history of it, you had all the social lights that set up in the grandstands and hats and whatever, and there was a push that the blue collar, hard working folks ought to be able to come too. And that's basically it's really.
So the Necks had the infield.
Yes, that's right. The Kentucky Derby has its own infield.
It does.
Yeah, just like we have at Talladega.
And I don't know what it is about an infield that makes you act so silly,
Oh, have you ever tried to survive in an infield? I'll tell you If you're somebody who wants to be comfortable, that's not where you're going.
Well, I saw some things in infields.
I did.
I should never have seen that.
I did too. I did.
I know it scarred you as a younger person.
Yeah.
You know?
When you were a little boy, you just didn't think that women would do that.
You thought, well, I didn't think that was possible.
You thought, how did that happen with no money changing hands?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like it was just your dad would just say, look, just keep moving.
Feats of strength. I mean, it's just all kind of bizarre stuff.
I told you the one, and we said this every time we bring it up, but it's worth it. They finally stopped, kind of like they stopped porta potty running in the Kentucky Derby.
Mm-hmm.
They stopped scaffolding in the infield at Talladega. At one time, you could bring all the scaffolding you wanted.
You just build your own Tower of Babel,
and you could build it as high as you wanted to.
How dangerous!
To be sure that you could see David Pearson and Richard Petty coming out of 4. And I
look right there.
And
now, how in the world do you put an end to that?
Exactly. That's un-American. Look at that one.
Awesome.
Greg said it's un-American.
I mean,
to
my
put an end to
goodness,
that.
what a celebration that is.
I'm gonna tell you, if that was on a TV show, I'd watch that instead of The Voice.
Yeah. But we had a drunk.
Speaking of,
we had a drunk fall off the scaffolding.
Oh yeah.
I probably couldn't have been more than 11 years old, and so a drunk fell off the scaffolding. And his drunk friends never noticed it.
Yeah, they never even knew he left.
And he spent the rest of the race trying to climb back up there.
Yeah.
I mean, just
first he sat down and had to gather himself.
Yeah. And he started again.
They never knew he left.
Hey, how many
with
people?
With about 50 laps to go, he made it back up, and they looked around like, "Where have you been?"
How many people?
9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Now's the time. It's time to go there. The 20th anniversary sale is continuing. What a great opportunity for you and me and us to go get some big savings right now. They got a lot going on. I mean, for instance, you can get the MyPillow queen size for only $19.98. Love these pillows. Sleep on them every night. And then you get the king size for only $10 more. Either way, we're talking about $50 worth of savings. They've also launched kitchen towels with an introductory offer of 25% off. Plus, your kids can enjoy, have you got kids going to college right now? You got kids in college? A lot of you, they've settled back in. How about a little My Coffee for them? If they're coffee drinkers, studying on those long nights, you can get it for 50% off, and it's 100% Arabica grade, and they'll throw in, which also your college student will like too, Go Anywhere MyPillow for free. So do all this, and there's other savings too. Can't cover all of it. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button and take advantage of the savings right now. So we leave Merrick Garland. I don't think any of us find him to be credible. He comes across as greasy, power hungry, mad because, like Bubba said, he was not allowed to. He wanted so bad to be a Supreme Court justice, didn't he?
Yeah, was blocked from that.
Right, and so he's got an axe to grind. Of course, all he's doing is proving that him being denied that was the right thing to do. Mm-hmm. That's all he's doing. And so I don't think any of us find him credible on what we just watched and listened to. But now moving on to something else scary, a tyrannical central government that uses their government resources to destroy you if they want to. That is scary. Yeah. But I tell you what, so's lightning, and we've
going to hear the light.
Boy, we've been talking about this for years. That lightning takes out more people than a lot of your tornadoes and storms like that. But yet we don't treat it with the same respect. But we need to. And unfortunately, we're going to see why we need to treat it with great respect. So this is in Mexico on a beach, and 2 people get struck by lightning.
You're going to see this lightning strike, Rick, and these people didn't make it.
Oh, no. Are you serious?
So look down the beach here, the people who are kind of behind the post
I
right
see,
here.
yeah, I see.
And you're going to see some people walking toward the camera, and I believe they are walking away, but there's a storm coming out of the left-hand side of the frame here.
Okay.
It's not good.
Oh my goodness! Good gracious!
So we just showed that.
I don't like something out of the Bible.
I mean, are you serious?
Wow.
That's act of God stuff right there. I don't know.
I mean, it looks like
what in the world?
Why
are we watching?
And it jumps at the very end to that second person, and that second person passed away also. bam, right there,
Yeah.
right at the
I
very
see.
end.
Oh, my
I see.
goodness.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I didn't
that-
see the jump the first time.
And that next one is the luckiest man on the beach.
Yeah.
Wow.
You got 3 people right here.
My gracious.
This person passed away in the. It's a man and a woman. One was a local. One was a tourist. And that little leap right there. At the end.
Man, he dropped.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And this person wisely that was videoing this turned around and looked like they started getting out of the area.
So what is this person videoing? The storm? They're
guess-
trying to see the storm. Is that what they're doing?
I guess they're just down the beach.
Yeah.
That's hot. People video a lot. I don't. I guess.
Yeah.
People always got cameras running, don't they?
That is, I mean,
I don't
that's-
even know how to turn my camera on.
That's a direct shot right
It
there.
really is.
I don't even know how there's any of you left.
Wow, boy, you really froze that at the right time, Adler.
You really did. That's.
Then watch the jump. Can we get the
Yeah.
jump too,
Yeah.
Adam?
Oh,
Yeah.
Here's the
he's
jump
slowing
right
it
here.
down.
And just a little. Right there.
It just hopped right up the beach.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Like a
Yeah.
little skip.
Guys.
What were they? What wonder what they were carrying? You said chairs. It looked like, and
Yeah, I don't know.
what the hell? My goodness.
Yeah.
What was that? That was like a combination of sounds. I don't-
Disbelief.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You know how you just make noise.
Thought I heard a cuss word in there.
Well, it was like a half of one. I think that like a little half.
I wasn't going. I wasn't going there, but it might have sounded. I just got my mouth covered a little bit.
That is disturbing, but it is amazing that was caught on camera. But it does show the danger.
Talk about
And
snagging
we need to we need to be more careful. I've been caught out in them a few times. And I didn't like it.
Had them pop right above you. No, sir.
Up at a tower site somewhere, and a thing going on. You got
You know what you'll do?
600-700 foot lightning rod up in the air.
Zap. You know what you do? You uncontrollably run. You start running, you don't even think about it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's like it just pushes you.
And I got good speed during it.
It's that fight or flight gets kicked in. You have no control.
I was talking to my 90-year-old grandma the other day, and I was like, "Did you know that Bubba won't shower while a lightning storm is going on?" And she goes, "Well, he's right."
I was like, immediately.
Oh,
That's what she
okay.
said.
I talked to the wrong person about this.
Yes, you did. You should have dropped that age down a little bit.
She also said every time the spacecraft goes up, it causes bad weather.
Right.
I used to work
not
with a
that.
man that was convinced of that.
Yeah, I had.
But y'all get
kinfolks
ready to
that way,
work this
too.
weekend. Wow, that shuttle's going up. I said,
Greg, are you serious?
yeah, he thought it caused
I had
bad weather.
relatives that way. I would argue with them all the time, but a lot of the shuttles would go up in the spring when they had because they didn't launch in the winter
Right.
because of the ice and
Right,
stuff
yeah,
after Challenger. But
Right. Yeah.
not a good idea.
so they had a busier schedule in the spring and in the
Right.
fall, and of course that's when tornadoes
Of
and
course.
hurricanes.
Well, it was
Of course.
caused by the shuttle.
They were connecting a dot, but there was another dot that I should have looked at first. Yeah.
They were connecting dots that were way far apart.
That's like the climate alarmists that keep talking about how hot things are in the summer.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they can be. Yes, they can.
Have you noticed this time of the year when you get to the spring and fall when the temperatures moderate, you don't hear any stories about it.
And how,
I mean, you couldn't put on ABC News without everything being tied to catastrophic global emergency, climate emergency.
Well,
how did they handle that hurricane not turning in and hurting any? It was getting weaker, and it finally just went up through the Nova Scotia somewhere.
Yeah, no mention.
Got a map.
Also, Greg.
So they were very disappointed that one didn't
and
just
they
hammer the East Coast.
And when they get on the warming thing, and then an Arctic blast happens like last winter, all they do is just shift and say, and it causes that too.
Yeah. See?
Right.
Abnormal temperatures.
See there?
I tell you what, last December it got frigid.
See, they set this argument up where they
It's
win.
gonna be cold this winter, too.
They win everything.
Yes.
No matter what the weather is, they win. So
Mm-hmm.
until they can show us the opposite and go, well, if it's not that, you'd have this.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you have a conversation, or how do you even expect to see proof when everything backs up their case?
Right.
I mean, that doesn't even make sense.
I've seen how the ant hills look right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be cold.
If you check the corn husk, Rick, are they thick?
You know what? I didn't grow any corn this year. I should have looked.
And I'll tell you what else, Rick. Look out for the hornet's nest. If they build close low to the ground, look out.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I used to get all that in Cleveland County. Every time I stopped at a house, they say, "Well, it's going to be a bad winter."
I did see a group of possums organize and do something look a lot like the electric slide.
Not a good sign.
Yeah, I saw the cows laying down yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's raining.
Saw
And the fish are
raccoons.
biting.
Saw raccoons not even wearing their mask.
Whoa!
What?
Tornado.
Hung them up.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire.
Check. Hey, thanks for watching on YouTube, everybody. I've talked a couple times about the Revan for Research charity ride that's coming up this Sunday at Heart of Dixie Harley-Davidson, and I actually had a quick interview about that. So during this quick commercial break, I'm going to play that interview, and here's an amateur performing an interview. Check it out. What's up? It's Adler from the Rick and Bubba Show, and you've probably been hearing me talk about the Law Tigers. They are involved with a very cool event that's coming up here, Revan for Research Charity Ride. And I've got Beth Davis with me on the phone from the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama. Hey, Beth, thanks for being with me today.
Thank you for having me.
Now tell me, what's this Revan for Research Charity Ride, and why is the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama involved in this?
Well, this is our 15th annual Revan for Research, and the whole reason we're out there is we are raising money to fuel breast cancer research right here in the state of Alabama. And it's coming up on September 24th at Heart of Dixie Harley-Davidson in Pelham. And registration is currently open, but this is a 65-mile police-escorted ride. And like I said, all the money that we're going to raise will support breast cancer research across the state. You know, and for breast cancer, 1 in 8 women and 1 in 1,000 men will be diagnosed. So everyone knows someone. So it's a really great way to show your support and raise money to fund research and save lives.
Wow, 1 in 8. That is unbelievable. Well, it's amazing work that you guys are doing, and 1 in 1,000 men as well. I didn't realize the numbers like that. We're like that for men as well. I also have with me on the phone right now Mr. Charlie Andrews from Law Tigers, and the Law Tigers are going to be there at Revan for Research. I'll be there. Law Tigers should be there. You should be there too. Hey, Charlie, what's going on, man?
Oh, everything's going good. How about you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks so much for being with me today. Charlie, tell me about the Revan for Research and why is Law Tigers involved with Revan for Research charity ride?
Absolutely. Well, Law Tigers, we're an association of motorcycle injury firms, and what we specialize in is helping motorcyclists injured in accidents, but we're also in the community. So we're out supporting shops, supporting local charities, because nobody does more for the community to raise money for charities than the motorcycle community. And so we get on board to help support these events as well. It gets our name out there, and it also lets everybody know that, you know, Law Tigers is part of the community. We don't just say we are, but we are. We're riders, and we're here to help riders, and we want to help anybody that is involved with the motorcycle community because it's such a tight-knit community.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I actually worked at a Harley shop for a few years, and it was just so cool to see the community come together, and Law Tigers supporting that community is such a cool thing too. I'm going to be there. It's going to be great. For more information, where would be the best place for people to go to get more information, Beth?
They would go to Research.com. So it's REVVIN 4 research.com, and they can sign up online. They can get all the event details, and it's going to be a great day. We hope to see everybody out there.
That's right, and it's Revan with 2 V's, and just remember that, because if you have a V-twin motorcycle, there's your Revan. Did y'all do that on purpose, or was that just it just worked out?
That just worked out, but I wish I could claim it.
That's great. What a wonderful coincidence. And Charlie, I'll be there. Are you going to be there, man?
Law Tigers will be there in person. You'll see our big Tank the Tiger, 20-foot inflatable. We'll have our big black tents out there with the flags and Law Tiger swag for everybody to get hooked up with at the event.
That's fantastic. Charlie, you know, I hear Law Tigers ride, and that's what I tell people. Do you yourself have a V-twin?
Actually, I do. I have a sport bike V-twin, and then I come from the sport bike community, but I have a V-twin sport bike, and then I have a regular 1,000cc super bike.
Oh, wow. Very cool. Very, very cool. Well, thank you guys again. It's Revving for Research Charity Ride. It's coming up September 24th, 1 p.m. at Heart of Dixie Harley-Davidson right here in Pelham, Alabama. It's going to be fantastic. Law Tigers will be there. I'm Adler from the Rick and Bubba Show, and I'll be there as well. Don't miss it. And thank you guys from the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of Alabama for getting behind this and spreading the word and spreading awareness. And I just can't thank you guys enough for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here this hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and welcome back. We are your media connection to the real world.
Updates.
It's a Rick and Bubba News
Update.
It's a Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News
Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update. Bubba, we remember the band director from Alabama that was maybe a little too resolved to finish the Battle of the Bands after a high school football game. When law enforcement showed up and said, Dan, we're done. Everybody wants to cut the lights off at the stadium and go home. And we're going to see this. I mean, there's video now available that we didn't have at the time that I don't think plays very well for the band director. It looks like that he brought the tasing upon himself, if the video is accurate, and it seems to be. But here's ABC World News Tonight has now reported on what happened in Sweet Home, Alabama, involving rival high schools and band directors. And, of course, the very, very important Battle of the Bands after the game's over.
Right. Hey, Rick, not just over, the lights are out.
Right.
In the stadium.
So let's see who we think's being unreasonable here.
Look who's doing it, Bubba. Look who's reporting it.
Oh, no.
David here. Oh, it's Doomsday David.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
The alarming scene witnessed by so many students. Body camera video tonight showing police using a stun gun on a high school band director following a football game. They apparently wanted the band director to stop. But how did it go this far? Here's ABC's Steve Osensalia.
I'll tell you how.
The arrest of this popular band director has parents fuming, and Birmingham authorities are defending the arrest tonight and sharing this police body camera video of what happened after a football game Thursday.
We gotta go! The minutes is over!
Police were trying to clear the stadium, but the bands from the two high schools kept playing on. Students say it was part of a regular competition after games. When the band from Minor High School, the visiting team, wouldn't stop playing, police surrounded the director, Johnny Mims, telling him to leave. But he kept refusing, even when they turned off the lights. That's when police went to arrest him.
You're going to jail. Bro, he hit the officer. You gotta go to jail.
An officer fired his stun gun on the band director at least 3 times. His students, who were watching it all, were screaming. The director is now fighting criminal charges, disorderly conduct, physical harassment, and resisting arrest. His attorney says what happened was an alarming abuse of power and a clear violation of our client's civil rights.
This isn't about whatever he may have said or didn't say to the officers.
Yeah, it really
is what went on after that. They slammed him to the ground from the conductor stand.
In a statement tonight, the band leader superintendent says it is extremely upsetting that children had to see this, but the superintendent did not say whether or not he backs this teacher or whether or not he feels that the police use of force in this case was excessive. David?
That's really...
Boy, David's sad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Doomsday David.
Did you hear him set it up?
Yeah. How can this be happening?
Alarming scene.
Alarming scene. No, David, it's really as simple as when the law shows up and says the battle of the bands it's over because we've given you ample time, you do what they say.
And you definitely don't put your hands on them.
Well, and see, they don't have the part on the video I noticed that everybody's posting. The officer is saying he hit an officer, so he must be arrested now.
Yeah.
We don't see the part when he has the altercation with the officer.
No.
That's not on the video.
And his lawyer has 3D glasses on for some reason.
We don't know why that's happening.
And Rick, one of the reasons too that they
maybe she's trying to bring clarity.
When the game is over, they try to clear these stadiums is because of the potential for violence and things that we've had at some of these football games.
They're ready to go home.
And they try to shut it down and get everybody out of there before anything else can happen.
Well, you also hear a person, I guess she's maybe a parent or something, who's saying, I'm going to call the superintendent if you don't stop this. We've had our time. It's time to go.
Yeah, when it first started.
When she first starts, she's ready to go, too.
That's the female
and he said we got 2 more
police
songs.
officer.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yes.
a police officer.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
And plus, the other band said, all right, we're done. Gotcha.
Yeah,
when
they
they
were
went
fine.
to them, Jackson Hole said, all right, we're out.
We're good. We're
And
good. Load up the tubas.
And you did hear the band director say, "Get out of my face" to the office.
Of course.
To begin with.
I believe he said it 7 times.
Wait a minute.
All right, so if you were ruling on this case, you would say, and I know what his lawyer's trying to say. Oh, I don't want to talk about what caused the force to be used. I just want to say it was too much force, no matter what he did. That's really all she's got, because that's what it's going to come down to. Because I would easily deduce that if the band director had done, and it's not like the police are coming to take your land, the police are coming to take your home. The police are coming to arrest you for something you didn't do. You found their request to tell you to stop playing and let's shut the stadium down to be unreasonable. I don't know that warrants defiance.
They're just trying to do it for your safety.
I don't know how that violates your civil rights when they say, "Look, we're not in. We're outside on the weekend. It's getting late. We don't want these people, these students, to still be here beyond the time that we've allotted for this. You've had the game, you've had your halftime show, you've had the pregame, and we've given you postgame. But the postgame time is over, and it's time for everybody to go home." Does that warrant that kind of defiant stand by this band director? And then the defiant stand is what brought the extra force. To me, that's not that complicated. And this is where we got to be careful, because for some reason we've started teaching the opposite of what I was taught growing up. And that was, you respect law enforcement, you respect authority, and when authority shows up and gives you instruction, you follow their instruction. And you give them respect. What we're teaching now is, as soon as the police comes up, that's time for you to have a confrontation. Because when they show up, they're unreasonable, they're dangerous, and they're oppressors. Well, there are some people in law enforcement that abuse their power and shouldn't be there, and we should deal with them every time. But that's not what we're teaching now. We're teaching they're all bad. Yeah. And when they show up, you don't just be peaceful and respectful. You somehow push back. And I think that's a bad message to send. And I think the band director is guilty of him being a bad example to these young people, not the police.
Yeah, when we
100%.
say we're worried about what the kids saw, I would be worried about the kids seeing him push back against a request by law enforcement. And let's just say that the police were wrong. Let's just say they were out of line. Do what they ask you to do. Take it up on Monday.
Exactly.
And say, look, they're trying to keep us from playing. You got avenues to do that. In the proper channels and PR channels and all that kind of stuff. I don't have the confrontation with people who are armed on the site.
No.
That's if the kids saw something wrong, it's because that was escalated by not following the police request.
And you got to have enough, and surely all of us have enough sense to know what he started doing is not going to end with the police going, "Oh, okay, y'all just keep playing. Cut the lights back on." I mean, that's not going to happen.
No.
What you're doing is creating an environment that was unnecessary. Do you remember the famous, maybe it was something I'd heard once when I was a different person. okay, hey, tell that to the judge.
Yeah.
You can work all that out, but right now you got to go with us.
Right.
And then if we've wronged you, you can tell the judge, and the judge will decide if we wronged you or not, to your point. Come back on Monday and say, I don't think they should have stopped us from playing, or we still had more time, in my opinion, whatever. You don't do what he did in front of young people that are impressionable. And the fact that we've spun it, that the police traumatized the students. No, the band director traumatized the students by not caring enough about them to be humble enough to do what they said and not cause a scene.
And he may be a good guy.
We're talking about playing after a game. We're not talking about he's made some stand, some righteous stand that an overreaching government tried to stop.
Yeah, and
this
look,
was a reasonable request.
He may be a good guy.
Sure.
He's obviously very dedicated to the band, but he made a bad decision, I think.
Yeah, he did, and I think we just when we were B-rolling behind you, I saw where he put his hands on the officer.
You did finally see it?
Yeah, and look, let's not forget too, the officers are going over to the band at the request of the local officials that are ready to go home. The bands are, the teams are gone. If you look at the other side, that band's gone. Everybody's gone, and they're ready to go home and turn the lights off.
Not only that,
and I even think too, when they first showed up, if he said, "Yes, sir, we're towards the end of the song. Can I finish the song? We're gone." They probably would have said, "Yeah, that's fine."
There's get out of my face. And he signals the band to keep playing, and then he says, That's where the woman says, and he keeps telling them to play. Why the officers are telling them it's time to go.
Well, and this goes back to being selfish too. This is bigger than turn the lights out and go home. These officers have jobs to do. They have other responsibilities to get to that are more important than this.
Yeah, it's just because they shouldn't be having to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
They were told to clear the stadium, and people are saying this is a racist thing. The police officers are black.
Yeah, they sure are.
And they also said to him, hey, you're going to go to jail. And he gave them the thumbs up, like, okay, I'll go to jail. So then when they try to put his hands behind his back and he resists, that's what happens. You guys have heard it a million times. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
And then then he gets handcuffed, and he wants to know why.
We just told you you're going to go to jail. You gave us a double thumbs up when you said we're going to get. It's crazy.
Well, here he is in a leadership position, and he is teaching a bad message.
Yeah.
And he also told those kids to not listen to the police by telling them to continue to play.
Yeah.
It's just such a bad example.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How many people are seriously hurt doing that, you think?
The porta potty thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Porta potty run?
How many compound fractures did they have, you think?
Well, because here's what happens. It starts out where people say, don't throw full cans of beer. Only half full.
Yeah.
And then somebody says, well.
Oh, yeah, I'm throwing a full one.
Yeah, well, how about this?
Y'all would do that. Greg, I know.
Yeah. Well, have you ever tried to get drunk?
You get hit right in the temple, man. you're a goner on that.
I think it is.
Boom.
Oh,
that's right.
See, that was a full one right there.
That's exactly what you're talking about. You see that? Well, that's what put him down was the one to the head.
Yeah.
But let's go back
who
to
bans that?
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Who bans that?
My goodness, that's America.
See right there, Rick.
Who bans that?
See, Rick, that is necessary to remove some people from the gene pool. We need
it's
those
just
kind
great
of things.
entertainment.
See, that's what's wrong with our country. Don't make me give you that theory again.
Yeah, I'm not going to run it, but I'm definitely going to watch.
We've protected too many people that naturally should have removed themselves from the gene pool.
You're right.
Look here,
and now we got a mess.
I mean, let's be honest.
That guy ain't never going to get started.
Bunch of 20. That's a bunch of
guys. The amount of beer cans that are flying at him is incredible.
That's a bunch of 20. Oh my God,
y'all!
He didn't make it to the others.
So you get stuff like that.
Yeah.
You get there's so many good things that can happen. Well, good's the wrong word. There's so many interesting things that could happen.
Yeah.
To Bubba's point, and to Oliver's point, see. Is our society really losing out if any of those people are unable to reproduce themselves?
Right, it's a great point.
I mean, are we really
I think,
really losing out?
Rick, I think
when all of a sudden we find that guy that just tried to jump from one porta potty to the other and landed on his face. If he ended up never producing a sire, would we care?
No. In fact, we may prefer it.
Rick, what do you think? What kind of little idiot kids do you think he's gonna have? Huh?
Right.
Come on.
Well, those are a bunch
that
of.
would never get boring because there's so many things that can happen.
Oh,
you
yeah.
You never go, well, I've seen that. No, it's different every run. Every run is different.
Yeah.
Somebody saying, I've already seen people run the porta potties. No, every run's unique.
Look, we got a double.
That's a bunch of 20-somethings that are running. And Bubba, to answer your question, they don't feel a lot of that until they're like 50, and they're like, man, why? for some reason my back has started hurting.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like 25 years later.
Yeah, I
Oh
believe
yeah,
it.
you remember that
I
time
believe it.
you fell from the porta potty?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Rick,
back,
the classic.
back in the day,
The
Look,
classic.
look, on the phone.
He's blocking
on the
them.
phone.
So the thing is, no matter what you do, we throw beer cans at you.
Oh yeah, that's standard.
But he's a stationary target. That guy's an easier shot.
Yeah.
He's gonna get knocked off of that pole when he
Rick,
gets
it's the
in.
classic. I
Somebody
bet that
looked up
hurt.
and went, hey, let's throw cans at him.
Let's go back to what
Look at all the cans in the air.
And he's shirtless, of course.
It's like bumblebees.
Yeah, I could watch this all day.
like Greg said, every run's unique.
Every run's unique. The people are different.
For some reason, the pants.
Greg, look at top of the crack right there.
Oh yeah, nobody's worrying about.
Oh,
The plumbers run.
Yeah, oh, that's so good.
But back to what you guys said.
There was a day we would have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Kidding
not
me?
even close.
That'd be a poster of me going, coming again this year. But listen.
I'd have been throwing. I would have
Blue knee shorts.
Returning for a third consecutive year.
Greg, I would have justified my throws being if he's that stupid, I'm gonna knock him off of that. It's like a machine gun.
By my third year, I'd have my own tent where people said, "Now he's not running yet. Get the rookies out of the way first." People get the pictures made with me, and they go again this year wearing his light blue shorts, his knee shorts that are a little too tight on him, his knee shorts, his massive thighs are ready again to churn, and here he comes. Oh, this year he's going with water shoes. I mean,
Oh my!
but
This guy's good here.
but let me tell you something.
It's hard to knock him
That
off.
one guy that was like Elf in the snowball fight.
You're like, how many? I guess everybody has like 4.
I don't know. But go back to
Boy,
this.
some of them are throwing them really
Go
good.
back to the original thought. This is going on at the same place of all the stuff we see with the hats.
Yeah, the
and
mint
grandstands.
juleps and the
Mint
hats.
juleps.
Yeah.
This is at the exact same place.
That's good stuff.
That's hard to believe in.
That's a tale of two cities right there.
Some guy shows up late, Greg. Hey, is Blue Shorts run yet? No, he hasn't run yet. He's over in his tent.
he's got
He's got a meet and greet for a couple hours. Then he started.
Rick, you put on a few pounds.
I'd have took that full can and threw it like a football to spin it to get a better stabilization on it.
He's drinking some courage. He's about to get up there.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba Nate.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Saturday night, the moon was bright shining. This is standard right here, please. Shining down this parking light. I like to see you work your hi-hat better.
Right here, like this?
Yeah, it feels a little stiff.
Right there?
Yeah, that's right here. It can't be stiff. You got it. So as we come back, Bubba, does this seem odd? I kind of thought Mel Gibson and all his bad PR and when he kind of went off the rails a little bit, that he kind of got back into, hey, everybody's good with Mel Gibson again and all that. But
you remember that recording when he was screaming at
right.
I guess it was his girlfriend?
Yeah. But now the director of The Continental from the world of John Wick, is this a spinoff from the John Wick series, I guess? Or maybe the next John Wick movie, is defending casting Mel Gibson in the. Oh, it's a prequel series.
Yeah,
oh, here we go with it.
Oh my God, it's a prequel.
People like me we can't handle these kind of altering of the timelines. We want everything to be chronological, and we just want you to tell a story. But anyway, it's a TV series, and he is defending. He says, "I really." I guess this sounds like what the Democrats tried to teach us this during the Clinton years, and this casting director is saying, "Look. The personal life of Mel Gibson is none of my business and plays no role in me trying to find the best actor for a role. Ain't none of my business."
Yeah.
We're talking about making pretend movies. We're not exactly like putting him in charge of Fort Knox. You know, I mean, it's kind of like the band director a minute ago. Just sometimes we lose. It's what Bubba he correctly labeled spatial displacement.
Yeah,
I don't really
play.
understand my place in the world. I don't know how to break this to the band director. You're a marching band. You know, it's kind of like the thing about, you know, sometimes maybe we think we're more important than we are. And this guy said, I'm a casting director looking for the best actor.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, what is it? Do we think really everybody putting together the prequel of the John Wick TV series are a bunch of upstanding individuals? I mean,
we're pretending to
we're
be
in
other
Hollywood
people.
for the love of.
Have you ever seen any of the John Wick stuff?
No, I haven't.
If Hollywood is worried about violence
There you
in
go.
TVs, it's some of the most violent shoot 'em ups I've ever seen. I mean, the number of people killed per second on those things
Yeah.
got to be out of the
But
just I mean, it's got to be a record.
But I didn't realize Mel Gibson was still a hot potato.
No, I didn't either.
I thought he kind of worked his
weathered
way.
that storm.
Yeah, I thought he'd weathered that storm. He said, I cast Mel Gibson based on his past work that I grew up on. I think he fit the role perfectly. I think fans will see it. They'll understand why. The personal stuff is none of my business to talk about.
Yeah.
I thought he was the best actor for the job.
And he's got a pretty good resume.
Yeah, he said, yeah. I mean, Mel Gibson,
Pretty big
that's some
one.
pretty good stuff.
You know,
had a rough patch.
If football goes downhill this weekend, I may give it a look.
How about this? He's got a rough patch, but he got
does.
these things. I thought he was through it.
I saw
Like
him
Bubba, he's come out of it.
He was in Father Stew.
Is he going to be? Is he the
Come
same
on.
character that Keanu Reeves?
If it's a prequel, that's not possible.
They don't look.
I don't
they don't
think
look.
so. Maybe the guy in the middle. Is
I don't see him fighting like Wick.
But and like I say, if it's a prequel, then it's supposed to be before the others. Then wouldn't you be younger? Huh?
Yeah, he's playing an older guy, but he's just going to be part of.
I know Luke Skywalker was in his prequel.
He's going to be part of John Wick's past. I guess in the prequel, a prequel's in the past, right? There
See the guy that runs a hotel.
Yeah, there's something. But you know, I we talk about this a lot. I can't really explain it. I'm not proud of it, and I know some people don't agree with me. We all have our quirks, like we said many times. This is a quirky bunch.
Quirk.
We're quirky.
Quirky.
And I have mine, and mine are loud and got plenty of them. Okay, got it. But if you don't believe that, just apparently listen to my son, who I did not realize has been studying me for years. And Broderick has made that quite clear. But anyway, so one of the things I can't explain it. Maybe y'all can help me. There's some actors that we've talked about many times. If they're in something, I will always give it a chance. And and I don't have to run that list again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel the opposite about Keanu Reeves. If he's in it, I'm more apt not to watch it.
Really?
I don't know why.
I don't go that far with it, but
I know
he does.
Like Moneyball?
I knew y'all were gonna like it. He's not Moneyball.
What are you talking
Not
about?
Moneyball. The Little League baseball.
No.
Hard.
I'll tell you, he does.
Hardball?
I like him in the John Wick thing.
Not Moneyball.
Well, what I'm saying is, I probably would too, but he's a pushback for me.
He's the same guy and everything.
You don't like him in Speed?
I don't. No.
No,
I didn't like those movies.
You know, they say he's one of the nicest guys.
Of
in
course,
Hollywood,
I think
too.
he and I would enjoy a coffee together.
The fans say he's to threat to buy people dinner.
I think I would like him as a person better than I like the actors I'll watch.
Picture him at Camp House breakfast.
Oh yeah,
I loved him as a quarterback in The Replacement.
What I enjoyed is
that was a good movie.
Would I enjoy Camp House breakfast with him as much as Kurt Russell? Probably not.
Also,
probably not.
Quarterback in what's the one? That
I don't know
remade?
what's going on with you.
The replacement.
Greg.
The replacement.
No, I just said that, Rick.
The one they remade with
Longest Yard?
Gary Busey in it. Him and Gary Busey.
Longest Yard.
No.
I have no idea.
Hardball was the other movie you were talking about. Greg.
Yes.
I don't watch that.
He's
Keanu
FBI.
Reeves.
He's in it.
He's an FBI. I don't know. Point Blank. The original Point Blank.
No.
Point
That's
Break.
what you were looking
Point Break.
Hey,
See,
are
I
you
can't remember
okay?
anything today.
Hey, are you having
It's
one?
been a while since I've seen those movies.
Hey, Joe Biden.
Yeah,
Lay off the aspartame.
Second Point Break was terrible.
Lay
I liked
off
it.
the aspartame.
I'm sorry,
Second
I still
one?
can't get past Kurt Russell being at Camp House.
Point Break was a great movie.
I don't know why I think that's possible.
Both
So
of them
close.
are the
Early
just the
one.
first one.
I've never been
first
close.
What did you think of the
I love
second
the
one?
I
first
didn't see the second one.
Oh,
It was
let's see.
completely
I think you
different
would like
movie.
it.
So here's where I am,
Completely different
Helmsy. Here's where I am, just so you understand, because I knew there was some pushback on this coming, and I deserve it.
It's not. I don't know. It's giving pushback. It's weird to me.
Well, here, let me tell you this, and this is going to be even weirder. I'm sorry, it's not going to help. If you said, "Hey, Keanu Reeves is headed to Camp House," I'd be like, "Man, that's fantastic." If you said Keanu Reeves has got a new movie, I'd go, "Eh." I wouldn't watch it. But I would go spend time
But
with
Mel
him.
Gibson is one of those I will watch if he's in it.
What about
Absolutely.
the Matrix?
I have listened to him
Never
in
watched
a few interviews on podcasts lately, and it makes me want to go watch his movies. But I'm kind of like you; I'm not excited about him.
I like him, I think, as a human more than an actor.
Yeah.
What about the Matrix?
Never watched it.
You guys think we're in the Matrix right now?
What about Bill and Ted?
What if we were in the Matrix right now?
That may have caused the whole problem.
That may have been it.
That was the beginning.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Men in America. Rick and Bubba.
See, is in the mix.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Hey, look at Sinbad rolling on in here. Sinbad, welcome.
Man,
welcome back, man.
Still down, bro.
I know you can't
What's
do
up,
that.
man?
Look, I
How
mean,
y'all
look,
doing, man?
you looking good. You up? You rolling?
No, I ain't up.
You just here.
This is fake up, man.
Yeah,
This is fake up, man.
I've said this before, and I think you'll agree with this. What we do, the line of work we do, and the time that we get up, and we've said this before, I think the fact that God himself has no light on. Nobody, he doesn't even want you up. I think even God, when I complain about it, he's like, I didn't tell you to get up, man. I don't have a light on.
I thought you were going to say that we all agree that Endgame was the best.
Hey, look, I saw it last night.
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say Endgame was the best Avenger. I'm sorry.
No, I saw that.
God would say that.
I saw that last night.
No, man. You know, God.
Don't get him started because he'll give it all away.
I'm one of these kind of people. I'm one of these kind of people. I tell the movies.
About Game of Thrones and Endgame. You got 72 hours, and that's me giving you a 48-hour push.
We're the same.
After 72 hours, shut up. I ain't gonna be quiet. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Well, you about to get messed up because you had 72 hours to see it, and I don't care about you now.
See, we're the same. That's exactly what I say.
I used to believe 48 hours, right? 48 hours? That's a long time to be quiet around people like, wait, I haven't seen it. Wait, you about to ruin it for me. No, you didn't. You're not a true fan. Right. I saw that 9 a.m. in the morning. That's trueness.
That's getting after it right
That's
there.
trueness. And you're right, man. God doesn't get up. That's why if you pray right now, he don't hear you. He's asleep.
He's asleep.
You never pray till noon. Everybody knows you don't pray till noon. That's why people are like, God, let me get to work on time. He didn't hear that. He didn't hear that. Should have had a night job.
So how you doing, man? What's the world of Sinbad right now, other than the obvious?
Man, it's just, you know what? First world of Sinbad, I had that bug that flew that lasted from Christmas until about a week ago. Dude,
really?
I was done. It turned into a sinus infection. And I said, man, I never get sick. I couldn't figure it out. But I said, man, I'm at that age, flying, getting up early, not sleeping. It caught up with me.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. But I didn't get to my doc. I usually get to the doc, but I didn't get to him. I had the flu shot, but this was beyond flu. And dude, I got a holistic cat, 25,000 cc vitamin C drip. Man, it pushed everything, every memory you have of your family, everything. Everything. I get to start life new. I don't remember anything. So all of that came out. You smell like vitamin C. People were sitting next to me, man, said, man, did you get drunk last night? What, on vitamin C? What's wrong with you? Right. So it sweated out, and now I'm good, man. It'll take about another week for my voice is full, but, man, it worked.
Were you working? Because you were certainly working if it went on that long.
Flights, man. And that's when sinus infection came in because I was flying.
Oh,
the doctor said, man,
pressure.
depression. He said, dude, he said, you can kill yourself. I said, man, I've tried. It doesn't work. I've tried. Just to miss a radio show in the morning. I've tried to kill myself. I played dead in hotel rooms before. So they sent somebody up to come get me to go to the radio show. And I had the little thing on the door. They said, we see him laying on the floor. So I placed myself on the floor. So when they opened the door, I said, we think he's dead. So now they go from like, oh, God, he's late to like, oh, my God, I hope he's alive. And they take that hope of alive away from you being late. So that supersedes.
You don't have to go.
Yeah, nobody's going to be like, man, they go from, oh, man, we're just glad you're alive.
Yeah, we thought you were
We'd
dead.
love to have you at radio, but we're just glad you're alive.
Gosh, that's brilliant.
I said, can I just call in?
Hey, that's brilliant.
I know, man. Dude, is it slick? You gotta shuffle it, man.
Yeah,
you gotta shuffle it.
You got to make it happen. So, and of course now, you've always just gotten up there and kind of talked about life. I guess you got now. So
more to talk about.
Just like with this show's always been about what's going on. So now we're talking about getting a little older. We're talking about
dude.
It's just new topics.
Not a little older.
I know.
See, we little older was 40.
You're
45.
right.
You know, I'm getting a little older now. Man, I'm 63. This is like, man, like, damn. Remember that time? Now you have them deep memories. Okay, let me put it this way, man. I cried at the end of Avengers Endgame.
I know. You would have never done that.
Because you know what? We, at this age, have went on journeys. I went on a journey of Star Wars. Remember, we were in high school.
Oh, yeah.
So young people don't get to understand. We saw the completion of that journey, which means I'm okay. I saw Planet of the Apes. We always wanted to know how the apes learn to talk.
Yep.
Man, you know, to get that kind of, I told my son, to get that satisfaction to wait all those years, I said, now we look at the Avengers, I said, wow, that was another journey. So I don't have time for a new person. I don't know who the new franchise is, but I ain't going to be around to see you do your journey.
You know what? I didn't think about that. Yeah. All of us, this was our last franchise.
This is our last. We'll watch stuff. We'll watch things, but we won't be vessels like the NBA now. When LeBron James is gone for me, that's
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. Carshield.com/Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. You out there driving an automobile right now, Mr. Daredevil? Mrs. Daredevil? Oh, so you're just going to ride a car with no warranty? Okay. So you don't think anything's going to happen, not going to get anything? Like, hey, something's wrong. Let me tell you something. They'll start throwing $1,500 bills at you so fast. But right now, we're covering more than ever before at carshield.com, up to 5,000 parts from alternators to the big ticket items like the dreaded, Bubba, you going to need a new transmission?
Not that. Not the transmission.
Stingy. So if your car is just over 3 years old, did you know it's still prone to expensive costs? I know you think because the warranty's ended, you're all right. But why take that chance? Why not get a protection plan? Some things available to you, 24/7, coast to coast, roadside assistance. I like that a lot because I know nothing about automobiles. Complimentary towing, there it is. Rental car options, so you're never out of a car. So if you'd like to find out more, go to carshield.com/Bubba. You can call them, 1-800-541-7776. You want to mention our code Bubba and get 20% off the protection plan. They start at about $100 a month, so you can find out about that. All right, so Bubba, we have not done, and I know we could do it every day. We have not done a Kamala Harris update today. The vice president, who is greatest vice president ever. And and you're not allowed to say otherwise. You can't even pronounce her name without being deemed misogynist or the double hit, a racist who's misogynist. So here we go. We're going to hear her unpack as only she can some deep truth and try to motivate us. Master speaker Kamala Harris. I think she's one of the few former politicians when she gets out that may not have a speaking engagement. Okay,
you're right.
Kamala, Vice President of the USA. Bubba, let's get started where she's going to let us know, America, that she and President Biden, who she now apparently agrees with and thinks is wonderful, unlike the things she said about him when she was running against him. All those things have been forgiven. They're now the greatest team the planet has ever known, according to Gavin Newsom. And Bubba, they'd like for all of us to know that us thinking everything's more expensive is not true. They actually have been bringing down the cost of energy. Here we go.
What we are doing in bringing down the cost of energy by helping people get rebates to put in, for example, a new HVAC system to bring down the cost of their energy bills on a monthly level, but also to improve the quality of the air that they breathe. So there are a number of things that we are doing, but it's a real issue and we have to stay focused on it, and it's one of our highest priorities.
Courtesy of 69 News.
Only problem is, right now the numbers show Americans have lost more than $2,250 in their income. And they're also paying higher energy costs and have been ever since Biden took office.
Now, where do you get these checks to put in a new HVAC system? Because I just installed one and I didn't get anything on that.
Yeah, they conveniently leave out that you go, well, I have one that's working that is already paid for that you now are forcing me through government regulations to replace. And to Bubba's point, and now buy one that I didn't really need to buy. So you're not saving me anything. I'm now buying something new that I really am not in need of yet. And we all know how these new ones are going to go. They're going to be more expensive, and they're going to be less effective. Your house, your house is not going to be comfortable anymore, and you're going to run it more because you can't keep it cool or can't keep it warm.
Do you remember when the government mandated we did away with the first Freon, and I don't remember which number it was.
Don't take me back to that.
Oh, yeah.
To go to 1 because the fluorocarbons were destroying the ozone layer. Well, the one they came up with, I know this is shocking, it runs hotter.
Sure it does.
Than the previous one. So to generate cool air, you have to get rid of the hot. Now it's an opposite type thing with an HVA system. But here's the thing. So now we're having to replace that one because the other one we made you replace runs too hot.
There you go.
It's just it's like this paper and plastic bag thing. We're like a dog chasing its tail, and there's no sense in any of it.
No,
we're back. First it was paper. Well, we're tearing down too many trees. Let's go to plastic. Oh, plastic. Wait a minute. It takes 1,000 years to break down in our landfills. So let's go to a cloth bag and have people wash it out at home.
Yeah,
wait a minute. We're wasting water now.
And
so guess what? We're headed back to paper bags. The paper bags were the most environmental friendly thing you could do. You bury it in a landfill, it breaks down, we grow more pine trees over it, we make more bags.
You put more groceries in them, too.
That's the ultimate green thing. It takes 20 years to do it, but that's how nature works.
If I was a paper bag, I'd have a lawyer.
Yeah.
Y'all destroyed my reputation. Now you're begging me to come back.
Yep. And this air conditioner thing,
like the Redskins.
Yeah. And this air conditioner thing is a rebate. And I have never successfully gotten a rebate in my entire life. I've bought several things. I'm like, I'll get the rebate, and then you have to keep the receipt. I mean, I've never successfully done it.
It's such a scam.
Rebates.
Such a scam.
The whole concept of a rebate is somewhat scammy to begin with.
Okay,
because they tell you to buy this, and we're going to give you part of your money back if you follow through and do the paperwork and send it in. Well, they're counting on you not doing that.
And we're going to make it as difficult as we can.
So you really didn't get a deal. So if we really want to simplify this, just knock that much off the price. But they don't, because they know that you're probably not going to fill the rebate out. But yet they get to talk about the rebate.
Oh, yeah. That was the greatest idea they ever come up with.
They beat me on the rebate every time. The reason why the rebate is scammy, as Bubba said at the beginning, is because if everybody truly got the rebate, they would not make the profits. They couldn't handle all those rebates.
No, they're counting on you not using it. That's the only reason they offer it.
Right. It's the same way with gym memberships.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I was told by somebody who ran a gym, if everybody who's a member here showed up, we could not accommodate them.
Absolutely.
But we know that's not going to be a problem.
Well, it's a numbers game. I understand that. But the rebate thing is just really, I've never liked the rebate idea. I think it's kind of.
I do too. Just give me the discount. If you can afford that discount, don't make me go try to find it with a metal detector. Just give it to me.
Should have to work
or make it an on-site, on-purchase rebate. You buy it, you get the rebate.
It's also the reason you never tell them you got to trade in. Wait till they tell you how much the automobile costs, then bring the trade in.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to make that trade in disappear in the price. Yep. Never give up the trade in. Now, if I ask you a direct question, you got to be honest, but do not volunteer it.
Right.
Go ahead and get the price.
Do you
on
have
the car.
a trade in? I might, depending on the price.
Let them get the price, and then you say, okay, now I got a trade in too. So why don't y'all tell me how much it's worth so we can put it toward that?
There you go.
Do not put that trade up there first.
Don't do it.
All right. So the next one, as Kamala continues to delve out I don't even know what this statement even means.
She loves it though.
See if anybody can tell me what this means. Here
to think that we should just be content with status quo, with the way things are.
Status what?
The point about progress is to have the ability to have a vision and a belief and some faith in what can be, unburdened by what has been, and then going for it.
What that means? Is that real?
Yes. Is that the Vice President of the United States talking, or the junior high basketball coach?
That's really good.
And where's she at? It says reading something college.
Well, that's comrades interviewing her there for fight for our freedoms.
Did you hear about
maybe 3/4 the way when she was like really getting just really deep in what she was saying. The lady went, oh.
Yeah, she sounded like us to start with, but I think she meant to say status quo. She said status quo, but I'm not going to throw a rock there because
we know what
she can say more words that mean absolutely nothing.
We do that all the time. What I'm talking about is getting to the meat of what she really did say clearly, and that wasn't a misspeak. It just didn't make any sense.
Can we hear it again?
Yes.
Watch your hand motions too.
To think that we should just be content with status quo, with the way things are.
I get secondhand.
The point about progress is to have the ability to have a vision and a belief and some faith in what can be, unburdened by what has been, and then going for it. To think
she thought she drove that home. She thought, "Boy, I tell you, I nailed that."
But she says it all the time. Unburdened by that line.
Can be.
Yeah, is that what this next one is?
That's what this is.
Listen, she really likes this. I'm not going to let you hear all 3 minutes because none of us want that, but she's going to say this a lot. Here she's saying
I
over
can
and over.
imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What
No,
can
I don't.
Be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What we can see, what we believe can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
with the mask.
Unburdened by what has been.
What can be.
Okay, there's 3 minutes of this.
What in the world
does
this even
it goes
mean?
on.
What I'm looking forward to is what we could be unburdened by what y'all have done to
Let's move to that.
Yeah.
So
amen.
Yeah. Hey, amen.
Amen,
sister. Phone calls to wrap up the hour.
Unburdened by.
Helmsy takes the rounds in there. He's going to be driving. I'm telling you, he forgot his protein bar. He's not happy.
And the rain.
I'm unburdened by what has been.
Good. What can be.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be
Unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
My last investment of a cat. I'll fight for it. I'll fight sports analysts about it. Because like right now, LeBron, he's resting. I tell people he's not missing the tournament. He's resting.
Right.
So everybody else can have hope. LeBron gave everybody hope this year. They're all fighting. Milwaukee got hope. People that never had hope before have hope.
Right. Well, when you see Milwaukee rising up and thinking, we got something.
You see when Paul Pierce talked all that trash, he said, Milwaukee's going to take it all. And then when Milwaukee lost, man, they're going to get beat. I believe once an analyst picks a side, you should have 5,000 volts electricity in your seat. And if you swatch, you take the hit.
Right.
Take the hit. You should get shocked.
Well, none of them do that.
You got to
none
stay
of them
with
do
it.
that. On any sport. On
You should
any
be able
sport.
to, but remember
They
that
get
one-
up there and they tell
just
you what
talk,
they
right?
think, and they're 2-5.
They
you know,
flip.
from the
They
week
flip,
before.
man.
Can I tell you who
and
they
we're
are?
going to trust them again.
They're the weathermen of sport. Because
that's it.
you know, weatherman will give you a 7-day forecast.
Or a baseball player.
And that forecast will start changing
Yes.
midway, and he acts like he never changed. He'll give you a
That's
new
it.
Friday.
That's it.
He'll give you a new Friday and act like he never mentioned the first
And you're
Friday.
like this, dude, we heard you yesterday. We heard you, man.
I
No,
did-
I didn't say that.
I
said
TiVoed
F.
that.
I said F. I said F. They can't stop the deal. I'm like this. See, before there were 24-hour sports, your local sports guy talked about the game, and you were able to forget it. Remember?
Yeah.
You were able to forget it.
Right,
Now
yeah.
they keep pounding something. Next season. Dude, this season just ended last night. Next year we'll think, man, shut up.
Oh, yeah. You do realize they're doing the NFL draft for next year.
Yeah, they're already talking.
Yeah.
about it.
What?
Already
Oh, yeah.
projecting
They-
first, second
ESPN
pick.
did that.
What?
Way too early
I
mock
thought-
draft.
I thought it was dumb when the time we worked. I'm eating dinner last night, and they're still talking about it. I said, y'all
Next year?
Y'all not running the next year draft this late in the day. Y'all been running this all day long. To your point, all day
What?
long they've got a bad segment going.
You know what? Because they don't have anything to talk about. They don't have anything. They don't have. I remember Bob Costas had human story. Remember an athlete would sit with a reporter because he might talk to me for real. He'll give you the good, the bad. Hey man, I was on drugs. I did this.
Right.
They would talk about the story because Bob Costas never threw you on the bus.
Right.
But he did ask you the tough question. Westbrook, you won't answer the question. He just said, why won't he just answer? I don't know, John, why he just won't answer the question. Because you, dude, he hates you. He hates you.
Right. Yeah. We've said this before. 24/7 sports.
No.
If you're going to do 24/7 anything, there has to be new stories. Anybody can take the same story and just keep doing it all over and over the entire day.
Group comes on. Remember the next guys that come after the guy was just on.
Same
We're
story.
gonna continue.
Well, Sinbad, do you feel like?
Do you think he's better than Jordan? Oh, we've never heard that before.
Do you feel like I do that the NBA is better when the Lakers are good?
You know what? The NBA has to have a good Laker team.
Yeah,
it doesn't
I agree
work.
with you.
Absolutely. It doesn't work.
I agree with you.
And I'll say this, and people get mad at me, pure Laker fans. I walked away after Magic Johnson.
So you gone?
I was gone after Magic Johnson. When the era of Kobe came, and people get mad. Was he a great player? Yes. Probably one of the most selfish players I've ever seen. There's no organization in L.A. that he ever worked with. There's nothing. There's like Magic, even Shaq would bring toys. Yeah. Kobe has none of those stories. And I think now that he's not playing, because I think he was built just all on basketball, that's all he knew.
Right.
Now he's trying to have that real life. I said, you destroyed that team for the last 10 years. You didn't take a pay cut. And they keep telling nobody wants to play with LeBron. No, nobody wanted to play with Kobe. Remember, they said, is he going to be here? No one came. Remember, Jerry Buss said on his deathbed, promise me you won't trade him. He told Jeannie Buss and his son, that's why I was saying, Dad, I can't hear you. Promise me. Dad, what? Trade him. I said, no, don't trade him. Trade him.
I think you said trade him.
Yeah. So they're trying to rebuild. So I look at people forget, till LeBron got hurt, they had hope. That same sad squad from the year before had hope. That's why I'm like this. But now all this stuff, everybody's worried what's going to go on with Magic. After we found out the truth, I understand why Magic booked up. After that email, somebody emailed
They copied him on an email.
Yeah,
They're dogging him about the job he was doing.
Right. But now people said,
do you think they did that on purpose?
No, he's pure Laker fan. Now he can do his work. Now he can actually talk to other players. I think it's even better that he's not the president.
He can do more outside the framework where he's not restricted.
Yeah. I'm just Magic Johnson.
Sinbad is our guest. He'll be at the Comedy Club Stardome, Birmingham, Alabama. Obviously, we'll put his website up where you can see him anywhere in the country. But Birmingham, it's coming up. We'll hit you all the details on that when we get back. More with Sinbad. And I want y'all to know, I ain't said anything about Endgame. Yep. Sinbad's as dangerous as I am. It's a dangerous segment.
Yeah, it's a dangerous segment. We trying to do and Game of Thrones.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top. Let's talk to the people. America, you got your shot. And Helmsy's there, ready to go. All 10 lines are available. And we would love to chat with you. We're going troll format, so we can get a lot of you on.
Jericho 212.
They say, hey, mama. So 30 seconds a pop to kind of gather your thoughts. And at the end of 30, Bill Buzzer is king. And then we'll move to the next caller. We watch those meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs. We won't have those. But anything else you want to comment or ask a question on, you can. But just remember, it is a troll format, so 30 is king. Is it possible you might get a timeout from Bubba or Speedy? Possible. But they've only got one apiece. DJ and Moody. DJ, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Dr. Bubba, how you doing this morning?
I am very well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Trump was impeached while he was in office, but never removed from office. And now there's an inquiry or impeachment for Biden.
Yes.
Now, my question to you is, are there different levels of impeachment? And if so, what impeachment level are we at with Biden? Are we trying to get him out of the office? Is that where we're headed? Explain that.
No, I think they're investigating his interaction with Hunter and foreign money flowing to the Biden family. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the impeachment inquiry only allows them subpoena power to start investigating it. If they think that there's something there, it has to go to the Judiciary Committee, I think, and then the Judiciary Committee would vote to carry it to the full House, and then the House itself would have a vote to decide whether to impeach or not, which is kind of mirrors a grand jury.
Right.
Then he would be sent over to the Senate. The votes to remove him are not in the Senate, so it wouldn't happen. But much like Trump, the votes were not there. They just wanted to impeach him.
Yeah, there's no way.
Waste of time and money.
Yeah, there's not going to be anything more severe than what they got to Trump, and I don't think they'll even get that.
Yeah, and they, it was a political thing. Impeachment is political.
It is.
To put a black mark on Trump, and you're going to see the same attempt on Biden, I think, too.
And there was a time
because that's what happens in D.C.
There was a time when something like that would matter, but people couldn't care less now.
No.
Let's go to Ron in Alabama. Ron, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, I'm in Beauregard next to Auburn, Alabama, and I had to go into town yesterday to get some gasoline and diesel, and I like to get ethanol free for my mowers, but then I have to get diesel for my tractor. So I pull up to the ethanol free tank, and then I walk over and get the diesel. And while I was getting the diesel, I thought, let me make sure I got the right nozzle for the diesel. And then one mind came to thought. I give y'all one guess whose it was.
That'd be my $4,100 fill-up.
Oh, yes. I think he meant one thought came to mind. He said one mind came to thought.
Yeah,
but I
knew what he meant.
I've had those things happen. I've had that happen.
Yeah.
Look, that's what we're trying to do to make the world a better place for everybody. So if
You're helping
everybody
people.
learn from my very expensive mistake, I'm all right with
You're
that.
making a difference, Bill Bussey.
That's what I'm out here to do.
You're making
that
a difference.
liver health.
Let's go to Randy. We ain't got no band. Randy, welcome to the show. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, this is a Randy from Eagle Creek. Bubba, I was just wondering, when are you coming back to Eagle Creek again to see my buddy with the towel that he talks to you on the radio?
Let's see, which buddy was that?
Danny?
Danny Lloyd?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
Yeah.
Haircut.
How
about that?
about Eagle Creek?
Is that hair? Is that hair?
I didn't
gel?
know I was in Eagle Creek, but I did visit my friend Danny back last vacation we had, and always good to see him and his lovely wife.
Is that one of them ham friends?
Yeah.
There you go.
Danny's a smart guy.
Yeah, you know what that was, one of them classic things when somebody tries to remind you of an experience. Hey, played any softball lately? And you're like, I must have met you at a softball game. You know what I mean?
That's not ringing a bell.
And apparently I went through the Eagle Creek community. But
everybody
Hey,
know you're in Eagle Creek.
Hey, been going to pick up any groceries about 4 p.m. on a Tuesday? Oh, let's be where I saw you.
Been with Nick lately?
Let's go to Anonymous in Clanton, Alabama. Clanton, go ahead.
Hey, guys, real big fan.
Thank you.
Was digging yesterday. I live off Lake Mitchell. Been there for about 2 years, and came across a gold nugget. I dug about 8 meters deep, if that. Dug it up, weighed it. It was 216 grams. Took it, dug another hole right next to it, found a smaller one that was like 20 grams. And I was just wondering, where's the best place to try to sell gold?
Hey, let me tell you, if it's down there at Lake Mitchell, just come over to the point and bring it to me, and I'll look at it.
It may be fool's gold.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I would probably go to a jeweler or pawn shop and have it checked out.
Yeah, Diamonds Direct in Birmingham, we've done a lot of business with them. They might be able to help you.
He hit a vein. He done found a vein.
Yeah, and there's
watch out.
I would look at some of the more.
Look for his lot to be going on sale.
There's some really strong reputations of jewelers that's been around a long time in the Birmingham area. I think I'd probably look at that.
No, there is a lot of gold down that area. I mean, historically, a lot of panning went on the creeks down there.
That's the reason why I call little Gwen.
That moonshine.
I call Gwen my little gold nugget. I found her down there at Lake Mitchell.
I had to text with Gary this morning before the show started.
What was
Can
it
you believe
about?
that?
What was it about?
Well, I'd lost my picture of him holding the tag that said 2-inch.
Oh, gosh.
That's what you were texting him about?
That hit you this morning.
It did.
Did you reach out to him?
Hey,
how random was that?
Well, I was telling somebody about it, and I wanted to show him a
You
picture.
know what Gary said?
Hey, I burned every copy out there is.
Jody.
So Bubba got up this morning.
If he would have woke me up to ask me that, I don't know.
Well, Gary was up. He's up with his
Oh, yeah, he's working.
Jody, go ahead.
Feeding the goats.
I was calling y'all about the band director. I had saw a story on 3340 yesterday that kind of expounded on it. Apparently, this guy had to resign from his last position, had to take anger management classes because he punched a plexiglass something. But, he has a history, so there you go.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but so I don't know if that is or isn't true. But
that is accurate.
It is accurate. Okay. TJ Tuscaloosa.
I heard he once shot a man just for snoring.
Greg.
That's not true.
That's
Time
not
Life
true.
book.
That was off Time Life
Yeah,
book
that's a
commercial.
joke.
TJ, go ahead.
All right, you know how everybody's out to get us. Now the insurance companies have gotten together, and guess what they're about to do to us? Well, if you happen
let's say we're out camping and somebody steals your tent at night, you ain't covered.
Oh, that's terrible.
Now,
TJ, that's awful.
Is there a big insurance market for tents?
That is the worst joke ever.
You ain't covered.
Oh, what a
You get it, Bubba? You're not covered.
What a
Bubba's worried about his tent.
Yeah, you want to know about it.
Is that loan RVs too?
So let me tell you. Greg, that would go. Have you ever seen that thing that comes up sometimes now where they try to get you to watch things, the dad jokes and the two dads? That's
I love a good dad.
You should have gone with like if a tornado takes the roof off your house or something like that, because nobody insures a tent.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that was kind of my
point. If it's a sure enough good one.
Yeah.
Now, I do know that a tent is a bad place to get in an argument, because how are you supposed to storm out and slam the flap?
That's
Wow, we're doubling down on
zip
tent.
it real.
We're doubling down on tent jokes
just to set that up.
Yeah.
No, it was a tent
I
joke.
butchered it, but that's an old Mitch Hedberg joke.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do? Slam the flap?
Okay.
You stole it.
I did. I didn't do it as good.
Right.
Did I messed it up? Yes.
No, wait, look. Look, when you start going in, let's go to the category of tent jokes, it's dry.
Well,
What did the tent say when you popped it up?
I try not to be unburdened by what has been.
That was good. Should have given you more, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.